Is the YouTube stream? Do you know how it's working with the YouTube stream? Because I'm a bit worried. YouTube streams end. So, thanks for bearing with us. Welcome back. This is the Battle of the Bay. We've got a 100 plus player tournament. Around 130 players. We're here in California in the Bay Area. This is game 2. Before the internet connection went out, you saw Jonathan take game 1. Jonathan was going second in this game, but you can see they've got themselves in a very strong position. Hopefully everyone is able to rejoin us. Apologies for the technical issue outside of our control. Basically the upload at the venue disappeared. But welcome back everyone. Jonathan Lee here to the left, a member of Pixar Studios, who very kindly showed me around the studio in California a couple of days ago, and also beat me at Lorcana, is looking to do the same up against this Ruby Emerald deck. It is Pete Bad Guy sat on the board here for Ruby Emerald. It's the lone survivor, the lone standing card. It's going to be Pete questing. Oh no, it's actually going to challenge that Calhoun, taking it out, taking 3 damage back. However, that Robin Hood Sharpshooter is now ready and waiting on the board. We do love a little bit of Robin Hood Sharpshooter action on this channel, that's for sure. 7 Dwarfs Mine is going to gain a lore. And there is, of course, a Knight on the board. So 2 damage could be dealt to something this turn with the mine. But that Pete does have ward. It's going to be 1 for a Porpsicle. Doc will move into the mine. That's going to cost 2, but it's going to deal 2 damage to the Robin Hood and fire the cannons. Cleans up the job. These poor Robin Hood Sharpshooters have got a target on their back. Jonathan clearly not a fan of that card. We know that this Robin Hood Sharpshooter can get out of hand very, very quickly indeed if left unchecked. Yeah, I've seen that we had a bunch of lives. Let me just tidy all that up. It is that Pete is the lone card there on the other side of the board. The 1 cost Diablo comes down. But yeah, hopefully everything's now working. Apologies for the technical difficulties there if you're just joining us. This is round 4 of 8 in Swiss. It's You Came Back. Well, You Came Back, chat. You Came Back is allowing, with P, that's so nice. It's an action card which allows you to ready a character, and you can quest, you can challenge, you can do anything you want again. And that Pete Bad Guy getting extra strength, combining with You Came Back as an action, is really cool to see. It's going to be Hiram Flaversham, the toy maker himself, for Jonathan. Banishing a card, drawing 2. Still 2 ink spare. Has that Sail the Azurite Sea, but probably not what you're looking for at this moment in time. Jonathan, 4 lore away, just looking to really turn up the heat. Does go for Sail the Azurite Sea, draws a card. Going to, of course, be able to ink an extra card now this turn if they so desire, but they don't have to. And it is going to be, you would imagine at this point in the game, a double quest up to 18. Jonathan is now going to be 2 lore away from victory. I do believe they're at 18. After that double quest. Pete and the 1-cost Diablo. It's another Diablo, but I don't think that's going to be able to stop it. It's Jonathan who takes it 2-0 with all that technical difficulties going on. Look at that. That is a cool little Toy Story 4 box. What is that? That's a little goodie that Jonathan's given them. Obviously, Jonathan working at Pixar Studios. You play against Jonathan, you get a goodie. I want to play against Jonathan. That sounds like fun. Oh my goodness. What's inside the bag? My curiosity is at an all-time high. What is it? Oh, hello. I want to play against Jonathan. I want free stuff. I want it. Yeah, but big up to everyone here in the chat that's spectating. Again, we've just had some technical difficulties, but that was the end of round 4. Round 5 of Swiss not going to be too far away. This is a big tournament in the Bay Area in California, San Francisco and surrounding areas. Really, really competitive scene here. We've got, of course, Ed participating, who did win one of the Disney Lorcana Challenge events. 128 player plus in the main event, so 8 rounds of Swiss. I can tell you a bit about the meta share. It's very diverse. Let me tell you that. In fact, how about we turn it into a bit of a game, guys? What deck do you think in chat is the most popular deck today here in California? Which deck do you think has the highest representation? I can tell you the deck with the highest representation has 16%. And we are going to be having the winner, Jonathan, join us as well. So he's going to make his way over from the player table, which is over in this direction, over to me with my Pixar merch. How cool is this, mate? How nice is this hoodie? It's very nice. But yeah, this is the Battle of the Bay here in California. What deck do you think, chat, is the most popular? If you get it right, I'll tell you. Let's see. Have we got any guesses? Kovu says red-blue. Wrong. Sapphire Steel, also wrong. Red-green actions, incorrect. Nobody's got it so far. Emerald Steel, no. It is not Emerald Steel. It's not Purple Red, it's not Green Steel. But Arctic Eden has got it. It is Steel Stone, the most popular. And we are now going to be joined by the winner from that last game. Welcome.
Hey, how's it going, Spessy?
Hey, Jonathan. Would you like to introduce yourself to the people? We've just seen you win.
Sure. Oh, well, that was shocking. People saw my spice. I'm John. I've been playing since first chapter. Normally a Steel Song player with the gray and gold hat, but bringing some spice today.
Very nice. And it seemed to work in that game.
Yeah, it seemed to work. Yeah, I mean, I know Q was playing some spice as well, so, you know, a little favorable in some ways.
Yeah, you didn't like those Robin Hoods.
No. Well, and I didn't know she was playing the Pete until game 2, but I mean, some lucky draws off the top, like the Zeus that I grabbed after, like drawing a popsicle and a force sphere, just drawing to the, I mean, sharpshooter's kind of nuts if you let it go, right?
Yeah, but you didn't let it stick at all.
Yeah.
You answered it with Zeus and Pluto a couple of times. We saw the 7th Force Mine and Fire the Cannons combining another time as well.
Yeah.
So what made you play the deck you're playing today? You're playing Sapphire Steel, but not as we usually see with Alice and Pluto in there and some locations.
Yeah,
as well.
some locations, yeah. I mean, after Vegas, I know that there was some rumblings of like Amber Steel locations running around doing okay. So I started messing around with that deck for a bit as I was waiting for set 6 to come out, and then I was like, maybe there's something there because the ward and all the resist there, Calhoun, the Alice, like you said. plus the Baymax now that you can heal things, and the Pluto is just a huge body. So I thought, let me try this like locations, because people can't really deal with it that well. And then let me put a bunch of like bodies on the board that no one can really answer. And then I didn't get to play it this time, but sometimes slamming the John Silver down and questing for 4 or 5, and it feels pretty good. So
awesome.
That was kind of my mindset behind it, at least.
How's your record so far? We saw you just in the 4th round getting a 2-0.
Yeah.
Has there been many 2-0s for you today?
Just one other one, so I'm 2-1-1. So
okay.
I was still figuring out my lines during my first match, trying to see like how the deck runs. I'm running Azurite Sea, which I know people are really high on, and I think it's a crazy good card, but I think for my build it doesn't quite make a ton of sense. I think it feels like a little bit of a trap where you go like Popsicle into Azurite Sea, play another Popsicle, but you have like a 0 board state, right? So I think at least in the current meta, it feels like you just need to start slamming bodies to the board, unless you're like in like Ruby Sapphire.
How are you finding Azurite Sea so far? We're only a week into it.
Yeah.
So I guess this is your first big experience of it, but so far are you enjoying the new meta game?
Yeah, I mean, I think the new cards, I think the meta, there's still like a lot of the top contenders like Ruby Sapphire, RP still great. Again, still Song player, but I feel a little pushed out of the meta at the moment, so feeling a little hard to come back in with some of the stuff that's been added. But loving the Pluto, loving the Alice. There's just a lot of new cards that kind of shake things up and make people kind of question their decisions, and so yeah, enjoying it a lot.
Awesome.
A lot.
Is there any matchups you particularly don't want to play against with your Sapphire Steel deck?
I mean, I like no offense to any of my green steel discard folks. I just don't like playing against them generally. It's probably my like Steel Song like gut reaction. Like I just hate seeing it. Being peated feels awful, right? But other than that, I feel good into most matchups. If I can kind of land the stuff I need to land, my board becomes kind of hard to interact with, and if I can start slamming some locations down, it gives the opponent a lot of like difficult choices to make as to like what they want to prioritize. I haven't run into too much aggro yet, so kind of interesting to see if like they just like run me off the board. I did some testing against green purple last night and did terrible.
Okay.
But after a couple games, I got a couple wins in there, so I feel a little bit better into it. But that's probably the one, aggro, green purple, that kind of like low to the ground, roll you off the board. Probably what I'm most worried about.
And what's the community for Disney Lorcana like here out in the Bay Area?
Oh, it's amazing. I mean, I made so many awesome new friends just playing at League and going to different stores, and even the set champs, and when we all get together to come to like this kind of event, or even go to like Vegas and stuff like that, it's just cool to like see like the people that you recognize, and you can like say what's up, like how you doing, like how's your record, like what spice did you bring. So that's been really cool. It's a really cool experience. This is my first like real kind of competitive. I used to play Magic back in the day, but this is my like real like first like competitive TCG that I'm kind of like all in on, and so it's just been super cool to be part of an amazing community that like just loves the game, loves to see the cool art, play the cool cards. It's a wonderful blend of like collectors and competitors, so it's pretty cool.
Amazing. So you mentioned Vegas. Is that Lorcana Challenge that you went to?
Yeah.
Is that the only one you've played in?
Yeah, it's the only one I was able to go to. Plan to try to get into the LCQ in January.
Awesome.
We'll see.
Fingers crossed.
I can tune up my spice and see how it goes, or maybe I'll try to resurrect Steel Song in some fashion. But
because it will be at, not too far away from here. The LCQ's in.
No, it'll be.
Right?
It's like a 6-hour drive, 1-hour flight down in LA. So. Hoping to at least get a ticket, get a shot, and see if I can go 5-0.
I believe certainly in Europe you're actually able to get tickets for 2 of the last chance qualifiers, which is quite interesting.
Oh, really?
So in Europe there's people that are playing in 2 different ones. So you've got like almost 2 attempts.
Oh.
Because it is a long journey.
Yeah.
But then maybe if you're able to sign up for 2.
Okay.
The last chance qualifiers, for those that aren't aware, happening at the regionals. There's basically a 32-player tournament. And if you can win that, you book your place, and there's some really nice promo cards as well.
I just want to do the what is it, the voucher for the turbo whatever, and get the sweet Baymax like art. Oh my god! Really I mean, if I can get a foil one, I'll take it.
Yes, absolutely. So you were very kindly showed me around your place of work recently. Who's the player to look out for from Pixar? Is there anyone that's particularly strong? Are you the Pixar champ?
I won't say like I'm the best, but I'm fairly competitive.
You guys beat me very, very hard when I came to the studio.
You gave him a good run for the money. You gave him a good run. Running with your, I've been calling it McDonald's drive-through.
Nice. The Amber Ruby McDonald's drive-through. I like that.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I mean, one of our guys, Ruby Sapphire, just has it locked in. Follows a lot of the streamers too, like Sailor and things like that. But he's really good. My buddy Noah's here as well from the studio, and this is his first like kind of big event. He never made any DLCs, but he played Magic back in the day. He's just like a super like kind of like really like critically minded person. So we're all kind of here having fun. A lot of them, it's their first big tournament, so been trying to prep them as much as I can.
Yep.
We play League at the studio, so yeah, it's been cool though.
Yeah, it's really awesome, and for you guys, it must be particularly exciting with Pixar getting announced to be coming to Lorcana in a year. That must be quite a unique experience for you guys to be enjoying the game like the rest of us, but then something even closer to your heart will be coming in the future.
Yeah, it'll be cool, and Ramsburger's done like an amazing job of like the art, the flavor, like all of it. So I think the game generally is in good hands, and I know that they'll do good by Pixar. So.
Agreed. Yeah, and well, thanks so much for joining us in the interview. Any last words, any closing thoughts on who's going to win the tournament? Do you think Ed's going to take it?
Yeah, that's where my money is, but hey, there's a lot of strong players, and we'll see. I'll keep my fingers crossed too for myself, but it'd be nice to see some spice up in the top 8 at least, and see what the meta shakes out before we get to Euros and NA in January.
Absolutely. Yeah. We're going to have a bit of a commercial break, but don't go anywhere. We've got round 5 of the Battle of the Bay coming up very soon.
Yeah, thanks, Bessie.
Good. Nice. We had unfortunately.
Welcome to Games.
To NorCal TCG. My name is Robert DeCambra. We're at NorCal TCG, located in Martinez, California. I've been a TCG player for 30 plus years. The first card game I ever played was Magic the Gathering. Sitting around a kitchen table with my family, just shuffling up cards and playing and having fun. It was always my dream to have a shop of my own where I could build a community for players, where they felt safe and invited, and they could have as much fun as I've had over the years playing different card games. NorCal TCG opened in 2022. My uncle opened a shop when I was a teenager and gave me the dream to one day follow in his footsteps. And here I am now, the owner of NorCal TCG. We've grown a lot over the last 2 years. Our local playgroups have grown and expanded. On Mondays, we host Flesh and Blood Armory. On Tuesdays, we have our Pokemon League. On Wednesdays, we have Grand Archive. On Thursdays, we have Weiss Schwartz and Card Fight Vanguard. And on Fridays, we host One Piece, and Magic the Gathering Commander. On Saturdays, we host One Piece and Lorcana. On Sundays, we host Grand Archive and One Piece.
Hi, my name is BJ Wooden.
Hey everybody, it's Dave, and welcome to Retro Edge Games.
What is Retro Edge doing that gives it that retro edge? We have a retro feel to this place, from the fighting games that's next to another person that's pushing buttons instead of online, to the classic anime that's on the TV, to actually playing games with old-fashioned shiny cardboard. It's a little bit of an old school feel in here. But there's also an edge. It's nice, clean technology. It's well lit. It feels nice. And our attitude is a little edgy. Not mean, just edgy.
So we're a new store, and we're new here from Vallejo, but we've been seeing amazing support from our community. We at Retro Edge Games built this place to basically help support creating a third place for everyone, so they can basically have a place outside of work and home to come and enjoy themselves, meet new friends, and kind of just have a place to decompress.
As soon as we did this, I knew the first thing we had to do was have a tournament standard arcade. I've been a fighting game competitor since 2001, so it was important to me to build a really great state-of-the-art tournament standard fighting game community arcade.
On Wednesday nights, we have Tabletop Magic, and we do Dungeons & Dragons every other Wednesday with our DM, Patrick. Thursdays, we do One Piece League, which has been really popping. Fridays, we host Open Play Commander Night for Magic the Gathering, and then we also have Grand Archive League. Saturday, we do fighting game tournaments. We start the first Saturday of the month with Super Smash Brothers, and then Tekken 8's the second Saturday of the month, and then the third Saturday of the month, we do Street Fighter 6. And then the fourth Saturday of the month, we do a retro game. We close off the week with Sundays, where we do Magic the Gathering Draft at 3 p.m. and we do Lorcana League at 5 p.m. Just a couple weeks in, we're being a Lorcana store, and I cannot be more excited about it. Our Lorcana League here at Retro Edge Games are some of the greatest people that come to our store. You can find the sign-ups for it on melee.gg. We have a great community, great prizes, and we're just getting started.
Come check us out and come and pick up that latest, juiciest set, the Azurite Seas, baby. Let's go! How are you excited about Gadget? I'm excited about the Rescue Rangers. Let's do it.
We've been around for the last 5 months, and we're looking to be a staple here in Vallejo, and we look forward to you guys coming by and checking us out.
Oh man, I've talked enough. Again, I'm BJ from Retro Edge Games. Good luck in the Battle of the Bay. Come see us on Sundays, man. That's all I gotta say. Peace.
NorCal TCG is located on Pine Street in Martinez. NorCal TCG is a hobby store specializing in trading card games, board games, collectibles, and more. Games of Berkeley is located on Durant Avenue in Berkeley. Games of Berkeley is a wall-to-wall game shop with board games, puzzles, playing cards, and a whole lot more. Retro Edge Games, located at 2085 Solano Avenue in Vallejo, the place where you can go unwind, socialize, and enjoy a sense of belonging, hosting arcade events most weekends as well as TCG and collectibles. The Launchpad is located at 712 West Lodi Avenue in Lodi, is a League Championship Series and friendly local game store, carrying board games, comic books for all ages. Level up your real estate game and ask for Jesbian at Red Oak Realty. Take Refuge Studios, Lorcana content created by LGBTQ nerds that are new to TCG games. Wanderlost, handmade leather gaming accessories that add a beautifully immersive experience to your gaming table. Green Potion Games, located at 1271 North Davis Road in Salinas, a local game store that specializes in Lorcana, Magic, Pokemon, and Yu-Gi-Oh! They have events for every game throughout the week. Wyatt Team. Let the Wyatt Team help you make the next move in your home financing game, because when it comes to your mortgage, you deserve a game master on your side. Sword and Board Games, located on 41st Avenue in the Capitola Mall, seeks to create fun and safe environment to nurture the premier board, card, and miniature, including role-playing games, here in the Santa Cruz County. Anime Imports, located in Pacifica on Manor Drive, features card games as well as comic books, toys, and miniatures. Destine Fantasy Games, located at 650 Central Avenue in Alameda, local toy and tabletop game store where you can find all of your TCG product, including cards, singles, and more. Gold Star Collectibles in Sacramento, located on 2440 Fulton Avenue. Your one-stop shop for all your card game needs in Sacramento. This stream is brought to you by Inertia Pictures. If you need a camera solution to give a...
Welcome back, everybody. And we are ready for the next round of Disney Lorcana Azure at Sea. This is the 5th round of Swiss. The day is just flying by. It's 8 rounds of Swiss into a top cut. So the halfway mark of the first part of the tournament is done. I'll be getting the meta breakdown for you after this as well. I did allude to it just before. Amber Seal, the most popular deck, at 16%. Ruby Amethyst, Ruby Sapphire actually in at second with 15.3. Ruby Amethyst in at 14.5. Amethyst Steel, a lot more popular than we've seen in previous metagames though, with a 13% representation, making it, I think, the 4th most popular deck, which is really nice to see. So Amber Steel, Ruby Sapphire, Ruby Amethyst, the top 3, but actually the 4th most popular deck, Amethyst Steel, with 13% of the metagame here this weekend. Emerald Steel, the 5th most popular, with a 9.2 representation. Emerald Amethyst with a 6.9. Amber Amethyst then at 4.6. So very, very big variety. We can see we've got a Ruby Amethyst player here to our left with the Maui Shark, which is of course a new card. Also see that Peter Pan Shadow Finder. On the other side, it is going to be Amber Steel for the first time today, with Cinderella hitting the board there to start things off. So it's the 2-game format. And just get the name of the players here. We've got Megan and Marilyn. Just going to work out who's playing which deck. But these are players up on the top tables, and it is Megan here to the right. Megan on the right playing the Amber Steel songs, and then Marilyn to the left on Ruby and Amethyst. So 2 decks which have always been top of the meta really in Lorcana, even going back to the first chapter. Interesting to see how both evolve and adapt as we see the snake come through on turn 2. 1 law apiece, 2nd whole new world, drawn there by Megan. Probably not what you're looking for at this moment in time. Aerial into the inkwell. For 3 ink, it's going to be that Shift Robin Hood. And it is going to be Daisy Duck questing again for 2, which will trigger. Go into hand, but will that matter? I have a feeling I know what's coming. It is going to be the Robin Hood being exerted to sing one of the 2 whole new worlds. Take your pick. Both players drawing 7 new cards. It's a quick start to this one, doing what Amber Steel does best, shifting in on turn 3 and getting that whole new world through. Marilyn just having to discard a whole bunch of cards, and it's going to be the Cinderella now being exerted to sing Strength of a Raging Fire. See you later, Snake. That is a very, very smooth operation there from the Amber Steel. Two ink to play with as it stands, but of course can ink. Marilyn can go there to 3 ink this turn, could start getting some things like brawl through onto this Daisy Duck, but if you're brawling Daisy Duck, you're not even contesting the Robin Hood at all. So Amber Steel with a lightning start here. It's going to be brawl. Has, of course, the option of targeting the Cinderella as well, but does go for that Daisy. Back on over to Megan, who's going to draw the aerial. After that whole new world, both players with so many cards in hand to choose from. It's going to be 3 on the aerial. Not sure how many songs are in the deck, but it does find 1. It's going to be the Strength. Rest go on to the bottom of the deck, of course. I've been seeing some players go for smaller aerial counts, but playing cards like Gaston. The aerial hitting on this occasion. Cinderella for that last ink remaining. It's a double quest, up to 6 now. And this is the power of Amber Steel. The brawl was a nice option in the previous turn, but no characters down on the board at all after that Strength of a Raging Fire dealt with the Snake. 4 ink now to play with, however. And it is going to be another brawl, this time dealing with aerial. 1 ink still to spare, but not able to use it. But it's just the brawls are just playing catch-up. You're brawling 1 thing, meanwhile, Amber Steel is getting down 2 threats every single turn, it feels like. It is going to be another Robin Hood, and it's going to be a triple quest for a total of 4, up to 10. Halfway there now, Megan, with those 2 Robin Hoods on the board. And remember, it is 2-game format, so each player will have that opportunity to go first at least once. It was Amber Steel that went first in game number 1, I believe. You can see that is the ink to the 5th turn, which always suggests that this player went second. So it was Amber Steel that went first in game 1 here, and they got that whole new world through on turn 3, uncontested. It's going to be another brawl. 3 brawls in a row, but there still stands 2 Robin Hoods and a Cinderella. Those brawls are just not doing enough at this stage. The board can quest for a total of 5, getting Megan up to 15. No characters at all down on the board for Marilyn. It is going to be a triple quest for a total of 5. And I think the card played, though, is a Mr. Smee for 2 ink. We've seen 3 brawls in a row. Can we see the 4th brawl in a row? It's going to be a scoop. It's going to be a clean win for Amber Steel. It couldn't really have gone much better at all there for Megan, but it will now be Marilyn with the opportunity, with the lovely Minnie Mouse ears as well, to go first in this second game. Remember, 3 points per win, but in the 2-game format, if you get the 2-0, you get a bonus point for your troubles, and thus those bonus points can really be the difference on climbing the ranks. And of course, the higher the seed you get in Swiss, the better the chance you are to go first twice in the top cut as well. So F player is going to shuffle up and get ready for game number 2. Great to see everyone here in the chat. Hope you're enjoying the action here. If you're watching on YouTube, please do give the stream a like. We had some technical issues, so the original stream went down, which means we're at just 8 likes. Can't be having that, guys. Big shout outs to everyone organising this event. It's a non-profit event, people coming together from the community to make this happen. 130 plus players in the main event here. really awesome to see people from all kinds of different backgrounds enjoying themselves, having fun with Disney Lorcana with the new set. There's also some vendors here selling some enchanted cards and some custom things like that. But of course we start off the new game, 0 lore each. And each player with 7 cards in hand to start things off, of course. With the mulligan, you can select as many cards as you wish to get rid of, and you replace them with however many you decide to go for. It will be Ruby Amethyst kicking things off as they went second in game 1. Currently 2 p.m. local time, 20 minutes past 2. Here in what is a very sunny day in California, unlike the rest of the week, which has been absolutely miserable and raining. We've had all kinds of storms, had like a flash flood warning emergency pop up on my phone yesterday, which was quite jarring. This is the 5th round. Both players are near the top tables, don't have an exact record. We'll see if I can get that for you. Don't have an exact record on the players, but they're very much in contention. You can see that genie in the opening hand there for the Ruby Amethyst player. It's going to be Maui into the Inkwell, and it is going to be a 1-cost card. It's going to be the Magic Broom. It's a good start for Ruby Amethyst. But on the other side, Megan also does have those 1-cost characters. In fact, an abundance of options. Robin Hood Inked, Cinderella, the options selected. Marilyn going to ready. Does draw into the snake, so the broom questing for 1 and then bouncing it back with the snake is an option. First lore on the board already thanks to that Magic Broom, and 2 ink spent exactly on that, the snake. But we did see Megan deal with that snake very, very easily in the previous game by singing that Strength of a Raging Fire with 3 characters down. It'll be Piglet, Who, Pirate, Captain into the Inkwell. The new Lilo card, an option here for Megan, does also have a couple of 1-cost characters in the form of Robin Hood and I believe Daisy Duck, if she wants to go for a Shinmiri special. It is the Shinmiri special with the Daisy Duck and the Robin Hood, the double 2-drop on turn 2, and there it is again, Deja Vu. Cindy singing Strength of a Raging Fire. See you later, Snake. A good start for Megan here. Marilyn being pinned back yet again by the Amber Steel songs. But now that the fact they're going second, so they're going first, does allow them to just have a bit more presence and can go for that Peter Pan Shadow Finder with Rush and Evasive to take out the Cindy. The turn 3 in the previous game, we saw Megan shifting the Robin Hood and singing A Whole New World, while Marilyn was at just 2 ink. But of course with Marilyn going first, Marilyn's already at 3 ink now. Will we see Robin Hood shift again? We do. This Peter Pan cannot be challenged because it's evasive. We are in the Bay Area near San Francisco for this event, the Battle of the Bay. But it is 4 lore to 1 as it stands. Didn't quite catch that Daisy trigger there. But it looks like it might have been an Elsa added to hand. Certainly it's been drawn into, and it will be inked. 4 ink now available. Daisy with that 1/4 stat line. It's going to be 4 on a genie, which allows the card draw as well. And the Peter Pan is going to challenge. I think we just had a card played there which shouldn't have been able to. See if that gets cleared up there. The genie had just been played, so definitely hoping to see that just pull back. We'll see what happens. I think this genie shouldn't have been able to challenge in that instance. Welcome back, though. We have had some technical issues with the internet. Apologies if we lost you earlier, but we are now back. This is the 5th round of Swiss. Genie gets rushed from Peter Pan. Oh my goodness, it's not a bug. I was just sat there panicking, but no. Peter Pan Shadow Finder gives rush to all evasive characters, and that is a combo. Look at that. The Peter Pan Shadow Finder and the Genie combining. That is just incredible. Peter Pan Shadow Finder giving the Genie rush. You thought the Genie was good? Imagine the Genie with rush. A 2/4 with evasive, the quest for 2, and has rush. That is obscene. Peter Pan Shadowfinder doing the absolute business. And I'm a very happy man because I've just been brought coffee and I didn't even have to ask for it. I love it here. 6 law to 1 as it stands. Amber Steel in the ascendancy, despite going second. But Peter Pan Shadowfinder with Genie, that was so impressive. The play was so good that I thought they were breaking the rules of the game that we needed a judge call. Just shows what I know. Lilo is taken out by the brawl. But Lilo, of course, might be coming back. Lilo has the ability that at the start of your turn, you may pay 2 ink to play this from your discard, Exerted. Lumiere coming through. This gives +1 strength to all other characters. So Genie has 3 strength, Peter Pan has 4. And that's going to deal with the Robin Hood. Interesting decision on that trade, though. Robin Hood banished. Probably just wanting to deny Megan with that potential whole new world play. Really high-level stuff so far. Loving that combo of Peter Pan Shadowfinder and Genie as well. Peter Pan Shadowfinder is such a good card to deal with Diablo, but it does feel a little bit awkward as a 3-cost uninkable. But if you can start making use of that ability to give your evasive cards rush, like that Genie, suddenly Peter Pan Shadowfinder looks even better this set than it has in the past, thanks to Genie. Zombie Lilo, as some people are calling it, was not played there though, even though it was an option. 2 ink was floated as well. Perhaps just forgetting about that Zombie Lilo as an option. It is going to be Genie on the board and Lumiere questing for 1. Could have left it ready, but it's going to be bounced back by the snake. So remember, Lilo, if you're going to replay Lilo, you have to do it before you even draw a card. So you don't have that information necessarily on what you're going to be drawing. It's Piglet, Pooh, Pirate Captain, and Rapunzel in hand here for Megan. And let's not forget, we're only a week into the new set. So cards like Lilo, players are not going to have had that much experience using it. It's going to be a double quest, Cindy and Daisy. So the Daisy trigger will come through. It's going to be Elsa added to the hand for Marilyn. That is the kind of card you want to be drawing into. An abundance of ink available for Marilyn. I think it's already 6 ink. Could go to 7, of course, and we know what that means. But it was another 2 ink floated, but remember, you don't know what you're drawing into. When you select not to play Lilo, you don't have the information of exactly what you're drawing into. If you play Lilo, you have to pay for it before you draw your card, and then you might draw into something you want to spend all 4 ink on. Lumiere is back in the building, and it's back on over to Megan. No Be Prepared played, holding on to it and just trying to gain board control without using that board clear. Still no sign of that Lilo. Which is in the discard, but remains in the discard not to be summoned. It's Rapunzel and Robin Hood available. Now, Rapunzel, at times like this, can be triggered by challenging and then healing with Rapunzel. The problem is, if Piglet challenges anything, it's only the Madam Mim, it gets removed. So no Rapunzel possibility right now in terms of card draw. It is going to be Piglet trading for Snake, and it's going to be 1 ink spent on Robin Hood. Play passes back on over to Marilyn, who's going to ready and draw, Be Prepared and Elsa in hand, and in comes the Lady Tremaine to join the party, and Lady Tremaine is going to be put straight down on the board, cleaning up that Robin Hood, questing for a total of 4, jumping up to 6. So it's 6 law apiece. Amber Steel, 1 game 1, going first. Ruby Amethyst looking to win, going first themselves. Oh, hello, that's a card. Rapunzel gets inked, and it's time for Gantu. 4-3 stat line, it quest for 4. Really excited to see the power of Gantu, but is it too little too late? It's the crab that's drawn. Possibility to Elsa and exert poor old Gantu. Gantu's going to be exerted. Remember that Lumiere giving everything +1 strength. It's going to be the crab trading for the Gantu and the trigger, not forgotten about. And then a quest for a total of 5. 11 lore to 5 now is the score on the door. Lilo is in the discard and has to be played before drawing if you want to go for it. That is the downside of Lilo. If you want to do it, you have to play it. And then imagine you draw it into Gantu and you want to pay 5 ink for Gantu where you've already spent 2 ink on that Lilo. So Lilo hasn't quite put in the work just yet. Decides not to go for it. I like the decision. It's going to be let the Storm Rage on for 3. Most likely Lumiere going to be the target as it will remove it from the board. That is the option. Card drawn is Zeus. Not enough ink spare to be playing it. It's another card drawn here from Marilyn. Can quest for 5 up to 16. But instead, quests up to 15 and then sings Friends with Elsa, drawing 2 more cards. Lumiere's back. Chernobog's followers enters the building, and just for good measure, there's a crab. Megan needs a board clear, and they need it right now. Zeus in hand, Pete the card drawn. That's not going to be able to stop the Ruby Amethyst questing power. And it is going to be 1 game apiece between Megan and Marilyn here, up on the top tables. GG to both players taking advantage of going first. And we see Amber Steel and Ruby Amethyst win 1 game apiece. 3 points go to each player. And that was the 5th round of Swiss here at the Battle of the Bay. 8 rounds of Swiss is going to be the total. Onto a top cut. Closed deck list to begin with, but it will be open deck list as we move on into the tournament. So thanks everyone for being here. We're live on Twitch and YouTube. We have had a couple technical difficulties with the internet here, which is why we disappeared for a while, but we are back. 2:30 p.m. local time. Super awesome event here in California with a very, very friendly community. Lots of players traveling far and wide to participate in this one. Hope you're enjoying the action from home. Yeah, we are doing the 2-game format. It will be best of 3 in the top cut. So very similar format to what we see at Disney Lorcana Challenges, with the 2-game format in Swiss, and then the best of 3s for the top cut. I believe it is a top 8 cut, but I will double check that for you. Lots of awesome prizes up for grabs here, including prizes for the last place player, which I think is pretty cool. If you finish last, you get something. So that would be the kind of prize I got. Can I just say, how cool is this jumper that I got? Look, it's Champion Pixar. Oh my goodness. I'm very, very lucky to be here. So thanks everyone for the support. Big, big prize wall of lots of set 6 boxes. There's like some custom Pixar artwork. We're going to have an interview with our players from that previous game and see how they're getting on, seeing how they're enjoying their day. I also have a Pixar coat. It's slightly out of range. I did get to visit Pixar. In fact, in today's stream, there is a bumper video of some of the action at Pixar. So after the interview, we might see if I can show you guys some of behind the scenes from Pixar. Gonna have a little chat with our players here. Spiciest deck. I don't know, maybe the Ruby Emeralds, maybe the Ruby Amber locations. There's been all kinds of spice. Whoever's ready. You can come at the same time if you want. You could come together if you want. Is that? Yeah, that's better. Okay, I thought so. Hello, welcome. Please make yourself comfortable. One mic between the two of you, but I hope that's okay.
I'm way too nervous.
Could you introduce yourself? Would you like to?
Are we already streaming?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm Marilyn.
I'm Megan.
And very fun game. It was 1-1.
Yeah.
How are you enjoying your day so far?
It's been fun, really fun.
Yeah, absolutely. It's nice, even though we're kind of in the more, like, I guess, these higher tables, but everybody's really nice. I mean, it's a Disney game, so I think the environment's really good and everybody's
Awesome.
really friendly, so yeah.
I feel the same way. I've been fairly in the top tables too. And
Amazing.
No mean opponents, so.
Okay, that's always good.
Yeah.
So, what's the Disney Lorcana community like in this part of the world? Seems very friendly.
Absolutely. No, I every time I go to league or whatever on weekdays and just regularly, everybody's super nice. This is the first TCG that I've played, so the community has taught me everything that I know, and so I'm definitely really happy. I was really nervous before I started Lorcana. My husband played other TCGs and he's like, oh, it's so competitive, you shuffle bad, they'll think you're cheating, and I was so
very
nervous.
bad at shuffling.
I'm so bad at shuffling. So yeah, it's been really nice. Definitely not like that at all.
Awesome.
Like,
I've had a very similar experience. This is my first TCG, but I'm a Disney lover through and through. So I was hoping that playing a Disney game, I would meet other Disney fans and have, I mean, my first couple of leagues were with the starter deck, and I didn't know how to, I was doing a lot of wrong plays, and everybody was super patient with me and super kind, and they still are. So I do love Lorcana.
Amazing. Have you got a favorite card?
I don't know. I don't play Emerald anymore, but I
Okay.
really love the Cursed Merfolk.
Nice,
Just
that's a good
classic.
choice.
Yeah,
That is
it's
a
too
very
good.
good choice.
I love the goat.
Okay, it's another good
Yeah.
choice. Any matchups you're particularly worried about for your decks? So,
Yes, Ruby Sapphire.
Okay, so have you avoided it so far?
I've avoided it so far. It's been great. I've actually played until now a different color combo every single round, so it's been very fun,
Awesome.
very diverse.
I'm worried about discard,
Okay.
Emerald Steel,
Yeah.
and I'm worried about any hyper aggro.
Okay,
Yeah,
awesome.
I did see last round a semi kind of hyper aggro, a purple steel, and we won one, and it was a fight both
I
rounds.
can imagine.
Yeah.
How are you finding set 6 so far? Only a week into it?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I've barely played.
Okay.
That was pretty ill prepared for today, I must say.
But you're doing well so far, so.
I love set 6. I have a Winnie the Pooh pirate deck cooking. I
Okay.
have a Blurple deck cooking. I have all kinds of decks. I had to go with reliable today because I didn't have enough time to prepare, but I got all kinds of stuff going.
Awesome. Well, thank you both so much for the game and thanks for joining us. Any last words you'd like to say, like thanks or shout outs, or you can also say no?
You can go first. Let me think.
I just want to shout out my husband because he always encourages me to do better. And my round 3 match was Ed,
Yep.
the winner of Fort Worth, and I was shaking. I was like, I'll just drop, and my husband was like, no, you go in there and you play.
Oh, that's
so he's the best.
Before you said it, I was going to say my husband, and now it sounds cliche, but I'll also say my husband. He started me with the TCGs and everything I learned, even like how to not save 7 cost cards in the first round because I think they're good. He taught me everything, so definitely shout out to him.
Awesome. Well, thank you both so much for joining us. I went to Pixar Studios earlier this week, and we've got a video from me at Pixar. Pretty cool. Let's watch it. Yep, so here I'm at Pixar Studios in California, which is absolutely mental to be here, and just had a tour of the studio. We played some Lorcana up in the top room. I played against 4 different Pixar employees. They have a little locals that they go to at the studio, and I got smoked. I lost 4 games, winning 0 times. But I kind of like that. That just shows you the Pixar guys, they know what they're doing. They play Lorcana and they take it pretty seriously, which is really, really amazing. Really cool facilities. You can see there's like a little soccer pitch over here, or football as I'd like to call it. We went through and looked at the animation studios as well, where there's always these custom offices that the animators have built themselves. There was a submarine, there was a castle, there was like a little tiki hut, which people had turned into their own offices. Like super amazing vibes, and everyone like super proud to be working on it. There's big theaters that they've got here. I think 7 different cinemas or something like that in the building, which is just mental. and the Steve Jobs building, as its name, with like really cool architecture. We learned all about it. We saw a lot of the old history of Pixar. Absolutely mind-blowing to be here, super surreal, and wow, it's been so much fun to meet all the big guys working at Pixar, and really looking forward to Pixar coming to Lorcana, as I'm sure they are as well. We know that's coming in 2026. Super amazing to be here, and what a day it's been. So cool to be here, so surreal.
Yeah. Do you have a favorite Pixar film?
That's a good question.
Not to put you on the spot.
I watched Soul. I really like Soul.
Oh yeah.
And I really loved Elemental recently.
Oh yeah.
I love that one.
It's such a lovely film.
Because I've been watching quite a lot recently, a lot of like mainly Disney films, to be honest, because Lorcana.
Yeah, sure.
But at the same time, I've been watching quite a few Pixar ones more recently.
Nice.
Historically, it would have to probably be Finding Nemo.
Oh yeah, that's such a good one.
Can't go wrong.
Welcome.
Ed, what have you got there? What is that? I got a popsicle. Forget about your mic.
I got a popsicle. It tastes like maple.
Oh, really? I haven't actually tried one yet. I've been offered a few, but I'm a bit. Maybe later.
For fun, yeah.
So,
anyways, yeah.
So Ed, for those of you that don't know, won Disney Lorcana Challenge in
Dallas.
Which was set 4, right?
Early
set 4?
Mid set 4.
Okay.
It was like right when Bucky is the last DLC before Bucky got eroded.
And it was with Ruby Amethyst, with those 2 legendary Sisus. You were kind of the innovator of those legendary Sisus in Ruby Amethyst. You stuck with something similar. We saw you in the second round of the day, taking it down. So at that point, you had 4 wins, 0 losses. How's it been going since?
I'm 4-0-1 now. Or I guess...
So 4 wins.
Yeah. 0 losses, 1 draw.
1 draw. Okay, so...
my 1 draw was against Ruby Amethyst Burn.
Oh.
And that deck on the play is just too scary, honestly. Like, if they go Flynn Sisu and then, you don't have the matching Flynn Sisu, or it's actually Flynn Sisu Genie now.
Yeah.
Right? Flynn Sisu Genie into, like, anything, and then the Shark. Like, the Shark is enormous, right? So, if you have Flynn Shark, you have to kill the Flynn. It's, like, a high threat. But I just didn't have any way to deal with it, right? So, I just lost on the... when I was on the draw. And then when I was on the play, I did the same thing to him. But eventually that deck kind of runs out of gas, and I think that's why it's like you try to win really, really fast on the play, and then on the draw you kind of hope that your opponent breaks a little bit.
Yep. We actually saw in the last game a play where I thought there needed to be a judge call because the 4-cost Genie rushed in, but of course Peter Pan Shadowfinder on turn 3, allowing that Genie not only to quest for 2, draw a card, but also rush. That seems like it could be a combo to look out for.
Yeah.
Peter Pan Shadowfinder, one of the best... Not the best way to deal with Diablo, but certainly one of the better ways that you have in Amethyst to deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, the problem I have with it is that it's like an uninkable, right?
Yes.
And it also takes the spot of Sisu, I feel like. Because I think Sisu is probably just like the best 3 cost like in the game.
Like, just coming down on 3 with 4 health, quest for 2, applies, like, a ton of pressure, right? So, because of that, like, you can't really play, like, personally, I would never play Peter, I mean, never say never, but, like, in the current metagame, I don't want to play that card because I just want to play Sisu on 3 all the time.
Yeah.
Or, like, a Brawl, right, if you need to Brawl something. So, I know some people are experimenting with that card, but I think it's a little bit too gimmicky right now, but maybe somebody will figure out, like, a better way to do it.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I think certainly maybe in like color combinations like Amethyst Sapphire that really struggle to deal with Diablo, don't have Brawl, maybe it could find a home in there. But the Genie card overall, the 4-cost uninkable, is competing for Rabbit. You've gone for a 3 split of each in your Ruby Amethyst deck. What do you ever see Rabbit just disappearing completely?
So when I first started, it was actually 4 Rabbit, 4 Genie. And then I kind of wanted to fit more space for the uninkables because if you think about it, like 4 and 4, you're already taking up like the 8 spots, right?
Yep.
And you have to play like some of the mandatory cards, like some amount of B prep, some ladies. I personally still think you have to play some amount of ladies, at least 2 and 2 minimum, just to be able to kind of break parity or kind of get ahead on the board. Because I think if you play too many cards like Dragonfire, then you're never going to get ahead on board, right? You kill one thing for one thing, you're not applying pressure back. But I think we're in a format where there's some problem cards like the Half Shark and like Tamatoa, some of these big things that you can't get rid of easily with the ladies, and you need some way to deal with it, or else if they go unanswered, you'll lose the game. So personally, I don't think Rabbit will ever go away just because it is still one of the best draw engines in Amethyst, and it's reusable, right? Like, yes, you can bounce back the Genie, but you don't get like that +1 additional card. And that 1 additional card is actually worth a lot. So I still think that you still need to play some amount of Rabbit and some amount of Genie. And it's actually really funny because I remember when they first spoiled Genie, my take was that Genie was unplayable in Ruby Amethyst because we already have Rabbit, right? But then after I started playing like with it and being able to do like the Flynn Sisu Genie thing, it's just so much pressure you apply. And especially in like the purple mirrors, if you get to do Flynn Sisu Genie Elsa on their Genie, you just completely take over the game. And it's just, if you don't have Genie, you just don't have that option. So I think you have to play Genie now in Amethyst deck specifically.
And mentioning Elsa, my very first game of set 6 was on Pixelborn Connect. I was playing Amethyst Steel. They go Genie on 4, I go Genie on 4, and then they Elsa my Genie. And that Elsa Genie combo just won my opponent the game, it felt like. Do you think the Amethyst players are going to just have to be playing Genie and Elsa for those Amethyst mirror matchups?
Yeah, I mean, you have to. I think you have to because that, it's like in set 3 when we had like the mini Surfer war, it's exactly the same thing, right? I play Surfer, you play Surfer, and then we're kind of in this kind of Mexican standoff, right? One person quests with it, and then somebody else like crabs it and then kills it, right? So I think right now it's like the same thing, right? You both have, it's a Genie stalemate, but you can actually break it with Elsa, right? You like just straight up break it. You just ink, and then now you have 2 things you need to deal with. So I think you have to play it or else someone's going to do that to you and you're just going to lose that like free game that you could have gotten.
And in terms of Amethyst, I think Amethyst always one of the most flexible colors to pair with other things. You've stuck with Old Faithful Ruby. Do you have any predictions for other Amethyst combos which could be better this set?
Yeah, so I think what you're saying makes sense. I think a lot of people are seeing that Amethyst is extremely flexible now because they have basically all the best 1 cost in the game. Right, all the best 1 cost. They have the bounce package, and then now they have a Genie, and they have Goat, and they have Rabbit.
My way of looking at it is like Amethyst has the highest density of good cards.
Yeah.
Like you could build almost a 56 card deck of Amethyst, and you just pick 1 card from the rest of the game. You're like, what's the best 1 card to put in it?
You totally could do that, right? Like I've seen some people just meme like, oh, mono Amethyst. You totally could. But then I think you have to think about like what are the weaknesses of Amethyst,
Absolutely,
right?
which is not 1 costs. 1 cost it's very strong with.
Yes. So I think some of it is like, you know, the 2 spot, the 3 spot needs something. And then I think the other thing is it's kind of lacking hard removal, right? Like, yes, there's Elsa, but it's not like technically a hard removal, right? And I think that's why I like playing Red or like Ruby, because you have Brawl, and that's the only card that can deal with like Diablo and Hiram. Because I think Hiram is still like a huge issue, and Steel has no ways to deal with Hiram. It's like quite an issue, and that's...
You can't even Zeus it.
Yeah, you can't even Zeus it, right? So I think that's the reason why Steel will not be as good as like Ruby in the pairing, because it doesn't have answers to specifically Hero. if they ever do release something that like, you know, maybe 4 to deal 6, I think it's possible that, you know, we can like Steel can catch up to Ruby. But I think at the moment, not being able to deal with Hiram is a huge issue.
Yeah, I think like maybe the best way Steel has to deal with Hiram is almost with Benja, for example, like just try and deny the items, but they always have more items, don't they?
Yeah, and usually the problem is Benja usually comes on too late. Like by the time you need it, that popsicle already got eaten by the Hiram, right? So I think that's not really a good answer, and I think that's kind of what's shying people away from playing Steel decks, because why is, you know, Purple Steel bad against like Ruby Sapphire, right? It's because that Hiram just runs away with the game.
Yeah.
And you just get too many cards and you just can't catch up to that. So,
unless you play one drop Maleficent, triple Lilo turn 2.
Yeah.
That's what I try and do.
If you could do that, yeah.
If you could do that inconsistently.
Yeah.
What else did I want to ask you? Yeah, so you've got Emerald Amethyst as well, with the new edition of Gogo Tamago, looking pretty impressive. We saw Artabax really pop off of that against Zan Syed.
Yeah.
Do you ever think Sapphire Amethyst is going to be good? It's never really quite happened. It's got a bit of a cult following.
Blurple. I have tried to cook some Blurple, and basically you take out, so I was kind of looking at my deck, right? You keep your 40, you know, Amethyst cards, and you're like, what kind of 20 Sapphire cards can you add to complement it, right? So I think the main thing you want from the blue side is the removal.
Yep.
So personally, the way I would kind of approach it is like you can play like Hades and like Let It Go, right? The reason why you would play that over the Ruby is Ruby still has like some conditional removal aspects of it. Like Medusa still has to hit something 3 or less, and then Tremaine you still have to like set it up properly. But you can just straight up hit something with the Let It Go. Like you hit a shark with Let It Go. Hades, same thing, right? So I think that's one of the major upsides of it. And you can also ramp, right? Like being able to ramp directly into a Genie is pretty insane, right? Turn 2 like Tipo or Sail into a Genie, you have a turn 3 Genie, that guy's gonna get a ton of lore, right? And you still have the Elsa package, right? Same thing. So I think there might be some world where Blurple might be a little bit better if people play a bunch of these kind of non-enter the battlefield style effects, right? If cards like, you know, Tinkerbell technically does like 1 damage, but it doesn't like kill something like a lady, right? So if people start playing like a lot of like Sharks or Tinkerbell, stuff that you just play that are big, but are like, you know, not doing anything when they enter the board, I think Blurple might make a comeback and just, you know, pick off these things like without them doing anything.
People love a bit of Blurple. There's always going to be someone trying to make it work.
Yeah.
What's your, if you were to play like an unorthodox color combo, which doesn't see much play, what would you go for? Bit of a weird question, but I'm reaching.
What are the unplayables?
Amber Sapphire, basically everything I play. Amber Sapphire,
okay.
Ruby Emeralds, Ruby Steel. They're probably the main 3. Probably another Sapphire in there as well. Sapphire and Ruby and Steel are kind of the ones that pair a bit awkwardly.
I mean, Ruby Steel, if you had some kind of like draw, it could work, right? Because like Flynn Sisu is still very good no matter what. But I've seen some people try to go like with like Robin Hood Wheel. Have you seen that version?
Yeah, I have. Yeah.
So that can like help you like draw some cards, right? So that might be an okay combination. Just because like, but you don't have the good 1-drop. I think that's why that deck doesn't work. It's because you don't have the 1-drop into the Flynn Sisu, right? So
there's the Moana now. The one costs Mickey Mouse.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like just because I said earlier like. It can't interact. Oh, actually, if you have, there's some captains.
There's quite a lot of captains in Steel.
So maybe it's. I know some people are trying to cook up like the Ruby Steel Pirates. Yeah, I mean maybe that could be playable. I don't know.
And yeah, someone mentioned the Sapphire Amber aggro list. We saw Theotim playing that from France in the EU versus NA tournament. We actually saw about a month ago now in Set 5 at an event in France, which I was casting, a Sapphire Amber deck get into the top 16 or so. What do you think about that deck from Theotim with the new Alice with Ward?
So I have seen it, and it really preys on like the inability of people being able to deal with like Ward specifically.
Yeah. Because it has like Sven on the Alice to ready it, for example.
Yeah. So basically everything has like Ward, right? So people are cutting like, you know, well, Steel in general, there are actually no ways to deal with any of those cards. It's straight up erase, right? And I think actually the only way to deal with it is like Ruby cards, right? Like, you know, B Prep or Big Sisu, right, to be able to deal with the smaller, like the Alice, for example, or Tremaine, right? So if Ruby becomes not popular, I can see that deck being good, right? Like, it quests for a lot, has a lot of resilience, right? So I see that deck doing well. Like, you know, I remember when we were watching the R&B versus the Theotin, right? Like, and he had to, like, R&B had to like double Tinkerbell swords, right? And like, how often does that happen? Basically never, right?
Yeah.
You got actually really lucky to be able to pull that off. So I think it could be a deck, but is it faster than Flynn Sisu, right? That's the main question.
Yeah.
And I want to say no, it's
Probably not.
So yeah.
Probably not.
No.
Yeah, we saw in the event in France like a month ago, we saw them go like turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, and then on turn 4 they play Belle Invited to the Ball, which gives all your other characters ward, and their opponent just scooped. It was over. Another unorthodox combo is Emerald Sapphire. Maybe a bit of support for green blue with like Basil, the discard card. We'll wait to see on that one. But
so-
the next round's not too far away, Ed, as well. So
okay.
I want to make sure you've got time to get
I'm outta
yourself
here.
refreshed.
Yeah, of course. Well, thanks for having me.
Thanks for joining us.
I'm sure
Ed's
I'll
got
be
a
back.
YouTube channel, guys. Go check
Yeah.
it out.
We'll be back.
Thanks, Ed.
Bye-bye.
Enjoy your popsicle. Yeah, next round's not too far away. So we are going to be cracking on with that pretty soon. I want to make sure Ed's got time to get refreshed. Very nice of them to join us. I've got a lovely little green sofa back here in California where the sun is shining. It's almost 3 p.m. local time. We appreciate everyone being in the chat. Hope you're all enjoying the action. If you guys have got any questions for any of our guests at any point, feel free to let us know. Please give the stream a like if you're watching it on YouTube. We'll get some information on you on the exact prizes, but there is a lot of very nice prizes. And round 6, I believe, of the day is coming in very, very soon indeed. Appreciate you all being here.
Hi, my name is BJ Wooden.
Hey everybody, it's Dave, and welcome to Retro Edge Games.
What is Retro Edge doing that gives it that retro edge? We have a retro feel to this place, from the fighting games that's next to another person that's pushing buttons instead of online, to the classic anime that's on the TV, to actually playing games with old-fashioned shiny cardboard. It's a little bit of an old school feel in here. But there's also an edge. It's nice, clean technology. It's well lit. It feels nice. And our attitude is a little edgy. Not mean, just edgy.
So we're a new store and we're new here from Vallejo, but we've been seeing amazing support from our community. We at Retro Edge Games built this place to basically help support creating a third place for everyone so they can basically have a place outside of work and home to come and enjoy themselves, meet new friends, and kind of just have a place to decompress.
As soon as we did this, I knew the first thing we had to do was have a tournament standard arcade. I've been a fighting game competitor since 2001, so it was important to me to build a really great state-of-the-art tournament standard fighting game community arcade.
On Wednesday nights, we have Tabletop Magic, and we do Dungeons and Dragons every other Wednesday with our DM, Patrick. Thursdays, we do One Piece League, which has been really popping. Fridays, we host Open Play Commander Night for Magic the Gathering, and then we also have Grand Archive League. Saturday, we do fighting game tournaments. We start the first Saturday of the month with Super Smash Brothers, and then Tekken 8's the second Saturday of the month, and then the third Saturday of the month, we do Street Fighter 6, and then fourth Saturday of the month, we do a retro game. We close off the week with Sundays, where we do Magic the Gathering Draft at 3 p.m. and we do Lorcana League at 5 p.m. Just a couple weeks in, we're being a Lorcana store, and I cannot be more excited about it. Our Lorcana League here at Retro Edge Games are some of the greatest people that come to our store. You can find the sign-ups for it on melee.gg. We have a great community, great prizes, and we're just getting started.
Come check us out and come and pick up that latest, juiciest set, the Azurite Seas, baby. Let's go! Are you excited about Gadget? I'm excited about the Rescue Rangers. Let's do it.
We've been around for the last 5 months, and we're looking to be a staple here in Vallejo, and we look forward to you guys coming by and checking us out.
Oh man, I've talked enough. Again, I'm BJ from Retro Edge Games. Good luck in the Battle of the Bay. Come see us on Sundays, man. That's all I gotta say. Peace.
Welcome to Game
And welcome to NorCal TCG. My name is Robert DeCambra. We're at NorCal TCG, located in Martinez, California. I've been a TCG player for 30 plus years. The first card game I ever played was Magic the Gathering. Sitting around a kitchen table with my family, just shuffling up cards and playing and having fun. It was always my dream to have a shop of my own where I could build a community for players, where they felt safe and invited, and they could have as much fun as I've had over the years playing different card games. NorCal TCG opened in 2022. My uncle opened a shop when I was a teenager and gave me the dream to one day follow in his footsteps. And here I am now, the owner of NorCal TCG. We've grown a lot over the last 2 years. Our local playgroups have grown and expanded. On Mondays, we host Flesh and Blood Armory. On Tuesdays, we have our Pokemon League. On Wednesdays, we have Grand Archive. On Thursdays, we have Weiss Schwartz and Cardfight Vanguard. And on Fridays, we host One Piece and Magic the Gathering Commander. On Saturdays, we host One Piece and Lorcana. On Sundays, we host Grand Archive and One Piece.
NorCal TCG is located on Pine Street in Martinez. NorCal TCG is a hobby store specializing in trading card games, board games, collectibles, and more. Games of Berkeley is located on Durant Avenue in Berkeley. Games of Berkeley is a wall-to-wall game shop with board games, puzzles, playing cards, and a whole lot more. Retro Edge Games, located at 2085 Solano Avenue in Vallejo, the place where you can go unwind, socialize, and enjoy a sense of belonging, hosting arcade events most weekends as well as TCG and collectibles. The Launchpad is located at 712 West Lodi Avenue in Lodi, is a League Championship Series and friendly local game store, carrying board games, comic books for all ages. Level up your real estate game and ask for Jesbian at Red Oak Realty. Take Refuge Studios, Lorcana content created by LGBTQ nerds that are new to TCG games. Wanderlost, handmade leather gaming accessories that add a beautifully immersive experience to your gaming table. Green Potion Games, located at 1271 North Davis Road in Salinas, a local game store that specializes in Lorcana, Magic, Pokemon, and Yu-Gi-Oh! They have events for every game throughout the week. Wyatt Team. Let the Wyatt Team help you make the next move in your home financing game, because when it comes to your mortgage, you deserve a game master on your side. Sword and Board Games, located on 41st Avenue in the Capitola Mall, seeks to create fun and safe environment to nurture the premier board, card, and miniature, including role-playing games, here in the Santa Cruz County. Anime Imports, located in Pacifica on Manor Drive, features card games as well as comic books, toys, and miniatures. Destine Fantasy Games, located at 650 Central Avenue in Alameda. Local toy and tabletop game store where you can find all of your TCG product, including cards, singles, and more. Gold Star Collectibles in Sacramento, located on 2440 Fulton Avenue. Your one-stop shop for all your card game needs in Sacramento. This stream is brought to you by Inertia Pictures. If you need a camera solution to give a unique look to your production, we have the resources to fit your need. Game Fortress, located on Grant Avenue in Novato. A local game store that hosts weekly events and a game area for you to try out new games from our free library. DVY Collectibles, located at 1150 Arnold Drive in Martinez. They have everything from sports cards, Pokemon, memorabilia supplies, and more.
Welcome back to the Battle of the Bay here in California. And we're going into round 6 of 8. Swiss, 8 rounds, top cut, all today. It is 3 p.m. local time, but the fun is barely just begun. And can I just say, favorite shirt of the day, that is a very cool Nike t-shirt. I'm going to ask to buy that off his back. I would wear that right now. That is a nice shirt. I do love a little bit of Nike. Is it Nike or Nike? That's the big question. And I can tell you, everybody, we've got some spicy decks in this very game we're about to be seeing. We have James versus Aaron. And one of the decks not so spicy, Emerald Steel. The other side, though, very, very interesting indeed. One of our players here with an Emerald Sapphire deck, which I'm really excited to see. Oh, I hope they're following. Press that follow button. Don't forget Twitch Prime. They're linking the chat. Let's go. Don't forget to follow, mate. And I see that purple follow button. We're gonna have to remedy that afterwards. That's pretty cool to see it pull up my stream. I'll send it off to someone, I think. We're being a bit cheeky and looking at the phone, but how could I resist? It's going to be 7 cards drawn each. It is the 2-game format, remember. Looks like it's just a bit of pile shuffling going on to make sure everything is nicely shuffled. Count the cards as well while you go. But if you're just joining us, this is the Battle of the Bay, California. It's a community-run tournament with around 130 players. So it's 8 rounds of Swiss. And top cut after that. And this is the 5th, I think it's the 5th round, 6th round of Swiss. So after this there'll be 2 more, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, after this 2 more. So 3 rounds of Swiss left and then a top cut. And yeah, again, I want to be careful not to reveal anything before the players have started, but Sapphire Emerald is one of the decks we're going to be seeing here. The players are pretty far away from me, but I do have quite a loud voice. So just make sure that I don't give up any information before each player is privy to it. But great to see so many people in the chat. Hope you're enjoying your time here on both Twitch and YouTube. If you are enjoying the stream on YouTube, make sure to give it a like. It really does help out more than you know. It's going to be a high roll. Of course, it is the 2-game format, so each player with an opportunity to go first once. Here we go. Round 6 of Swiss, the Battle of the Bay. And it's Emerald Steel up against Sapphire Emerald. And I think there's no surprises over which deck I'm going to be rooting for. I'm fully biased in this game. I'm rooting for Sapphire Emerald. I do love a little bit of unorthodox deck building. Sapphire Emerald has definitely got some interesting new support options in this metagame, in set 6. But the mulligans starting off first, and that's always the sign of a good player. The player going second just watching the player going first to see what they're going to mulligan. Of course, whoever goes first in Lorcana does have to mulligan first, so the player going second, why not just sit and watch what your opponent's doing, see if you can get any extra bit of info. So the mulligan 5 comes through, and now the Emerald Steel player here going to be assessing the options. That is a lovely shirt, isn't it? That really is a lovely shirt. I would definitely, if I saw that in a shop, I would buy that. It looks like it's a mulligan of 5 as well. You can see some of the Emerald Steel cards there being a little bit unorthodox with that Cinderella Stout Heart in particular. Not something you always see in the mix. It's also 2-cost Mother Gothel. No set 6 cards, however, in this Emerald Steel list. It's pretty much what you'd expect, with the exception being those 2 copies of Cinderella Stout Hearted and 1 copy of the 2-cost Mother Gothel. But the Sapphire Emerald deck, wow. There's some Sail the Azurite Sea, there's Heffalumps and Woozles, there's a new Peter Pan, there's Bellwether, Bend to My Will, where your opponent discards their entire hand. It could be a very, very interesting game indeed. So this Sapphire Emerald deck, it's looking to ramp up, but then control the board a little bit with things like Peter Pan, John Silver, the Muses. It's also got Clarabelle, also known as the Blue Cow deck at times, this one. It's going to be Popsicle played on turn 1. And I think it was a Sapphire card inked. I think it might have been Tamatoa, so hiding the fact that they're Sapphire Emerald for now seems wise. Stout-Hearted Cinderella is being inked. Well, no more hiding, because in comes Diablo. And look at that. Oh boy, yeah. That is some cards which need studying. So this Peter Pan card that's in there, the new 7-cost, is a pretty unique one in the sense that I need to double check its ability to start off with. When this card is exerted, each opposing player can't gain lore unless one of their characters is challenged this turn. So that Peter Pan potentially denying opponent from gaining lore. In comes Tipo on 2. So usually this Emerald Sapphire deck looking to go Tipo or Sail the Azurite Sea on turn 2. Or a 1-jump ahead, because there is 2 1-jump aheads as well. And then play something like the Muses on turn number 3. Also has Hiram Flavisham as a turn 3 option. On the other side, Emerald Steel, we know all about Emerald Steel. They like to shift that Diablo in. They like to move it into the Hidden Cove and get it to 3 strength and 3 willpower. It's going to be Ursa the Deceiver inked for 2. Of course, they were able to peek at the hand not long ago. It's going to be Sudden Shield discarded to shift in Diablo. There it is. The Diablo shift. And it's going to be Let the Storm Rage On sung. Now, the Hidden Cove is the perfect card to play at a moment like this, but not available. But the Diablo shift, seeing Storm Rage On, is what you're looking to do if you're Emerald Steel. That one last piece is that 2 ink being spent on a Hidden Cove and moving it in is the absolute perfect opener for Emerald Steel. So it's a near perfect opener. Will we see the Muses? We won't. It's Hiram Flavisham. Now, usually nice to draw 2 cards. But if your opponent has that Diablo exerted, guess what? They draw 2 as well, and that's not quite as nice. The Diablo putting in work already. Great to see Frank Carston in the building. Frank asks, what exactly would Hidden Cove accomplish here? Well, not much at this moment in time. There is some copies of the Muses, however, in the Sapphire Emerald deck, and the Muses can return characters with 2 strength or less, so it could definitely give some protection down the line. It is going to be a quest for 1 with Diablo. I believe that's the first lore of the day. It was Sapphire Emerald going first in this 2-game format, and it's 1 lore to nothing in favor of Emerald Steel. That Diablo is still exerted. 4 ink currently available for the Emerald Sapphire player. It is going to be 4 ink spent on the Muses. Is there a song to sing with the Flavisham man? Because if the toy maker can sing a song here, the Diablo can be bounced back by the Muses. Any song will do, as long as it costs 4 or less. Do they have one? They certainly do. It's Heffalumps and Woozles, another new card in this Emerald Sapphire deck. Now, let me read you what it does, because I need to check myself. It draws a card, and chosen opposing character can't quest during the next turn. So the card draw is seen by Diablo, but then the Diablo will be bounced back. So Diablo now back into the hand. But it did draw, I think, 4 cards, and it got to sing Let the Storm Rage On. And the 1-cost Diablo also bounced back to hand. Not bad value. But still, James, who is playing Emerald Sapphire, has at least dealt with it. Well, guess what? There's another Diablo where that came from. This time the 1-cost returns. It's Return of the Diablo. That was the first ink spent. There's still 2 ink available, and a 3rd ink could be gained by inking, which with so many cards in hand, you would very much expect the Emerald Steel player to be inking each turn at this stage. The Emerald Steel player goes by the name of Aaron. So we've got Aaron to the right and James here to the left. James playing the Sapphire Emerald, Aaron playing Emerald Steel. It's going to be Ursula, Deceiver of All, hitting the board alongside that 1-cost Diablo. Prince John and Ursula, Deceiver of All down on the board. We'll try and get that lore counter for you as well. I believe only 1 lore a piece as it stands, but we'll get that for you as quickly as possible. It's going to be 2 ink spent for James. And it's going to be on Vision of the Future. Vision of the Future, not a song card, so will not be triggering the Muses. But 5 cards deep, you can look to maybe find another song, because that Muses, I'm sure, would be nice to bounce back the Ursula, Deceiver of All. And I do see You're Welcome being an option off the Vision. And I believe Heffalumps and Woozles also. So 2 songs as options. The other 4 go on to the bottom of the deck in any order of your choice. Hiram Flavisham is going to sing Heffalumps and Woozles. So again, chosen opposing character can't quest during the next turn, draw a card, and as it's a song, you can bounce back a character with 2 strength or less. This time it's the Ursula, Deceiver of All. 3 ink still to play with, still has that Muses ready and waiting as well. Of course, Prince John with Ward can't be targeted. It will be Fishbone Quill into the ink. 6 ink in the inkwell now for Emerald Sapphire, but 4 of it unused and will remain unused, perhaps surprisingly. Clarabelle's in hand, cost 7. You're Welcome could have come down, but deciding to hold on to it. But Pete is going to say, no actions next turn, mate. The red card has been shown to James's actions for this next turn. Diablo and Prince John can be used this turn to quest. Beast will be inked, and will that last 2 ink be spent? It certainly will. It's going to be spent on a morph. Diablo and Prince John could quest. It looks like we might see a Diablo shift again. Hypnotize being discarded this time. And in comes the 2nd Diablo shift of the game, but I believe it might be the very first, the same Diablo that we saw initially. As of course it was dealt with by the Muses, bouncing back the 1-cost and the 2-cost to hand. Diablo will now challenge Hiram Flavisham. Hiram Flavisham with that those 2 damage counters now on it, but of course 6 willpower. Don't forget, Pete was played last turn, so the red card has been given to any actions this turn. So even though the Muses wants to bounce the Diablo back, it's not going to be able to do it right now. Godfather says, just wondering, where do you get your information about upcoming big events? Hey, Godfather, good question. In terms of official events, you can definitely do some searching online. Your best bet is just generally doing some searching about your local area. I'm sure there's some good Discords and things like that. Maybe some other people in the chat can give you some advice, Godfather. My best bit of advice is just, I do some Google searches and things like that, but I'm quite lucky that I tend to know about these things more than most. I don't think there's a specific one-stop shop in terms of place to find out your best events. Maybe it's something the official Lorcana website will have down the line. There is the Lorcana store locator on their website, which is definitely helpful, but it doesn't always find you events. It's going to be John Silver coming through, a set 1 legendary card. John Silver is doing something when both being played and when questing, and it does the same thing each time. You choose a character and they gain Reckless for a turn. I think it might have been Morph that was selected, but I could certainly be wrong with that. Cinderella is going to come through. Cinderella Stouthearted, the spicy inclusion in the list here for Aaron. 2 copies of it. And Sudden Chill will be sung by Diablo. It's going to be Tamatoa, which is discarded. And of course, thanks to Prince John, it's going to be a card drawn by Aaron. Ursula Dativa of all into the Inkwell, perhaps fearing that Muse is bouncing it back. I think that's the Disney Lorcana first year anniversary pin being used to mark the hand there as well, which is pretty cool. But you think the Muses is safe and sound with its ward? Well, guess what? Cinderella Stouthearted is able to challenge ready characters if you played a song this turn. That's Sudden Chill, sung by Diablo, enabling the Cinderella Stouthearted to deal with the Muses out of nowhere. So the spicy inclusion of Cindy making a real difference here. That Muses was ready to go. The Pete denied it the previous turn, and then the Cinderella removing it from the board with that You're Welcome in the hand, ready and waiting. But Clarabelle could be a really interesting option. It is going to be John Silver singing You're Welcome onto Diablo. So both the 1 cost and 2 cost Diablo are going to get shuffled back into the deck for Aaron, but then they're going to draw 2 cards. Of course, no Muses on the board anymore. So the deck is presented to cut after the You're Welcome is shuffled, and then 2 cards will be drawn off the top from You're Welcome. It is going to be Clarabelle, the Blue Cow deck, as I've called it in the past. Clarabelle can draw you an abundance of cards, synergizes really well with You're Welcome. So many cards now in the hand here for the Emerald Steel player, but Clarabelle is going to be drawing to match 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cards drawn off a single cow. That is absurd. And this is why I call it the Blue Cow deck. You can synergize Clarabelle with Fishbone Quill, but then cards like You're Welcome, Mother Knows Best, bouncing cards back into your opponent's hand. Clarabelle, the legendary card from set 5, the star of the show here. Not sure on the score of these players as it stands. I will see if I can find out. Cinderella Stouthearted is still down on the board. course, if a song is played, it can challenge ready characters. Could make light work of that Clarabelle. Clarabelle, pretty difficult to deal with often, when exerted even, like a Maui trades with Clarabelle, but having a peek at the cards drawn, there's a lot of them, including that new Peter Pan card, which is a bit of a weird one. At Peter Pan, it comes in play exerted, and your opponent is unable to quest unless one of their characters challenges first. So any card which stops your opponent gaining lore definitely has big potential in the game of Disney Lorcana, because the lore is how you win. So this Peter Pan can stop your opponent questing. Now, one thing to note as well, guys, in this Sapphire Emerald deck, there is a couple copies of Bend to My Will, a 7-cost uninkable action which discards your opponent's hand. That's right, every single card. Imagine the Clarabelle comes through, you draw 8, and you draw into Bend to My Will, and then the next turn you discard 8 of your opponent's cards. That could be a devastating combo. But it's going to be, I just sat on my microphone, 1 second. It's going to be the, we don't talk about Bruno on Clarabelle. So a card is going to be discarded at random. I have no idea how you do this. Do you need like a D20 or something? I guess you need a D20. It's going to be Clarabelle. Oh my goodness. See you later, Clarabelle. Might have been the only one in hand, but it might not be. But I think it might have been the Clarabelle that was bounced back, does get discarded. I think it's the Peter Pan is the other 7-cost card in hand. Still only 1 lore to 0. Early days in this game, and this is game number 1 of 2. 2-game format here today. We are in the 6th round of 8. Around 132 players here in California, including a Disney Lorcana Challenge champion in the form of Ed, who is doing very well in the event so far. Cinderella Stout-Hearted is able to challenge ready characters thanks to that We Don't Talk About Bruno. I don't believe John Silver gave anything reckless last turn, because I think it sang You're Welcome. So as far as I'm aware, nothing reckless. So everything's able to quest if they wish. It will be Cinderella Stout-Hearted challenging the John Silver, taking only 3 back because of the resist. But now we get some questing in. It's going to be Prince John and Pete questing for a total of 3. That 1-cost Diablo is still down on the board there as well. But imagine Bend to My Will soon. The thing is, the board is very much in favour. It has been the story of Cinderella Stout-Hearted so far. Clarabelle got discarded by that We Don't Talk About Bruno. It's going to be 1 ink spent on a Popsicle. Kick Cloud Kicker has been drawn. It's going to be a quest. Is that with a Flavisham? It certainly is. 2 more cards drawn. No sign of Bend to My Will just yet. But even here, the Bend to My Will, discarding your entire opponent's hand sounds nice, but the board state really in favour of Emerald Steel right now, thanks to that Stout-Hearted Cinderella. Still an abundance of ink available, however. It's going to be Tipo inked, 7 ink available. Are we going to see that Clarabelle come back down? We're not. It's Sail the Azurite Sea. Does draw into a Clarabelle. I think that might be the only one in hand. Sail, of course, allows them to ink an extra card this turn, which would get them up to 6 ink available for the rest of the turn. So not going to be able to get that Clarabelle back down just yet. Four lore to 1 in favour of Emerald Steel right now, with a board which quests for 7. So if Emerald Steel can get a couple more lore down on the board next turn, they are threatening to win a lot more quickly than it might appear. It's going to be that 2nd card ink, thanks to the Sail the Azurite Sea. I think it's Tipo. And it's going to be 4 ink on the Muses, perhaps. It will be the Muses. 2 ink still to spare. Can it be utilized? It's a 1 jump ahead. And that can trigger the muses as well, allowing the Diablo to be bounced back to the hand. This is game 1. I think Sapphire Emerald went first in this game as well. But it's back on over to Emerald Steel, going to ready the Pete, ready the Prince John, ready the Stout-Hearted Cinderella, and draw a card for turn. A slow start to this one in terms of lore. There's been a lot going on the board. We saw the Muses combined with You're Welcome, and then the Clarabelle drawing 7. But then the Cinderella Stout-Hearted has really been the star of the show for Emerald Steel here. Not a single set 6 card in this Emerald Steel list. The Cinderella Stout-Hearted, 2 copies of that being the real spicy inclusion. Also 1 copy of the 2-cost Mother Gothel to look out for. It's another 1-cost Diablo, in fact probably the same 1-cost Diablo. Still no sign of that bend to my will. It is closed deck lists, bear in mind. Pete is going to sing Strength of a Raging Fire. 4 damage dealt to Flaversham. There was 2 damage on it already, so it's gotten rid of. And suddenly, the Muse is taken out yet again by that Cinderella Stout-Hearted, which doesn't take any damage back thanks to its resist 2. It's got a 5/5 stat line, Cinderella Stout-Hearted, and it can challenge ready characters when a song is played this turn or an action is played, and it really has been the star of the show here. Second Prince John enters the mix. Will we start to see some questing come through? It's going to be Lucky Dime that's discarded off the Hypnotize. Just the 3 cards drawn off Hypnotize. Nothing to see here. This is the power of Prince John. Speaking of the power of Prince John, it does all that work with card draw and ward, and it quests for 2. That was the moment I realized Prince John was an incredible card, when I realized it quested for 2. This is the, I think, 6th round of Swiss. 8 rounds total, with then a top cut. The board quests for 9 right now. They would go up to 15 next turn. It's going to be 4 ink spent on You're Welcome. It is going to finally deal with that Cinderella, which was shifted onto Morph. So Morph and Cindy shuffled back into the deck. And of course, 2 cards will be drawn after the deck is shuffled and cut. Yeah, round 6 of Swiss here. We already had an hour lunch break. It's 8 rounds of Swiss. No cut on this occasion. It's Ursula and something else drawn. So we saw 4 ink spent on You're Welcome, 7 ink on Clarabelle. And of course, with Clarabelle, you're able to draw up until your opponent's cards at the end of the turn. So we saw Clarabelle earlier drawing 7. It's not going to be as many this time. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Just the 6 cards drawn off Clarabelle. Nothing to see here. Just another day in the office for old Clarabelle. But the Cinderella Stout-Hearted is now gone. The question is it too late? And there's a very, very interesting card in the hand here for our Sapphire Emerald player. But the Pete comes through for 3. No actions played next turn. Protecting those Prince Johns from something like an Under the Sea. The other Pete on the board is going to exert to sing Let the Storm Rage On. 2 damage dealt to Clarabelle. Draw a card. Muses is found off the top. It's now going to be 4 ink exerted for an... Looks like it might be 5 ink exerted for Anna to deal that 2 damage as well. Sorry, not 2 damage. Spend 2 extra ink with Anna to banish a damaged character. But those Prince Johns can quest. as can that one cost Diablo, for a total of 5 up to 11 now. And within touching distance. 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 lore on the board, I believe, for Emerald Steel. So something has to be removed, or it might be all over. Yep, and of course there was Pete played as well, so no actions allowed this turn for Emerald Sapphire. 1 ink, Ice Block. 10 ink, I think, left. Of course, those Prince Johns also with Ward. Can't be targeted by the Kit Cloud Kicker, but the Ana can with that 2 strength, as can the 1 cost Diablo. So a couple targets for Kit, but is it too little too late? Also the possibility of Peter Pan, which stops your opponent being able to quest until something is challenged. Could be an option. Something has to be gotten rid of here, otherwise the quest to 20 can come through. 1 cost Diablo bounced back to hand instead of the Ana. Ana was an option. And it is the Peter Pan which hits the board. A card many of you have not seen before. It's a 7 cost inkable, 4/6 stat line. It quests for 1. The Neverland Prankster. This character enters play exerted, and while this character is exerted, each opposing player can't gain lore unless one of their characters is challenged this turn. So Peter Pan is pretty good in particular against locations, because it actually just stops the locations gaining lore for that turn. In this instance, something has to challenge before anything can quest for lore. I mean, you can quest for lore, but you gain 0 lore. You can quest and you just gain 0 no matter what you quest with, unless you challenge something first. Very, very interesting card. Anything which says your opponent can't gain lore has the chance of being very, very strong in Lorcana, because it can stop your opponent winning. And another Pete comes through for Aaron here. Mother Gothel now comes through. 2 ink spent on that, but a third, 3 more ink spent on the Mother Knows Best ability, bouncing a card back to your opponent's hand. Those interesting tech options of the Cinderella and the Mother Gothel really putting in the work. I'm ordering my food right now. I have 1 fish, 1 steak. What's El Pastor? What is that? Pork. Yeah, 1 of each. Thanks, boss. And it's a big quest. Not quite for that 10 lore. Sorry, not up to 20 that was needed, but up to 19 instead, within touching distance. 19 lore to 1. The comeback of Dreams is needed. And Under the Sea right now could be tremendous, but that Pete denying any actions from being played. Really fascinating game 1 here. It's going to be Clarabelle Shift for 5. Again, no actions though because of that Pete. Even an Under the Sea doesn't save the day here. It's going to be Peter Pan. They're back. No lore can be gained until something's challenged. But 19 lore to 1. It looks like it's just 1 step too far here for Emerald Sapphire. The Cinderella Stouthearted, the star of the show here. It is game 1, and it goes to Aaron on Emerald Steel. Cinderella Stouthearted, the difference maker. What is El Pastor? Yeah, I was getting shown what tacos I want. I was like, I want 1 of each. I didn't even know what I was ordering. I ordered steak, fish, and pork, apparently. El Pastor. Thanks, everyone, for being here. We're live on Twitch and YouTube. This is the Lorcana Battle of the Bay here in California in the San Francisco Bay Area. Big shout out to the local community, all the awesome game stores supporting the event, the judges, the players. It's a great vibe in the building. It's very, very sunny here in California today, unlike yesterday. I know I keep talking about it, but my goodness, it was wet yesterday. I got soaked to the skin. I heard California was the state of sunshine and rainbows. No, not yesterday. California yesterday was the state of stormy weather. It was unbelievable how wet it was. I don't think I've ever seen anything like it in my life. I've never, ever got more soaked on a little walk in my life. I got a little alert on my phone saying, flash flood warning. Yeah, California is massive. America is very big in general. But we're going to go into game 2. It will be Emerald Steel going first in game 2, if I'm not mistaken. But that Cinderella Stoutheart was definitely the difference maker, and now both players know what they're up against. It's going to be interesting to see how this one goes. Seven cards drawn for each player. So Emerald Sapphire is a deck I played a lot of in set 5 and decided it wasn't quite good enough. It was lacking a bit of something, but I do think it got a lot of interesting options. The Muses combo seems like the most obvious approach for the deck, where you get the Muses down, you play things like You're Welcome and Mother Knows Best to control the early game board, and then get big card draw from your Clarabelle. And look for that Bend to My Will, that new 7-cost uninkable action to discard your entire opponent's hand. That's the combo you're looking to pull off now. You look to control the board with the Muses, get to 7 ink, get the Clarabelle down, drawing you a bunch of cards, and then one turn after you draw a bunch of cards of Clarabelle, you want to Bend to My Will and discard your opponent's entire hand. Game 1 went to Emerald Steel. Game 2 will be Emerald Steel going first. We also hit 10,000 subscribers yesterday on the Disney Lorcana YouTube channel, which is really awesome, so thanks all for the support there. Still trailing my Marvel Snap and Gwent channel by a considerable margin, but I think we'll get there one day. It's going to be the Porpsicle to start things off. Diablo on the other side of the board. Will the Diablo shift come through? Ursula into the Inkwell. It's one on another Diablo. And one on another Diablo. You've heard of the Shin Miri line. You've heard of the Speci special. Well, this is the Aaron special. Triple Diablo by turn 2. Not something you see every day. Perhaps knowing what he's playing against, just wants some early questing power. I think in a lot of matchups you just prefer to ink these 1-cost Diablos. Imagine the triple shift Diablo coming through. I think you need a few more cards in hand than that for right now, but it's going to be Vision of the Future into the Inkwell. Sail the Azurite Sea, T-Po, 1 jump ahead, the main cards you're looking for on turn 2 with this Emerald Sapphire deck. It is going to be T-Po. Card can be inked in secret. Still deciding on what that's going to be, but the T-Po, Sail, or 1 jump on turn 2, definitely the main play pattern for this Sapphire Emerald deck. Then looking to get the Muses through on turn 3. The T-Po might be able to sing 1 jump ahead and instantly get some value off the Muses. Back on over to the Emerald Steel player Aaron here. Can of course ink and go to 3 this turn. They did go first. 2 ink exerted before inking anything else. It's Morph. Pete into the Inkwell. Only 2 cards in hand, it seems. Diablo's going to triple quest up to 4. And it's back on over to Sapphire Emerald. Sapphire Emerald here. Muses plus singing 1 jump. probably their best bet. Bounce that morph back would be their best curve. Do they have it? I'm not sure. I think they're only playing a couple copies of One Jump Ahead. So it's unlikely that they do at this moment in time. The fourth card into the Inkwell is Tamatoa. This is their third turn though. That Tipo jumping them ahead in ink. It's 1 ink for the Porpsicle. Sail the Azurite Sea now drawn as well, which is going to allow them to draw a card and ink an extra card this turn. It looks like Sail will be the next card played. The card drawn is that 1 jump ahead. So 1 jump could be sung, another card can be inked, and then suddenly Sapphire Emerald could be at like 7 or 8 ink by the next turn. This deck can turbo ramp, dumping its hand with things like Tipo and 1 jump and Fishbone, and then refilling with Clarabelle. That is the main play pattern of the deck. It is going to be the 1-cost Clarabelle played down. This card, another card can still be inked here from the Azurite Sea. The 1 jump can be sung by Tipo. There are options available here. But neither of those are decided upon. Not singing the 1 jump, maybe wanting to try and get the Muses down first, not wanting to ink. I think the hand is Clarabelle, Muses, Bend to My Will, 1 jump. So Muses and Clarabelle were the only cards which could have been inked there. Deciding instead to play the 1-cost Clarabelle, looking to shift in the big Clarabelle for just 5. Really, really interesting turn. I actually like the play here from our Emerald Sapphire player, slowing the game down a bit. As much as the opponent's side of the board looks quite threatening, if they can get Clarabelle onto the board and find something like Under the Sea, they are absolutely popping off. Under the Sea off the top here would be incredible. Finds Flaversham instead. The Muses is in hand, and Tipo is ready to sing 1 jump to bounce that morph back into the hand potentially of the opponent. Yeah, as chat's pointing out, you always want to keep an abundance of cards in hand to try and protect your best cards from those things like Sudden Chill. It will be 4 ink on the Muses. That 1-cost Clarabelle on the board as well, just going to mean that it costs only 5 to shift in Clarabelle. It is the 1 jump ahead. And then the Muses can trigger. The morph is the most obvious target. And is the card selected. Back into the hand it goes. 1-cost Clarabelle is ready and waiting. But of course the potential of that shift Clarabelle the next turn might want to leave it ready and waiting. No ink either. Could have inked the Flaversham. Might have liked to have seen the Flaversham inked, but honestly the Clarabelle's not putting in that much work right now. Only 2 cards in hand for Emerald Steel. It's maybe 3. There's certainly a Hypnotize in there. I think it's 3 cards in hand for Emerald Steel right now. And it's going to be Hypnotize, starting things off, forcing James to discard a card of their choice. The options there, Bend to My Will, Flaversham, and Clarabelle. I think it's going to be the Clarabelle that goes, maybe. It's going to be an interesting choice, that's for sure. Flaversham, the card selected. 1 card drawn for the Hypnotize, 1 card drawn for Prince John. Bend to My Will and Clarabelle, the potentially very powerful combo still in hand here. Two fresh cards drawn after that Prince John. Seven Lord at 0 as it stands. The Diablos can quest up to 10. The Prince John questing would get it up to 12. Don't expect to see the Prince John being exerted just yet, but the threat of Under the Sea is very real. When playing against these styles of decks, Under the Sea is pretty common. It is going to be Shift Diablo. Let the Storm Rage on discarded to enable that. Diablo could challenge Tipo here, could quest. Morph will be inked, that morph which of course was bounced back by the Muses, and Diablo is going to challenge Tipo. And it's going to be a double quest from the other two Diablos. Will we see Prince John also quest? Or will its ward protection mean that it's just going to stay ready and waiting? It's a big decision, decides to just leave it protected with the ward. Diablo drawing a card as well, of course, there. Clarabelle Muse is down on the board here. Clarabelle in hand. To shift, only costs 5 to shift. The name of the deck here that they've submitted, Fog Control. Why fog? What does fog mean in this context, chat? Help me out. It is Clarabelle shift for 5. Clarabelle looks like it's going to challenge. It's going to be a double challenge from Clarabelle and the Muses onto the 1-cost Diablos. The hand is Fishbone Quill and Bend to My Will. The Fishbone Quill here, if you ink it, you're allowed to just draw an extra card off Clarabelle, essentially. So I'd be surprised if we don't see the Fishbone Quill inked. We are going to see Clarabelle being healed by the Porpsicle. We are going to see the Fishbone Quill inked. And then 1, 2 cards drawn to match the amount of cards in the opponent's hand. Oh, it was 1 extra card drawn there. We'll just get that resolved. 2 in hand, draw up to 2 to match what your opponent has. Interesting interaction with Diablo. You can actually draw off Diablo for when your opponent draws off Clarabelle, but that's definitely not something everyone's going to know. So the way that interaction works, in theory, is the Emerald Sapphire player draws off Clarabelle, and then, because they're drawing and it's still your opponent's turn, when Diablo is exerted, then the Diablo player can draw. They didn't in this instance, though. We can see that Cinderella Stout-Hearted now in the hand, but there is not enough ink to play it down, and the morph was gotten rid of. It's going to be, we don't talk about Bruno, but it's on to the shifted Clarabelle. So both the 1-cost Clarabelle and the 7-cost Clarabelle back into the hand. Big moment on this random discard from We Don't Talk About Bruno here. 4 cards in the hand. It's going to be randomized. And it is going to be the 1-cost Clarabelle. But of course the option to draw a card off Prince John as well, which does come through. It is the Muses still on the board for Emerald Sapphire there on the glare. That 2/4 card with Ward. I believe it might have a damage counter on it as well already. Diablo is going to quest for 1 up to 10, halfway there. Really, really fascinating game. My favorite game of the day so far. I love a bit of Emerald Sapphire. The pass comes through. The Muses is readied. I think there is still a damage counter on the Muses. It's possible it got healed by a Porpsicle though. So I can't actually see it. It is going to be 3 ink spent on the Kick Cloud Kicker. See you later, Diablo. The Legendary and the 1-cost both back to hand. Muses will quest for 1. First Law on the door. 4 ink available. Not going to be spent though. And it's back on over to Aaron. Aaron draws for turn. Prince John, the last man standing. Six ink in the inkwell right now for Aaron with his lovely shirt. Diablo into the inkwell. 7 ink now available. Are we going to see the Cinderella Stout-Hearted come through? It's going to be a second Prince John, double PJ. And for 3 is a Hypnotize. It's another Diablo. But that Muses on the board does mean that the Diablo might not be sticking around for that much longer. And a song card has been found. It's the Heffalumps and Woozles. Heffalumps and Woozles. It targets a card which cannot challenge next turn. That's going to be Diablo. You draw a card, but then it's going to trigger the Muses, bouncing that Diablo back into the hand. And then it's Bend to My Will, which comes through. and discards the entire hand. See you later. 4 cards discarded in a single swoop. Look at me. I am the discard player now. Emerald Sapphire, bend to my will. The card off the top's Diablo. And it's back on over to James. Can they find another song to deal with that Diablo with the Muses? It's going to be John Silver, meaning Diablo is reckless. So must challenge if able. Unable to quest. Double quest with the Muses and Kick Cloud Kicker. Remember, Aaron is in top deck mode thanks to that bend to my will. A discard card right now would give them an abundance of options thanks to those Prince Johns though. It looks like it's 1 card in hand for James. 1 card in hand for Aaron off the top just now. What is it? It's an Ursula. Is it a song? It's not. Big moment. It's Clarabelle. No discard therefore comes through and therefore no card draw for Prince John. Had that been a song card, it would have been discarded and 2 cards would have been drawn. Perfect. Just seeing if we've got time to get this one finished off. We're definitely quite close to the time limit, but the game being on the show table, I believe it also started off a little bit late. So we're just going to work out, just going to leave that. We'll get you an update very, very soon as we know what's going. Here's me with my coffee. Don't worry, you're not missing any of the action. I believe time has been called on the round, and we're just working out exactly how much longer the players have to try and finish this one off, as I think they did start off a little bit late. But I'll have a proper update for you as soon as we hear it. But thanks everyone for being here. We're in California for the Battle of the Bay. Big tournament here from a very, very friendly Lorcana community in the San Francisco Bay Area. My first time in this part of the world. We're going to be getting an extra 5 minutes on the clock for these players. We are going to resolve it, which I know the chat is going to be happy to hear. But this is the 6th round of 8 in Swiss. And it does seem like we're going to be able to jump back onto the action in any moment in what is a very, very intense, nail-biting game between Emerald, Emerald. It's Under the Sea! Out of nowhere! Under the Sea is going to be sung by John Silver and the Muses. It's a sing together 8, and every character with 2 strength or less goes to the bottom of the deck. What a play! Under the Sea. John Silver and the Muses combining, and it's a sudden chill off the top. Good thing those Prince Johns were gotten rid of, but it is still anybody's game because the law is about 10-1. It's a John Silver. John Silver and the Muses questing for 3. Card drawn off the top here for Emerald Steel is going to be an Ursula Deceiver of all. But remember, when these John Silvers quest, they are going to be giving Reckless to an opponent's character. So this Ursula is not going to be able to sing. In fact, look at that. It's getting bounced back quite possibly because 1 jump ahead comes through. The Muse is going to bounce it back anyway. And then a triple quest for a total of 5. We'll get that lore counter on the board. But it's about 10 lore apiece right now. 10 lore each. These John Silvers are going to run away with it very quickly. But that's not a bad card off the top. It's Tinkerbell. 1 damage to everything on the board. Honestly, the Tinkerbell might have been the best card drawn possible here. That Ursula Deceiver of all is still in the hand. 12 lore to 10 is the scores on the doors. John Silvers and the Muses can quest for a total of 5, up to 17. 1 cost Clarabelle the card drawn, but this is where things get awkward with that Tinkerbell on the opponent's side of the board. Do you quest and allow Tinkerbell to take out 2 of your characters at once? Or do you just wait and try and wait until you have 8 lore on the board? Currently, it looks like it's going to be questing with John Silvers for a total of 4, up to 16. They're not locking it in. They lock it in. So this Tinkerbell has now been given Reckless. Not going to quest with the Muses, or the Clarabelle couldn't have been quested with. Curious as to why the Muses was not quested with there, perhaps just wanting to protect it with Ward. And force the Tinkerbell, therefore, to trade into one of the John Silvers. And be removed. John Silver with that 5 strength body. Had the Muses not quested there, the Muses could have been taken out by the Tink and remained on the board. A second Muses, John Silver questing, the Muses questing, Morph is Reckless. Is that the end of this one? It looks like it might be. It's a beast. It's not going to be enough. It's going to be a 1-1 Emerald Sapphire, Bend to My Will, Under the Sea. What a game 3. That was the best game, well, game 2. That was the best game of the day, if you ask me. I absolutely loved the Emerald Sapphire Spice. That looked like a pretty serious deck, if you ask me. Absolutely love the addition of Bend to My Will in that deck. Really synergizing nicely with your Welcome, Mother Knows Best, the Muses, which of course allow you to draw a bunch with Clarabelle, and then bam, you come through and play Under the Sea. I asked earlier what Fog meant, and Frank says Fog is a magic card that prevents damage from being dealt for a turn. Interesting. Fog prevents all damage. And they have that Peter Pan card, which is denying that from being a possibility at times. So that's really interesting, really fun game. That was round number 6 of Swiss here in California. Still 2 rounds of Swiss to go, and then a top cut to look forward to as well. Congrats to both players. And because that game went on for a long old time, we're not going to have much time to wait until the next round. I hope they remember to follow Spessy on Twitch. They have my stream there. I hope they remember to follow. Big congrats to both players. I'm going to see if we can go to a short commercial break, because I'm going to go for a quick toilet break before the next round starts. Earlier this week, I was at Pixar Studios, which was really cool. We're going to see if we can grab the players quickly before the next round as well. We won't have too long to chat with them, but I'm sure you guys would like to ask some questions. So if you guys have got any questions about the decks, about the game, get them down in the chat now, and we'll see if we can have a little word with our players. We've also in the building here got a lovely little projector to my left where you can watch the games if you're in the building. There's some vendors, there's cool prizes up for grabs. There's all sorts of cool things going on. I'm very grateful to be here, that's for sure. It's about 4 p.m. local time, but since I've been here in California, my bedtime's been about 5:30 p.m. So I've got the coffee on the go though, don't worry about that. I got coffee and I just ordered some tacos. So life is good here in California, that's for sure. Yeah, Heffalumps and Woozles, a very interesting new card, that's for sure. Definitely one I'm a big fan of. Emerald has a lot of cards synergizing with songs. Nice Pixar shirt, thanks. I went to Pixar Studios. I got a coat over here as well, I'll have to show you in a minute. I got a hat, a coat, and a jumper. I'm a very happy boy. Seeing if either of our players enter the vicinity, and we'll try and grab them. But I appreciate you all being in the chat following along. If you guys don't already follow me, I do a lot of Lorcana content. Yeah? Hello. Hey. Try to introduce yourself to everybody. We're just switching in.
James.
Just a bit closer.
James, Sage Mode, Elk Grove, California.
We loved the games. We loved the deck.
Thank you.
Sapphire Emerald. Have you played it before, or is it the first time you played it?
I play a lot of yellow-green, so I like bounce shenanigans and the goofiness. And a friend of mine, TJ, shout out Coffin, was teching around with this list. I might have seen it on Twitter a couple times, but picked it up a week ago. Just didn't want to play Emerald Steel. Wanted to play something goofy, and yeah, I like the Muses effects, all the songs, being able to ramp and have Hiram all in one deck just feels good. Mm-hmm. It makes it feel debilitating when you're just bouncing their whole board, drawing a ton of cards, and then dumping their hand. So yeah, it's a lot of fun.
So obviously the deck picked up a bit of steam in the previous set. It never quite caught on.
Yeah.
but we saw a few new cards that you've got in there. Bend to My Will was my highlight of the day so far.
Heffalumps,
7 cost uninkable action.
Yep.
Your opponent discards their entire hand. What was it about Emerald Sapphire that made you think that could be a good fit?
Ramp, right? Like the biggest thing is you can do the same thing that Sapphire likes to do. You could play Popsicle, ramp on 2, play Muses the next turn in lieu of Hiram. Hiram the following turn, Muses seeing something, bounce, bounce. Just getting to either an early Clarabelle shift or control with Muses. Just trying to control the board.
Yep.
And put everything in their hand. So as soon as it gets played, it goes right back. They get a lot of cards. When Clarabelle comes down, you get a lot of cards. And the following turn, they lose all their cards.
Yes.
So my favorite statement today was a guy who said, "Look at all these cards," and immediately they're just all gone. So just a ton of fun. I think everyone I played today really loved it. They're tired of seeing the same everything with 1 or 2 cards. So not the best record, but I think the biggest thing is it's just a lot of fun.
Yeah, absolutely. Also saw, I think, one copy of it. Is it Bellwether? Is that what they're called?
Yeah, I teched that in last night. I've seen it kind of running around, and at League I played nothing but Amethyst decks, and the biggest issue with Amethyst is everything just says gain lore. Right? And hyper aggro running around, especially early in the set, is just a lot of lore game. So for me, I was like, well, if I can get this out, I can at least stave the game off. So my round 1 opponent today was actually hyper aggro, yellow-purple, and opened with Daisy.
Oh no.
And so it just kind of scared me, but ended up getting a Bellwether on curve, ink on turn 4, Reckless, bounce a bunch of cards, and then Peter Pan. I got the Peter Pan out.
Yeah.
They were, aggro, so challenging doesn't really help them too much. So I was able to slow the game down with Bellwether, Pan, and just Quest to Win and Dime. So both really, really good cards to deal with some aggression. So I might actually go up on Bellwether now at this point.
Yeah.
But yeah,
okay.
Super good card.
I wanted to ask a bit about Peter Pan. What is it? I mean, obviously it stops your opponent gaining lore. Have you found it to be that effective?
Yeah.
Because they can only, it enters play exerted,
Yeah.
they can hit it and then they can quest. Has it been doing enough for you, do you think?
It really, I guess it just depends on the timing and when you can play it. If your opponent B-preps and plays a castle, right, like you could play it and it stops that trigger. There's just a million things. Like with aggro, if they have 2 characters out, you have a Muse out, you can bounce one but that's singing a song, then they only have 1.
Yep.
And then you play Pan. So like sure they can attack in, but the only way they're getting lore after that is like playing a goat or a gain lore card, but they're forced to trade something. And the main thing with the deck is stalling it out enough to where the coast is clear, the board's clear, their hands are clear, and you're just free to win. Sometimes you just win with Tamatoa Dime after wiping their hand, just a couple times today, but yeah. Super fun.
Awesome. Well, I know it was a long game. The next round's probably not too far away, so I'll let you get a break. Anyone or anything you want to shout out before you go?
Yeah, no, Hobby Quest in Elk Grove. It's a shop we play in. Super fun, good time. All the Sacramento players are really, really amazing. My team, Toontown Titans, all a bunch of cool people.
That's great.
Yeah, but thanks for having us. Appreciate it.
Yeah, my pleasure. Well, best of luck in the next round. I'll let you crack on. Take care. All right, guys, we're going to go to a bit of a break. I'm going to use the loo, and then we'll be back not far away at all from round 7 of 8 of Swiss. Don't go anywhere. This is Battle of the Bay. Yep, so here I'm at Pixar Studios in California, which is absolutely mental to be here. And just had a tour of the studio. We played some Lorcana up in the top room. I played against 4 different Pixar employees. They have a little locals that they go to at the studio, and I got smoked. I lost 4 games, winning 0 times. But I kind of like that. That just shows you the Pixar guys, they know what they're doing. They play Lorcana and they take it pretty seriously, which is really, really amazing. Really cool facilities. You can see there's like a little soccer pitch over here, or football as I'd like to call it. We went through and looked at the animation studios as well, where there's always these custom offices that the animators have built themselves. There was a submarine, there was a castle, there was like a little tiki hut, which people had turned into their own offices. Like super amazing vibes, and everyone like super proud to be working on it. There's big theaters that they've got here. I think 7 different cinemas or something like that in the building, which is just mental. And the Steve Jobs building, as its name, with like really cool architecture. We learned all about it. We saw a lot of the old history of Pixar. Absolutely mind-blowing to be here, super surreal. And wow, it's been so much fun to meet all the big guys working at Pixar, and really looking forward to Pixar coming to Lorcana, as I'm sure they are as well. We know that's coming in 2026. Super amazing to be here, and what a day it's been.
So cool to be here. It's so surreal.
Yeah. Do you have a favorite Pixar film?
That's a good question.
Not to put you on the spot.
I watched Soul. I really like Soul.
Oh yeah.
And I really loved Elemental recently.
Oh yeah.
I love that one.
It's such a lovely film.
Because I've been watching quite a lot recently, a lot of mainly Disney films, to be honest, because Lorcana.
Yeah, sure.
But at the same time, I've been watching quite a few Pixar ones more recently.
Nice.
Historically, it would have to probably be Finding Nemo.
Oh yeah, that's such a good one.
Can't go wrong.
Welcome to NorCal TCG. My name is Robert DeCambra. We're at NorCal TCG, located in Martinez, California. I've been a TCG player for 30 plus years. The first card game I ever played was Magic the Gathering. Sitting around a kitchen table with my family, just shuffling up cards and playing and having fun. It was always my dream to have a shop of my own where I could build a community for players where they felt safe and invited, and they could have as much fun as I've had over the years playing different card games. NorCal TCG opened in 2022. My uncle opened a shop when I was a teenager and gave me the dream to one day follow in his footsteps. And here I am now, the owner of NorCal TCG. We've grown a lot over the last 2 years. Our local playgroups have grown and expanded. On Mondays, we host Flesh and Blood Armory. On Tuesdays, we have our Pokemon League. On Wednesdays, we have Grand Archive. On Thursdays, we have Weiss Schwartz and Cardfight Vanguard. And on Fridays, we host One Piece and Magic the Gathering Commander. On Saturdays, we host One Piece and Lorcana. On Sundays, we host Grand Archive and One Piece.
Hi, my name is BJ Wooden.
Hey everybody, it's Dave, and welcome to Retro Edge Games.
What is Retro Edge doing that gives it that retro edge? We have a retro feel to this place, from the fighting games that's next to another person that's pushing buttons instead of online, to the classic anime that's on the TV, to actually playing games with old-fashioned shiny cardboard. It's a little bit of an old school feel in here. But there's also an edge. It's nice, clean technology. It's well lit. It feels nice. And our attitude is a little edgy. Not mean, just edgy.
So we're a new store and we're new here from Vallejo, but we've been seeing amazing support from our community. We at Retro Edge Games built this place to basically help support creating a third place for everyone so they can basically have a place outside of work and home to come and enjoy themselves, meet new friends, and kind of just have a place to decompress.
As soon as we did this, I knew the first thing we had to do was have a tournament standard arcade. I've been a fighting game competitor since 2001, so it was important to me to build a really great state-of-the-art tournament standard fighting game community arcade.
On Wednesday nights, we have Tabletop Magic, and we do Dungeons and Dragons every other Wednesday with our DM, Patrick. Thursdays, we do One Piece League, which has been really poppin'. Fridays, we host Open Play Commander Night for Magic the Gathering, and then we also have Grand Archive League. Saturday, we do fighting game tournaments. We start the first Saturday of the month with Super Smash Brothers, and then Tekken 8's the second Saturday of the month, and then the third Saturday of the month, we do Street Fighter 6, and then fourth Saturday of the month, we do a retro game. We close off the week with Sundays, where we do Magic the Gathering Draft at 3 p.m. and we do Lorcana League at 5 p.m. Just a couple weeks in, we're being a Lorcana store, and I cannot be more excited about it. Our Lorcana League here at Retro Edge Games are some of the greatest people that come to our store. You can find the sign-ups for it on melee.gg.
Welcome back, everybody. It is time for the next round, the penultimate round of Swiss. That's a big word. I know you're impressed. The second to last. Round 7 of 8, around 130 players taking part today, so 8 rounds of Swiss necessary. We are then going to have a top cut. It is still closed deck lists, but when we reach the top cut, it will be open deck lists. Very, very similar format to what we have in our Disney Lorcana challenges. Thanks, Tinelli, I appreciate it, mate. That's really kind. Very, very kind indeed. And my first time seeing the deck lists here as well. You can see what looks like. I want to be careful to be a bit quiet. Amber Steel versus Emerald Amethyst, maybe? Yeah. It's got quite quiet in the hall here. We're at the business side of things, with each player wanting to maximize their points, of course, throughout the day, to get themselves into that top cut. Hey, Lolo, good to see you. Hope you're well. Yeah, and I just want to take the opportunity again to say a big thank you to everyone here in California for being so welcoming, having so much fun, getting to meet lots of different people. I'm slightly jealous that I've not had too many chances to play Lorcana, but tomorrow I'm going to be at a local game store and there's a challenge specie day where anyone that wants some can get some. So if you're in the area, you weren't able to attend today, come challenge me tomorrow. I'll be around. Here we go. 2-game format, of course, so each player going to have an opportunity to go first. It is going to be Emerald Amethyst going first in game 1, with the Go-Go Tamago into the Inkwell, and in comes that classic Cursed Merfolk. Cursed Merfolk can quest for 2, of course. On the other side, it's going to be Nala played down. I actually didn't catch what was inked. But Nala with a 0-4 stat line. We saw Mr. Zach Bivens playing that in the NA versus EU tournament. It's going to be the new Diablo inked, and in comes Ursula Deceiver. Is there any songs? Well, there certainly is. One song is all she needs, and one song is what she finds. Let the Storm Rage On is going to be discarded from the hand, but that's not all that she does, Ursula Deceiver. Gets to see the rest of the hand as well, and information is power. I've got hiccups because I've just been downing my coffee. First quest of the day, and it's going to be Cursed Merfolk questing for 2. 2 lore to nothing to start things off here. Emerald Amethyst in the ascendancy, looking to make advantage of the fact that it went first. Nala is down on the board though, but with that 0 strength, not going to be able to take out Cursed Merfolk without some help. It's going to be Mr. Smee for 2, and Nala will quest for 1. Really, in this position, you'd like to be able to challenge the Cursed Merfolk, but the Nala with 0 strength, it could challenge Cursed Merfolk, but it wouldn't do very much. It would deal no damage, and you'd have to discard a card. So no surprises to see Nala questing instead. Kick Cloud Kicker into the ink. In comes Crab. Crab going to be giving this Ursula extra strength, and suddenly that Nala is no more. And Curse Merfolk questing for 2. 4 law to 1 right now. Mr. Smee on the board for Amber Steel. We're definitely seeing players in this meta game. It's a bit more of a quick meta than we saw in set 5, I think. And therefore, Ed was talking to us early in the interview. It's really interesting how he's thinking maybe going first is even better than it has been in previous meta games. It's definitely a big reason I love the Amethyst Steel deck I've been playing with things like Fire the Cannons and Befuddle to really help you when going second. It's going to be Lawrence for 3 ink, coming through as a 4/4. Mr. Smee can quest, also could challenge Ursula or Curse Merfolk. Of course, if you challenge Curse Merfolk, you are going to have to discard a card. But it might be a necessary evil. 3 cards in hand. Cinderella, Pluto, and Rapunzel. You'd imagine it's going to be the Cinderella that will be discarded. Smee is going to challenge Merfolk, and it is going to be the Pluto discarded, which surprises me. What do you think about that, chap? Pluto over the Cindy. Of course, if you can shift in Cindy, you can get it in for 5. But it's definitely an expensive card to be holding on to at this stage in the game. It's Crab and Ursa the Deceiver down on the board right now for Emerald Amethyst. And in comes the Genie. It's a 2/4 evasive, and when you play it, you draw a card. Abe is just as surprised as I am. Interesting moment with this Ursula, because if Ursula was to quest here, it does potentially set up Smee challenging Ursula into that Rapunzel for the extra card draw, which could be a big deal. Crab, of course, could trade out the Smee as well. And Crab will trade out the Smee. The trigger is going to be given to Ursula, it looks like. It's not going to impact anything, but it is a trigger that has to come through. It is a mandatory trigger, the Crab. Which often doesn't matter, but of course, famously in Lille, it absolutely did. The Crab left play, and it was supposed to give the +3 challenger to an opponent character, because there was no other characters on the board. They had a Queen's Castle, so they had a Crab and a Castle on the board. The Crab got removed, and it should have given the plus strength to one of the opponent's characters, which could have taken out the Castle. It didn't happen, and it was a very sad time to be a caster, because I noticed it, but it didn't end up being recognized. Cinderella, 1 ink spent on her. Lawrence and Cindy on the board. Rapunzel and Cinderella stout-hearted in hand. It's Rapunzel inked, and suddenly that decision to ink the Pluto instead of the Cinderella stout-hearted, a risky play which could pay off. Rewarded potentially for what seemed like a controversial play, and oh my goodness, everybody, stop the cast because I smell tacos. Oh my goodness, thank you so much. I'll eat them after this game. They look so good though. I get used to it. Thank you, mate. Hero. Thank you so much. Banzai, Genie, Robin Hood, and Ursula. Is it Robin Hood? It can't be Robin Hood. What is that? The glare. Genie quest for 2. It's a couple of Ursulas and a Banzai. Can you eat the tacos and review them live on stream? Yes. After this game, sure. They look so good. Oh my god. Yes. They look so good. I got like a little slice of lime. I got some hot sauce. I do like my spice. Oh my goodness, it's Cinderella stout-hearted. Are you kidding me? We all thought the Cindy was going to be inked. Pluto was instead, and massively rewarded because suddenly the Cinderella is keeping them in the game. Respectfully, it's tacos, not tacos. Respectfully, you're wrong. It's tacos. I'm not American. I am from England. It is definitely not a taco. That is just not how I talk. Respectfully. I rate the comment though, Alan. I thought American said taco, honestly. Honestly, the more I think about it, I feel like I should say taco. I'm just confused. Peter Pan, Shadowfinder is going to rush in and challenge Lawrence. It will be banished, but now Lawrence is essentially a 0-4. And it will be taken out by the Banzai. The rest will quest. 11 law to 9 now, I believe, is the score, or 10 to 9. Respectfully, when tacos are present, talking shouldn't be. True. I kind of have to talk, though. I don't think I can eat my tacos, now I'm confused. Cindy Stouthearted is going to be healed up with the Rapunzel, and it is Cindy versus the world right now. I don't know the score in Swiss. Let me see if I can find out. I don't know. Sorry. A hot dog's a sandwich, of course. How long am I in California? Like 5 days. I arrived on Thursday and I'm leaving on Monday. All it's done since I got here was rain, and then today it's beautiful and sunny, and guess what? I'm stuck inside. Genie, Ursula, and the White Rose, a new set 6 card. When you play it, gain 1 law. It's Pete, World's Greatest Criminal Mind, in hand here. $15 law to 9. That evasive Genie, such a menace. Two for stat line and quest for 2. So difficult to deal with here. World's Greatest Criminal Mind isn't going to help either. Although it would, if played, allow Cinderella Stouthearted to challenge the White Rose. But the Rapunzel here, with its 1-5 stat line, not doing an abundance of anything in terms of board control either. It's actually 15 to 8 now. I read the 6 as a 9, my mistake. I know there's also a couple of big events happening in Europe today as well. There was one in Italy, which probably is finished by now. It is Cinderella Stouthearted challenging the White Rose, enabled by the song being played, which did nothing, but it did allow the White Rose to be challenged, denying the bounce back of the White Rose. Could have, of course, just challenged the Ursulas, but the White Rose maybe as a bounce target was a threat. It's Diablo and Elsa in hand here. Diablo will be inked. 5 ink on Elsa. Can rush in, of course, with evasive, but I imagine it's just time to quest. It is big questing power. Not sure about the inking of the Diablo there. Didn't need to. Could have actually played the Diablo. I couldn't have played it. And the Elsa. There was 5 ink before that. Might have just been better to hold on to the Diablo though. But that is going to be game number 1, and it goes to Emerald Amethyst. And a bit of a theme of the day, really, with the player going first really dominating it. It does seem to be the case for Amber Steel in particular. Really, really dominant when going first, but it has been struggling so far today when going second. Emerald Amethyst just too speedy in that case. Yeah, you guys might be right. Well, I'll try and... Fortunately, it didn't have any impact on that one. But yeah, probably right that the World's Greatest Criminal Mind had to select their own card as an option there. Didn't end up mattering. No worries at all. But good catch, chat. And I've got these tacos in front of me, just looking delightful. They look so good. Thank you for the tacos. I'm going to give them a little whiff. Oh my goodness. They smell better than they look. Some pretty nice shuffling skills on display from both players as well. I got all of the options, Alan. I got pork, beef, and fish. This is the seventh round of Swiss, 7 of 8. This is the penultimate round. We will be going into a top cut after this, so plenty more Lorcana action to look forward to today. The taco cam. I had my first little bite and it's good. It's real good. Big shout out to everyone watching live on YouTube and Twitch. VOD will be available on YouTube, don't forget. Give the stream a like on YouTube if you're enjoying it. My stream will most likely be back after this on Tuesday. I do arrive home on Tuesday morning, so it's possible I'll be a bit too tired to stream Tuesday evening, but the plan is, if I ever come to LA, I'll take you to the best spots. Let's go, Alan. I did actually spend one night in LA last year and did enjoy it very much. I actually had some fish tacos when I was in LA that were particularly good. That was before I was playing physical card games though, so I did not stop off at any local game stores. Here we go, Cinderella Ballroom Sensation to start things off. White Rose into the inkwell, no card played. Now, usually that feels bad against Cindy. However, oh my goodness, look at that. We give the people what they want here. It's Taco Cam. Oh. Back to the action. That Cinderella has now exerted. I believe it might have been to quest for 1. Kick Cloud, kick it into the ink. Ursula Deceiver, going to come through. And yeah, what I was saying, it might be a deliberate decision not to play a 1-cost character into the Cinderella, because then it enables your Ursula on turn 2 to snipe the song, which otherwise could be sung and removed from hand. So I'm not sure if there was an option to play a 1-cost character there, but if there was, and they decided not to, an incredibly heads-up decision. Maybe even mulliganing away 1-cost characters when going second for that same reason. You can see the new Diablo in the hand for our Emerald Amethyst player. Gaston down on the board as well. We saw Zach Bivens, and it does look like a list inspired by Zach Bivens on the Amber Steel here. This Gaston card really putting in a lot of work. Just 16 songs in the list which Zach Bivens is playing, so often they're going for Gaston instead of Ariel. It's a Singer 5 with a 3/3 stat line. Kick Cloud Kicker bounces that Cindy back to hand. Ursula quest for 1. Back on over to Amber Steel songs with the Gaston Singer 5 down on the board. Ready and waiting. Pluto Guard Dog available. Also has the Whole New Worlds, couple of them in hand. So one thing which we saw Zach do was sing the Whole New World and get the Pluto down to protect the singer. So that is something we could see. We could see the Cindy inks, the Pluto come down as a bodyguard, Gaston sing the Whole New World, and off to the races. It is going to be, in fact, Pluto inked, and then 1 ink spent on Cindy, 2 ink on Smee. Are we going to see the Whole New World come through? We certainly are. Whole New World is sung. Both players discard the hand and draw 7 fresh cards. But no bodyguard protection, deciding instead to go for the Cindy and the Smee. 1 ink still available as well, so something like a Daisy Duck, a Cindy, or a Nala off the top would be a nice option to make use of that last floating ink. Not forthcoming, however. Kick Cloud Kicker and Ursula on the other side. Something like a fox right now would be really, really powerful into the Gaston. Get rid of that Singer as quickly as possible. White Rose Inks, Kit Cloud Kicker, bouncing Cindy back. 1 ink on a Diablo, which when banished draws a card. Kit and Ursula can quest, or could combine to take out the Gaston. They do quest, and it's 3 lore to 1. Remember, Emerald Amethyst 1-0 up in the series in this 2-game format, but it is Amber Steel going first in game number 2. An abundance of cards available. 4 ink in the Inkwell, can ink to 5 this turn. Does have that Singer 5 Gaston on the board as well. Kit, Cloud Kicker and Ursula exerted on the opponent's side of the board. A Grab Your Swords would clear here, apart from the Ursula. Doesn't look like Pluto's available. Pluto definitely would have been an interesting option. Yeah, there's definitely an option to have traded the Gaston out there, but I don't know. I can see why they just decided to quest instead. Ultimately, you need to get lore to win the game, and they decided they'd rather the 2 lore than trade the Gaston at this moment. Cindy for 1 ink. It's a Gaston into the Inkwell, so 4 ink left to work with. And is that the good boy Pluto? It certainly is. The guard dog Pluto coming in as a 5/5 bodyguard, similar ability to Lawrence, which is if Pluto's damaged, it reverts to a 1/5 instead of a 5/5. 5/5 bodyguard. And Madam Imfox's worst nightmare right there. I have started munching slightly on the tacos, guys. I'm not going to lie to you. I might have got a bit distracted. Three lore apiece. That Smee will be taking some damage after this turn, as there are no captains on the board. Pluto is a good boy, but not a captain. I don't know what it is about card games and having dogs called good boys, but it seems quite common. In Gwent, there's a good boy as well, Knickers. And yeah, Pluto Bodyguard, the ability of it is called Good Boy. What a Targo, it's brilliant. It's going to be going into the ink. Gaston took down Kit Cloud Kicker in the last turn as well, there's 2 damage counters there. Crab combining with Kit. See you later, good boy. That's a pretty mean little combo, the Crab and Kit dealing with Pluto. In comes Ursula, that's pretty mean as well. Songs can be discarded. There's 3 of them. Zeus. The new card, I can't remember this card's name. It gives, like, let me double check what it does. I actually don't have the list in front of me. Maybe I do. Aha, I do. I'm Still Here is the song. 3-cost Ingable Song in Steel. Chosen character gains resist 2 until the start of your turn, your next turn, and draw a card. Definitely an interesting addition to these Amber Steel decks. An Inkable Song which draws a card can never be too bad. Another Pluto has been drawn. I didn't catch the last turn too much as I was looking at the deck list, but it looks like Diablo quested and then play passed back quite swiftly. Cindy and Smee ready and waiting. 4 lore to 3 in favour of Emerald Amethyst, who did go second in this game, remember. Emerald Amethyst won game 1 while going first and is looking to get the 2-0 and those bonus points. And yeah, that new card in hand that we were just talking about, that new song, is still available. I'm Still Here. Can be sung by either Smee or Cindy. Smee's going to quest, just ignoring that Diablo for now. Of course, Cindy could challenge and take it out. Pluto could come down here. Pluto, the card being hovered. Will it come in as a bodyguard? It will. 5/5 bodyguard on the good boy. 1 ink still to play with. I'm Still Here. Is that what it's called? I'm Still Here. Will be sung, it seems, by the Cindy. Or will she be doing something different? Yeah. So I'm Still Here gives Pluto resist 2 until the start of the next turn. And you draw a card. You thought a 5/5 bodyguard was difficult to deal with? Well, this is essentially a 7/5 bodyguard right now with that resist 2. Only a crab fox wombo combo can really tear down Pluto at this moment in time. But there is the threat of it, considering there's a crab on the board. A fox right now could deal with this Pluto pretty swiftly indeed. The hand is Clarabelle, Clarabelle 1-drop, Clarabelle 7-drop, Elsa, and one other card. That one other card is a Genie. 4 ink spent on Genie, card drawn. I think Ursula was the card drawn. And they did see the hand not too long ago. They go for it again, but look what's been drawn. It's a whole new world. All the other songs, they knew the Zeus was still there. The Strength was discarded by the last Ursula. Then the I'm Still Here was played. They knew that the Zeus was there, so it was a guaranteed hit, but now the option as well, of course, of discarding the Whole New World. No singers for the Whole New World right now, however. So definitely an option to take the Zeus instead, which can be sung by Pluto, but does decide to get rid of the Whole New World. Of course, that Pluto is a bodyguard, and it has resist 2 right now. Will they remember that? It's going to be a quest for 2 with Ursula and Diablo. The crab is not going to quest at all, but instead remain ready and waiting, perhaps hoping to pull off that combo with the crab and fox to deal with Pluto. Pluto no longer has resist 2. I don't believe. I think the resist runs out at the start of your turn. Let me double check. Yeah, the resist on Pluto has now run out, but Rapunzel lets down her hair, heals Mr. Smee, and draws a couple of cards just for good measure. I'm Still Here is here again in the hand. 9 law to 5, or is it 6 law to 5? I think it's 6 law to 5 in favor of Emerald Amethyst. But both players do have a pretty wide board right now. Pluto bodyguard going to kick things off by singing, and then along came Zeus. See you later, Genie. And that's why I'm sure there was a temptation to discard the Zeus instead of the Whole New World. Really, really powerful player being able to sing Zeus with Pluto. Not the first time we've seen it today, in fact. Rapunzel was just played this turn, so she's still drying, but Cindy's ready to go. That 1-cost Diablo is still chilling on the board. Has now been banished. When banished, you can draw. I think it might have been a rabbit that was found. Three ink still to play with. And it is going to be used on I'm Still Here. So giving resist 2, I think, to Pluto again. That resist 7 menace. All eyes on the Fox top deck. Fox top deck could be a real game changer right now. But I don't think it's there. Go to Margot is definitely an interesting option, however. So Crab is going to slam into Pluto, dealing just 1 damage. Oh no, it does deal 3. So there was, resist was given to something else, not Pluto. So Crab deals 3 damage. Pluto is now a 1/5. Or almost a 1/2, right? You just need 2 damage to finish it off. And the Ursula was given extra strength by the crab. But we might see an Elsa rush in, for example, to deal with the Pluto. Elsa's inked instead. Really keeping me guessing here. Are we going to see the Go-Go Tamago? Not yet. We're going to see the Ursula deal with the Pluto. Every time I think I see the play, something else happens. It's going to be Clarabelle for 7. The second Ursula is ready to quest or challenge this turn. It was Smee given resist, apparently. Thank you, Strawberry. Definitely surprised that it wasn't the Pluto again. And it is going to be a quest for 1 with that second Ursula. Will Clarabelle be drawing any cards? 1. 1 card drawn for Clarabelle. Not quite the 7 we saw in the previous Sapphire Emerald game, but card draw is card draw. And it's not got a bad body either. A 5/6 body on Clarabelle. I have to say, I've always been a little bit surprised to see these Clarabelles in Emerald Amethyst so consistently. It's definitely a good card. I'm just not convinced I personally would play it in Emerald Amethyst myself. Never have been. But it does seem to be almost a universally played card in that color combination. Ariel has come through, and it's Let the Storm Rage On, which goes into the hand. Gaston, Ursula, and then 1 other card in hand. Well, Cindy's going to sing Let the Storm Rage On. Another Ursula drawn. Fun fact about this Ursula, Vanessa, the best looking Disney Lorcana content creator revealed that one. That's right, it was me. And then it's going to be another 3 ink spent on Gaston. It's a real back and forth game here with a quest from Rapunzel up to 9, and then the Smee questing as well, taking 1 damage. 11 Law to 7. Suddenly, Amber Steel is in the ascendancy, but that Pluto bodyguard has been dealt with, and this Clarabelle with a 5/6 body can take out Rapunzel. It's going to be the rabbit to start things off, drawing a card. It's going to be Diablo inked, 4 ink to play with. Peter Pan Shadow is an option with Rush. It's also a crab in hand as an option to juice up that Ursula perhaps. It will be Clarabelle challenging Rapunzel. So crab plus Ursula is one option. It could just be Peter Pan. And it will be Peter Pan rushing in, dealing 2 damage. The option is Cindy or Smee. Cindy selected. Smee would also be removing the Peter Pan. Also denying that shift threat potentially from Stout-Hearted. And then the Cursed Merfolk will also come down for 1 ink. Ursula is able to quest for 1. Could challenge Smee, but that doesn't sound too good, so it will quest for 1. 11 Law to 8. This game might be over before we know it. This is game 2. Amber Steel went first in this game, number 2. Clarabelle draws 1 card when they pass turn. But I can see a whole new world in hand and a couple of Singer 5s on the board. Daisy Duck ready to quest as well. Daisy questing for 2 up to 13. Of course, the trigger comes through. Clarabelle gets added to hand, but is it going to be swiftly discarded by the whole new world? Ursula Vanessa into the inkwell. Will it be Gaston or will it be Ariel singing on this occasion? It's going to be Ariel, and the whole new world has been sung. 3 cards discarded for Emerald Amethyst. 7 cards drawn for each player. Big wide boards for each player. Let the Storm Rage On is going to be hard cast, so 3 ink was spent on Let the Storm Rage On to deal with that Cursed Merfolk. Gaston and Smee still ready and waiting. as well as I think a 5 ink there. Ursula Vanessa was already inked this turn. It's going to be, and then along came Zeus, striking down that Clarabelle, sung by Gaston. Smee still ready and waiting. It is going to be 2 ink spent on Smee. 2 ink still left. Possibly even 3, actually. I'm sat quite far away from the monitor here. I'm leaning back, making myself comfy. It's been a long one. It's Smee as well. Another 2 spent on Smee. And yeah, just a Cinderella for good measure. Smee's going to quest for 2, up to 15 and within touching distance. We'll take another damage. But it looks like the writing might be on the wall here. Big board clear needed, but there's an abundance of cards to work with thanks to that whole new world. Things like Fox, Elsa, Crabs. They can definitely make the difference here, but is it going to be too little too late? I'm suddenly leaning forward in anticipation, trying to see what's in hand. Is there anything that can make a difference? Well, there's the Ursula Sea Witch Queen. That could be shifted on to the Ursula Deceiver. Rabbit's going to start things off by removing the Smee, and it removes itself, so a card is drawn. Looking for a miracle, doesn't find a miracle. I'm not sure there's anything in the deck that they could use at this point to keep in it. Let's see. It's going to be a Crab. Crab's going to turn the Ursa into a 4-strength challenger this turn. Removes Gaston. But those Smees are ready and waiting. One of these ready characters has to be banished or it's over. I'm just not sure there's enough here. Just checking all the possible outs. Amber Steel. It looks like it's taken it down one going first, which has been a bit of a theme of the day for Amber Steel on the streamed matches. Has struggled going second, but has put on a good showing going first. It was definitely a bit close for comfort on this occasion. It is going to be Elsa exerting one of the Smees. Peter Pan and the Elsa will combine to take out that Smee. But the Daisy, the Ariel remain ready and waiting. Ursula into the ink. In comes Diablo. That's the game. It's 1 game apiece. Congratulations to both players. Emerald Amethyst, Amber Steel, both win while going first. And that is the end of round 7 of Swiss here at the Lorcana Battle of the Bay in California. We're in the San Francisco Bay Area. Whole bunch of different stores in this area all coming together to support this event. Super grateful to be here. We're going to try and have a little chat with our players. But now, what the people have really been waiting for. It's time for taco review time with me, Joe Curley. I've got my tacos. All right. I got some hot sauce. We're not going to risk it. We're going to go in. All right. Kind of dry for talking. All right, hot sauce time. I've been told reliably by the man in my ear it's not too spicy. Am I being set up? That is good. The hot sauce is really good. We're going to go to commercial. I'm going to eat my tacos. Yep, so here I'm at Pixar Studios in California, which is absolutely mental to be here, and just had a tour of the studio. We played some Lorcana up in the top room. I played against 4 different Pixar employees. They have a little locals that they go to at the studio, and I got smoked. I lost 4 games, winning 0 times. But I kind of like that. That just shows you the Pixar guys, they know what they're doing. They play Lorcana and they take it pretty seriously, which is really, really amazing. Really cool facilities. You can see there's like a little soccer pitch over here, or football as I'd like to call it. We went through and looked at the animation studios as well, where there's always these custom offices that the animators have built themselves. There was a submarine, there was a castle, there was like a little tiki hut, which people had turned into their own offices. Like super amazing vibes, and everyone like super proud to be working on it. There's big theaters that they've got here. I think 7 different cinemas or something like that in the building, which is just mental. And the Steve Jobs building, as its name, with like really cool architecture. We learned all about it. We saw a lot of the old history of Pixar. Absolutely mind-blowing to be here, super surreal. And wow, it's been so much fun to meet all the big guys working at Pixar, and really looking forward to Pixar coming to Lorcana, as I'm sure they are as well. We know that's coming in 2026. Super amazing to be here, and what a day it's been.
So cool to be here. So surreal.
Yeah. Do you have a favorite Pixar film?
That's a good question.
Not to put you on the spot.
I watched Soul. I really like Soul.
Oh yeah.
And I really loved Elemental recently.
Oh yeah.
I love that one.
It's such a lovely film.
Because I've been watching quite a lot recently, a lot of like mainly Disney films, to be honest, because Lorcana.
Yeah, sure.
But at the same time, I've been watching quite a few Pixar ones more recently.
Nice.
Historically, it would have to probably be Finding Nemo.
Oh yeah, that's such a good one.
Can't go wrong.
Hi, my name is BJ Wooden.
Hey everybody, it's Dave, and welcome to Retro Edge Games.
What is Retro Edge doing that gives it that retro edge? We have a retro feel to this place, from the fighting games that's next to another person that's pushing buttons instead of online, to the classic anime that's on the TV, to actually playing games with old-fashioned shiny cardboard. It's a little bit of an old school feel in here, but there's also an edge. It's nice, clean technology. It's well lit. It feels nice. And our attitude is a little edgy. Not mean, just edgy.
So we're a new store, and we're new here from Vallejo, but we've been seeing amazing support from our community. We at Retro Edge Games built this place to basically help support creating a third place for everyone, so they can basically have a place outside of work and home to come and enjoy themselves, meet new friends, and kind of just have a place to decompress.
As soon as we did this, I knew the first thing we had to do was have a tournament standard arcade. I've been a fighting game competitor since 2001, so it was important to me to build a really great state-of-the-art tournament standard fighting game community arcade.
On Wednesday nights, we have Tabletop Magic, and we do Dungeons & Dragons every other Wednesday with our DM, Patrick. Thursdays, we do One Piece League, which has been really poppin'. Fridays, we host Open Play Commander Night for Magic the Gathering, and then we also have Grand Archive League. Saturday, we do fighting game tournaments. We start the first Saturday of the month with Super Smash Brothers, and then Tekken 8's the second Saturday of the month, and then the third Saturday of the month, we do Street Fighter 6, and then the fourth Saturday of the month, we do a retro game. We close off the week with Sundays, where we do Magic the Gathering Draft at 3 p.m. and we do Lorcana League at 5 p.m. Just a couple weeks in, we're being the Lorcana store, and I cannot be more excited about it. Our Lorcana League here at Retro Edge Games are some of the greatest people that come to our store. You can find the sign-ups for it on melee.gg. We have a great community, great prizes, and we're just getting started.
Come check us out and come and pick up that latest, juiciest set, the Azurite Seas, baby. Let's go! Are you excited about Gadget? I'm excited about the Rescue Rangers. Let's do it.
We've been around for the last 5 months, and we're looking to be a staple here in Vallejo, and we look forward to you guys coming by and checking this out.
Oh man, I've talked enough. Again, I'm BJ from Retro Edge Games. Good luck in the Battle of the Bay. Come see us on Sundays, man. That's all I gotta say. Peace.
Welcome to Games of Berkeley, the old
NorCal TCG is located on Pine Street in Martinez. NorCal TCG is a hobby store specializing in trading card games, board games, collectibles, and more. Games of Berkeley is located on Durant Avenue in Berkeley. Games of Berkeley is a wall-to-wall game shop with board games, puzzles, playing cards, and a whole lot more. Retro Edge Games, located at 2085 Solano Avenue in Vallejo, the place where you can go unwind, socialize, and enjoy a sense of belonging, hosting arcade events most weekends as well as TCG and collectibles. The Launchpad is located at 712 West Lodi Avenue in Lodi, is a League Championship Series and friendly local game store, carrying board games, comic books for all ages. Level up your real estate game and ask for Jesbian at Red Oak Realty. Take Refuge Studios, Lorcana content created by LGBTQ nerds that are new to TCG games. Wanderlust, handmade leather gaming accessories that add a beautifully immersive experience to your gaming table. Green Potion Games, located at 1271 North Davis Road in Salinas, a local game store that specializes in Lorcana, Magic, Pokemon, and Yu-Gi-Oh! They have events for every game throughout the week. Wyatt Team. Let the Wyatt Team help you make the next move in your home financing game, because when it comes to your mortgage, you deserve a game master on your side. Sword and Board Games, located on 41st Avenue in the Capitola Mall, seeks to create fun and safe environment to nurture the premier board, card, and miniature, including role-playing games, here in the Santa Cruz County. Anime Imports, located in Pacifica on Manor Drive, features card games as well as comic books, toys, and miniatures. Destine Fantasy Games, located at 650 Central Avenue in Alameda, local toy and tabletop game store where you can find all of your TCG product, including cards, singles, and more. Gold Star Collectibles in Sacramento, located on 2440 Fulton Avenue, your one-stop shop for all your card game needs in Sacramento. This stream is brought to you by Inertia Pictures. If you need a camera solution to give a unique look to your production, we have the resources to fit your need. Game Fortress, located on Grant Avenue in Novato, a local game store that hosts weekly events and a game area for you to try out new games from our free library. DVY Collectibles, located at 1150 Arnold Drive in Martinez. They have everything from sports cards, Pokemon, memorabilia supplies, and more.
My name's Robert, and welcome to NorCal TCG. My name's Robert DeCambra. We're at NorCal TCG, located in Martinez, California. I've been a TCG player for 30 plus years. The first card game I ever played was Magic the Gathering. Sitting around a kitchen table with my family, just shuffling up cards and playing and having fun. It was always my dream to have a shop of my own where I could build a community for players where they felt safe and invited, and they could have as much fun as I've had over the years playing different card games. NorCal TCG opened in 2022. My uncle opened a shop when I was a teenager and gave me the dream to one day follow in his footsteps. And here I am now, the owner of NorCal TCG. We've grown a lot over the last 2 years. Our local playgroups have grown and expanded. On Mondays, we host Flesh and Blood Armory. On Tuesdays, we have our Pokemon League. On Wednesdays, we have Grand Archive. On Thursdays, we have Weiss Schwartz and Cardfight Vanguard. And on Fridays, we host One Piece and Magic the Gathering Commander. On Saturdays, we host One Piece and Lorcana. On Sundays, we host Grand Archive and One Piece.
NorCal TCG is located on Pine Street in Martinez. NorCal TCG is a hobby store specializing in trading card games, board games, collectibles, and more. Games of Berkeley is located on Durant Avenue in Berkeley. Games of Berkeley is a wall-to-wall game shop with board games, puzzles, playing cards, and a whole lot more. Retro Edge Games, located at 2085 Solano Avenue in Vallejo, the place where you can go unwind, socialize, and enjoy a sense of belonging. Hosting arcade events most weekends as well as TCG and collectibles. The Launchpad is located at 712 West Lodi Avenue in Lodi. Is a League Championship Series and friendly local game store, carrying board games, comic books for all ages. Level up your real estate game and ask for Jesbian at Red Oak Realty. Take Refuge Studios, Lorcana content created by LGBTQ nerds that are new to TCG games. Wanderlust, handmade leather gaming accessories that add a beautifully immersive experience to your gaming table. Green Potion Games, located at 1271 North Davis Road in Salinas, a local game store that specializes in Lorcana, Magic, Pokemon, and Yu-Gi-Oh! They have events for every game throughout the week. Wyatt Team. Let the Wyatt Team help you make the next move in your home financing game, because when it comes to your mortgage, you deserve a game master on your side. Sword and Board Games, located on 41st Avenue in the Capitola Mall, seeks to create fun and safe environment to nurture the premier board, card, and miniature, including role-playing games, here in the Santa Cruz County. Anime Imports, located in Pacifica on Manor Drive, features card games as well as comic books, toys, and miniatures. Destine Fantasy Games, located at 650 Central Avenue in Alameda. Local toy and tabletop game store where you can find all of your TCG product, including cards, singles, and more. Gold Star Collectibles in Sacramento, located on 2440 Fulton Avenue. Your one-stop shop for all your card game needs in Sacramento. This stream is brought to you by Inertia Pictures. If you need a camera solution to give a unique look to your production, we have the resources to fit your need. Game Fortress, located on Grant Avenue in Novato. A local game store that hosts weekly events and a game area for you to try out new games from our free library. DVY Collectibles, located at 1150 Arnold Drive in Martinez. They have everything from sports cards, Pokemon, memorabilia supplies, and more.
Yep, so here I'm at Pixar Studios in California, which is absolutely mental to be here, and just had a tour of the studio. We played some Lorcana up in the top room. I played against 4 different Pixar employees. They have a little locals that they go to at the studio, and I got smoked. I lost 4 games, winning 0 times. But I kind of like that. That just shows you the Pixar guys, they know what they're doing. They play Lorcana and they take it pretty seriously, which is really, really amazing. Really cool facilities. You can see there's like a little soccer pitch over here, or football as I'd like to call it. We went through and looked at the animation studios as well, where there's always these custom offices that the animators have built themselves. There was a submarine, there was a castle, there was like a little tiki hut, which people had turned into their own offices. Like super amazing vibes, and everyone like super proud to be working on it. There's big theaters that they've got here. I think 7 different cinemas or something like that in the building, which is just mental. And the Steve Jobs building, as its name, with like really cool architecture. We learned all about it. We saw a lot of the old history of Pixar. Absolutely mind-blowing to be here, super surreal. And wow, it's been so much fun to meet all the big guys working at Pixar, and really looking forward to Pixar coming to Lorcana, as I'm sure they are as well. We know that's coming in 2026. Super amazing to be here, and what a day it's been. So cool to be here, so surreal.
Wow.
Yeah.
Do you have a favorite Pixar film?
That's a good question.
Not to put you on the spot.
I watched Soul. I really liked Soul.
Oh yeah.
I really loved Elemental recently.
Oh yeah.
I love that one.
It's such a lovely film.
Because I've been watching quite a lot recently, a lot of like mainly Disney films, to be honest, because Lorcana.
Yeah, sure.
But at the same time, I've been watching quite a few Pixar ones more recently.
Nice.
Historically, it would have to probably be Finding Nemo.
Oh yeah, that's such a good one.
Can't go wrong.
Hi, my name is BJ Wooden.
Hey everybody, it's Dave, and welcome to Retro Edge Games.
What is Retro Edge doing that gives it that retro edge? We have a retro feel to this place, from the fighting games that's next to another person that's pushing buttons instead of online, to the classic anime that's on the TV, to actually playing games with old-fashioned shiny cardboard. It's a little bit of an old school feel in here, but there's also an edge. It's nice, clean technology. It's well lit. It feels nice. And our attitude is a little edgy. Not mean, just edgy.
So we're a new store, and we're new here from Vallejo, but we've been seeing amazing support from our community. We at Retro Edge Games built this place to basically help support creating a third place for everyone, so they can basically have a place outside of work and home to come and enjoy themselves, meet new friends, and kind of just have a place to decompress.
As soon as we did this, I knew the first thing we had to do was have a tournament standard arcade. I've been a fighting game competitor since 2001, so it was important to me to build a really great state-of-the-art tournament standard fighting game community arcade.
On Wednesday nights, we have Tabletop Magic, and we do Dungeons and Dragons every other Wednesday with our DM, Patrick. Thursdays, we do One Piece League, which has been really poppin'. Fridays, we host Open Play Commander Night for Magic the Gathering, and then we also have Grand Archive League. Saturday, we do fighting game tournaments. We start the first Saturday of the month with Super Smash Brothers, and then Tekken 8's the second Saturday of the month, and then the third Saturday of the month, we do Street Fighter 6, and then the fourth Saturday of the month, we do a retro game. We close off the week with Sundays, where we do Magic the Gathering Draft at 3 p.m. and we do Lorcana League at 5 p.m. Just a couple weeks in, we're being a Lorcana store, and I cannot be more excited about it. Our Lorcana League here at Retro Edge Games are some of the greatest people that come to our store. You can find the sign-ups for it on melee.gg. We have a great community, great prizes, and we're just getting started.
Come check us out and come and pick up that latest, juiciest set, the Azurite Seas, baby. Let's go! Are you excited about Gadget? I'm excited about the Rescue Rangers. Let's do it.
We've been around for the last 5 months, and we're looking to be a staple here in Vallejo, and we look forward to you guys coming by and checking us out.
Oh man, I've talked enough. Again, I'm BJ from Retro Edge Games. Good luck in the Battle of the Bay. Come see us on Sundays, man. That's all I gotta say. Peace.
Welcome back. I've had my tacos. I had most of them. I'm joined by Ed. Ed,
What's up? How's it going? I'm back.
Ed's back. Ed is the undefeated. Well, did you lose?
I had one draw. So, and I did the last round, so I'm 602, but I should be first seed overall. Yeah.
So ID, for those who don't know, intentional draw. I'm not a big fan of intentional draws, but sometimes you've got to do what you've got to do, right?
Yeah, I mean, I was locked already, so it was fine, yeah.
And you get a little break. You get to join me.
Yeah, see it.
So you know one of these players, right?
Yeah, the guy on the left. Oh yeah, I know the guy on the left, Josh. He plays purple steel.
Okay.
And the guy on the right, Andy. I'm not sure what he's playing. The
I
last
can
time I
send
played
that.
him, he was playing red purple. So maybe he's, I don't know. Maybe he's playing something new.
Right.
Oh, we got the spice. Okay.
So one of the decks is Locations deck by Andy.
Yeah.
Which is focusing on Amber Steel with a whole bunch of locations. And John Silver's in there. That is a very spicy deck indeed. I'm surprised we've not seen it. And
Yeah,
on the other
I mean,
side,
it looks similar. Yeah, it looks similar to like the one that popped up in Seattle, right?
Yeah.
Like the Fix It Felix and all that.
on the other side it is a Amethyst Steel deck, but it's using Blue Fairies, some Magic Broom 2 costs in there, but no sign of Yen Sid. We did see like a Amethyst Steel deck with Blue Fairies using the Floodbomb Tinkerbell. No Floodbomb Tinkerbell in this one, at least not the new 7 cost one.
Yeah.
But there is the new 6 cost Tink. One thing to look out for with this Amethyst Steel deck, the new Surfer Tink card, same stats as Surfer Mini in Amethyst, and it is a shift target for that giant Tink. That's definitely a powerful combo potentially.
Yeah. And he has the Mickey Mouse too, right?
Yep.
That's like one of the kind of spicy cards in this deck that I think a lot of other people are now playing in Purple Steel.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of different ways to build Purple Steel, with Blue Fairy being the selection of choice here from Josh, but this Amber Steel deck, Locations, it did pop up in Seattle kind of out of nowhere.
Yeah.
And had a very good performance. Fix It Felix Jr. inked, and 1 ink is going to be Fire the Cannons to deal with Robin Hood. Did you get to see any of the games from the deck in Seattle? Because
No,
I did not.
I didn't either.
We were both
So I guess
at
we'll
the
see
event,
now,
weren't we?
yeah.
So it's going to be Aladdin into the Inkwell, and it is going to be Magic Broom play for 2. This is a 2/3 evasive in your own turn. Can be a decent answer to Diablo at times. New
Yeah.
card, Mr. Arrow is it called, I think? It gets inked anyway, but it's got resist. It's a 1/2 stat line, quest for 2.
Yeah. I mean, I think in this matchup in particular, the Crab will probably put in a lot of work to try to just, get over the locations and these kind of big body characters, right?
Magic Broom's questing for 1, and the Surfer Tink, as I'm told, I have to call this card Surfer Tink after Surfer Mini. Same stat line. Why is it that Surfer Mini's fallen off, but then suddenly the Surfer Tink in Amethyst is seeing play, Ed?
It's purple, and you can shift Tink on it. I think that's the main value of the card. Like, you can't. It's very dangerous, right, to quest into cards, or else you might just get blown out by the shift Tink line.
Yep.
I mean, the steel Tink was, I would say, quite bad. Like the 3 for 2/4. Like, draw a card, discard a card. But this Tink actually, is quite scary. I would say you can't really just quest into her freely.
And look at that, John Silver, no locations, but there is a captain. John Silver is a captain, which is why this Smee did not take any damage. Captain tag, definitely a pretty powerful one as tags go. The new Gantu card, also a captain. Fix It Felix inked. And for 2, it's going to be Nottingham and the Underworld, I think that is. So 2 locations with 6 willpower that both gain a lore per turn. But this John Silver suddenly questing for 3, and it has resist 2. That is a pretty powerful little combo there, utilizing these cheap locations. John Silver was questing for 1, and suddenly it quests for 3 out of nowhere.
Yeah, hopefully he has Crab here. Okay, there it is. Very important to take out. Oh, interesting.
Crab giving Jafar that extra 3 strength and takes out John Silver. Were you expecting a location instead?
No, that's probably correct. Like, you kind of need to get rid of it as soon as possible and maybe just start taking out the locations afterwards.
Was also the option of trading the Tinkerbell for Smee, but decides to quest instead. 5 lore apiece right now, but those 2 locations making it 7 lore to 5. 6 willpower on each of those, Nottingham and the Underworld. The Underworld does have an ability, but really it's just being played there as a cheap location with 6 willpower. I think it's, if you have a character that quests while here, you can pay 2 or 3 to add a character from your discard back to hand.
Yeah.
Don't expect that to happen anytime soon.
I'm surprised with the lack of Fox in Josh's deck, because I think that card is pretty powerful with Crab in general.
Yep.
And it also deals with like these location cards, but we'll see if that kind of comes back to get him.
Yeah, the Snake falling off a little bit in terms of popularity, but you tend to see the Fox still making the cut, but it's not in this Amethyst Steel deck. Jafar is traded out from the board. Of course, Jafar has that Floodborn tag, which gives it that bit of synergy with Blue Fairy in the deck for Josh.
He does have the Shift Tink line, but he could take... he can't really take out anything, huh? If he doesn't go for the Shift play. Oh, he's going for the Shift Mickey.
Yeah, so Shift Mickey has resist 1 itself. It also deals damage for the amount of brooms you have on the board, currently 0. The Disney Lorcana game devs like this Mickey. They play it quite a bit. With Whole New World, for example, in like Ruby Steel. It's not something you see as often, but it's definitely a good shift card. Usually you see it with a Whole New World, but that's not something in the list here.
Yeah. It's mostly, you can maybe do 1 or 2 damage with the Magic Broom, and it's just the resist is actually quite good in this deck.
Also that Floodborn for Blue Fairy synergy. It's John Silver, he's back, and a Daisy Duck as well. It's going to be a double quest for 3. That Daisy Duck is going to trigger, revealing the top card of the opponent's deck, and if it's a character, which it is, it's Robin Hood, it gets added to hand. Big wide boards for each player, 11 lore to 5, Ed.
Yeah.
Magic Broom inked.
I mean, this surely is a Tink shift, yeah.
So the shift Tink comes through for 4. So Tink is able to challenge 1 damage dealt to everything, apart from that location, which still has 6 willpower. Tink then going to challenge into Daisy. 2 damage is going to go onto Doc, so polishing off 2 cards at once, the Tink there.
Is that Nottingham 6?
6 willpower, yeah.
Oh, I would have probably killed the Nottingham first, and then tried to do that 1 damage to that John Silver and try to do the 2 damage from the Tinkerbell.
Okay.
So I think this might have been a little misstep, but
Zeus
it might be okay here.
Zeus was sung by Mickey to deal with John Silver. That Nottingham's going to gain 1 more lore, so it's 12 to 5. Daisy, of course, can quest up to 14. It is going to be a new location, which you can see by Joss's reaction.
What is that?
And the Underworld comes down. The new location is if you have a robot or alien character here, you can't challenge this location.
Oh, that crab is going to be really good.
Something like that.
Yeah. I mean, ultimately, it's just kind of like a 1 lore location kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
And I mean, it's pretty big, actually. 7 health on a location is actually quite hard to remove.
14 lore to 5. For Josh, they're just trying to remove every single lore that they can.
Yeah.
But these locations are pretty strong, but the crab is going to target Tink, turning her into a 7 strength character for this turn.
Yeah, and it seems like Josh has stabilized at this point, so I think he's probably in the clear.
And it is going to be the Galactic Council Chamber with that 7 willpower, which is removed. Mickey will deal with Daisy, and because of its resist takes no damage back. And then the crab polishes off Nottingham, so the Underworld, the last card remaining.
It's looking really good for Josh right now.
Underworld gains 1 lore, up to 15. And it is top deck mode, so just whatever card off the top here for Andy is all they have to work with, and it doesn't seem like it was a very good one. Looking at the deck, there's nothing which costs 5 or more, so whatever they had, they just decided not to play it right now. Perhaps
maybe
another location.
Fire the cannons, if I had to guess.
Yep.
Yeah, what else would he just kind of sit on?
Yeah, you would imagine the location would come down. Certainly a dock would have been snapped up very, very quickly. 15 lore to 9. It's a Daisy Duck this time. Will the second card be played? It won't. And it does look like Josh is in a position where they've just clawed back control. The locations have been answered. The crabs have helped a lot to deal with them. Blue Fairy comes down.
Yeah, Blue Fairy's still a fairly uncommon card, so it makes sense that he still has to read it. Are there any other ways for Josh to deal with this Daisy while it's unexerted? Besides Zeus, because I saw you had Zeus.
There's Elsa to exert it potentially.
Yeah.
Only one copy
One
of Elsa.
copy, yeah.
But it is a scoop. Didn't catch what that last card was, Ed, but Fire the Cannon's probably the front runner.
Yeah.
It was a very close one. Those crabs definitely made the difference. This location deck, it really caught my eye in Seattle. I looked at it, I was like, what? That looks terrible. What is it about this location deck that allowed it to get a top card performance in Seattle? I think it finished like top 32 or something, right?
I think if you're able to dodge like the purple cards,
Yes.
like the crab, fox specifically, and also like the Mauis, you'll probably like be able to run over all the other decks because like the locations just have so much health.
Yeah.
Right? And like there's like Fix-It guy that like can heal locations and stuff.
Yes.
So it's actually quite annoying to deal with those locations, and I think Doc also helped a lot in terms of just being able to kind of refresh your hand. And you just have tons of pressure, just big butts, right?
Yeah.
So I think if you have good matchups that have tough times dealing with like the big butts, like, you know, you're not running purple, you're not running Maui, then I can see this kind of deck pulling ahead.
24 locations, 4 copies of Fire the Cannons as well. Definitely seems like a deck Emerald Steel would struggle to deal with.
Yeah.
A lot of Emerald Steel power comes from things like Let the Storm Rage On and Strength of a Raging Fire, clearing threats, but it can't target locations. But we are going to game 2. I think the location deck went first game 1 as well, if I'm not mistaken. And the locations definitely, when I've played like these all-in location decks, they're a lot better going first than they are going second.
Yeah, I think that's the problem. Like right now we're in a format where you have to be able to win on the draw, and that basically eliminates a lot of decks, right? Like I would say even some of the aggro strategies just can't really win on the draw, and I think locations kind of fall under like a similar bucket.
Yeah, I think locations more than anything really, really do struggle going second because your opponent gets that first card down on the board. They can just challenge your location instantly. That big health that the locations have is kind of countered if you're playing them into something that can challenge all the time. But it's interesting to see. What do you think about locations in general and what they've done for the game? It was my mistake. It was actually locations will be going first here in game number 2. What do you think about locations in general? Are you happy with what they've added to the game?
Oh, very interesting. I think locations give a little bit like of diversity, right? Because like before, like Red Blue was just running a little bit too rampant, just being able to kind of remove all the characters. And then now there's kind of a different angle of attack, and you can kind of diversify your threats. And I think that's really like, I think it helped the game a lot. So I do like locations, but you kind of die really hard to the purple and the red cards.
Yep. And you didn't like the look of that crab ink on turn 1 there, did you?
Yeah, I think that was very, very, very important card for this matchup in particular. But maybe his hand kind of just... Oh, he has another one. But personally, I would try to just play as many copies as possible. You know?
Yep. So Robin Hood deals 2 damage to the 7 Dwarfs Mine. But 3 lore already here for Andy with his locations. Pluto into the ink. And for 3, John Silver's back. It gets +1 resist and +1 lore for every location in play. Going to be Magic Broom being inked, and for 3, is it crab time? It's actually a Robin Hood shift.
Interesting.
Which,
I mean, I don't mind this either because actually that deck has quite a... Oh, okay, he's just going for the zap. I think that deck also has a kind of a tough time dealing with big butts as well, right? If you kind of look at the deck, like, there's not much with like a lot of attack until like the later turns with like a Pluto or like a Fix-It Felix. So I'm kind of like okay with this as well.
Yeah, Robin Hood shifting in and singing Zeus to remove that John Silver before it could quest for at least 3.
Yeah.
Possibly even more if more locations came down. Mr. Arrow gets inked, and in comes the new Pluto Bodyguard, currently standing at a 5/5. If it's damaged, it's going to go down to a 1/5.
I mean, he has... Well, personally, I would still probably take the turn off to like play like a rabbit or something just to kind of refill and then set up the crab for later. But he might just say, you know what, I need to get rid of these locations now and, you know, crab it up.
It is crab time.
I'm okay with this.
Crab plus Robin Hood combined for the 7 Dwarfs Mine.
Yeah.
The Bodyguard Pluto only protects other characters from being challenged.
That's kind of the funny thing about that card, right? It's not able to protect the locations.
Neverland continues to tick away for 1 lore. These locations that cost 1 are really interesting to me, Ed. I always look at them and never really like the look of them. But we have seen some being creeping into some lists recently.
Wait,
Even
wait,
like
wait.
non-all-in
That's only
locations.
6, 5, yep. Yeah, I mean, oh, he's gonna fire the cannons, yeah.
Yeah, so Pluto dealing 5 to Robin.
Yeah.
And fire the cannons to finish off the job.
But I think these one-cost locations really shine on like turns 1 and 2, where there's actually basically nothing with 4 attack that can like get rid of them, right? So if you're playing like a Daisy deck and you can go like Daisy into like 2 one-cost locations, it's actually quite scary, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's not very easy to deal with.
And we did see one of the worst things that happens when you're playing a dock deck, which is you're getting ready to play one dock and you draw it into another. So dock was played, but dock was discarded.
Yeah, it's like wheel, similar
Yeah.
thing, yeah.
It's a lone crab standing here for Josh. 3 ink in the inkwell as it stands, I believe. Might be 4. It is 4 on Genie. That Pluto currently a 1/5 bodyguard, so only 2 damage needed to remove it, and it will only deal 1 damage back. Crab is going to sing Let the Storm Rage On, which will polish off that Pluto. And can ink, is there a 1 cost to spend it on? There is not. Neverland continues to tick away. It's been there since turn 1.
It's a pretty scary card, yeah. But he might just run out of juice at this point, so we'll see what kind of lore total Josh can stabilize at. Is that a captain or no? Doc? No, not a captain. He looks like he could be though.
He does. A knight instead. So Smee questing up to 10, halfway there, but definitely running out of steam here, Andy. The only card draw really in the deck is the dock. Also, the Underworld has the potential of adding cards from your discard back to your hand.
Yeah, if I'm Josh here, I'm just thinking like, how can I put as many strength characters as I can on the board?
Josh goes for the rabbit.
So yeah, he can go for the double here.
That's exactly what he does. Genie takes out Smee, Crab takes out Doc. Both cards will remain on the board. But those Neverlands are still there with 4 willpower apiece. Andy's now up to 12. 1 card in hand.
Is that a dock?
Oh, hello.
Oh, off the top.
Big moment in this game.
What is that? Is that 2 Fix It Felix 5 costs?
Yeah, they didn't seem too happy.
It's, you know, it's, you live and die by the sword, I suppose.
So Fix It Felix Jr., the 5 cost. It has shift 3, and your locations get +2 willpower. Definitely not a card
It can... Well, it depends if you get, how much you can deal with these locations this turn, because that card can turn really bad really quickly.
Yep.
If there's no locations for him to protect.
It really is a fascinating build. Again, this list from Seattle, one of the most interesting things I've seen. Andy perhaps inspired by it. Lots of very similar cards, like the Fix It Felix was in that list. It's a card that I don't think I would ever play at end. But clearly it put in some serious work.
Cleaned up the locations.
In Seattle.
Really good turn for him, yeah.
Yep.
But I mean, against like, yeah, like, you know, red, blue, like they actually don't have that many ways to deal with early locations. So you kind of run away with the game pretty quickly. But against like, yeah, these purple decks, you're definitely going to have a really tough time like sticking locations on the board.
Yeah, there's going to be a Fix It Felix. 5 cost, 4/5 stat line quest for 1. Doc will quest for 1 as well. And it's back on over to Josh. At what time can you start questing if you're Josh?
Oh yeah, I mean now. Now is the stabilization turn.
So just remove everything you can, and then once you've done that, then it's time to start questing.
Yes. So it's approximately around this time, yeah. It's time to catch up in lore, right? And this is pretty common, I would say, when you're on the draw. Like, you know, you let your opponent run for a little bit, and you try your best to kind of stop them. And I think Josh has done a really good job kind of stopping him at 13. I think it's pretty hard for Andy to win from this spot.
I think the Zeus play onto that John Silver really slowed Andy down.
Yeah, that was a very key turn for him to be able to remove the John Silver, because I don't know, if it wasn't for that turn, like I don't know when he would remove it, right? Because, you know, he'd just pile on all the locations.
It is a nice turn from Andy though. They get down the 7 Dwarfs Mine, which of course has 2 extra willpower thanks to that Fix It Felix. It also moves in, dealing 1 damage to Genie, making it an even more impressive turn. Fix It Felix could quest here or challenge. and it will challenge Jafar. Mr. Arrow is a 1-2, which quests for 2, but it does have resist 1, which is definitely relevant with Tinkerbell down on the board.
So that mine has 8, right?
Yep. It has 8 as long as the Fix-It Felix remains on the board. But if Fix-It Felix gets removed, the mine's back down to 6.
Yeah, and you're probably attacking the Fix-It Felix from this spot, just so you can take down the mine easily.
5 lore to 13. Andy's still ahead. But the board control very much going in favor of Josh right now.
And Josh doesn't run any bounce, right? So if that's the case, I'm okay kind of just running this rabbit in just to try to get the card and dig a little bit deeper into the deck.
Yep, no bounce cards in Josh's deck. The only Merlins are the 2 copies of the rabbit and 3 copies of the crab. No Madam Mims anywhere to be seen and no goats. Tink does take out the Fix-It Felix and is going to deal just 1 damage to Mr. Arrow because of its resist 1.
Does he have a storm? There we go.
That is going to deal with it. Poor old Mr. Arrow. Even its resist cannot save it.
Yeah, he's in a really, really commanding position now.
And this is maybe what I would say. You talked earlier, Ed, about these decks sometimes struggling to win when going second, but this is definitely one thing that Amethyst Steel has the potential to do, is be pretty quick going first, but then those control tools to stabilize the board when going second. Tinkerbell definitely being especially a shift Tink, can really be a great option when going second.
And I think just songs inherently kind of let you catch up, right? Because if you're playing that parody game, like if you get to go first, right, it's like 1, 1, 1, 1. But if you're on the draw, you can actually like play Zeus or Strength, kill one of your characters, and now you're up a character, right? So I think that's kind of the appeal of Steel, just being able to break parity with songs, which kind of, breaks the kind of the rules of the game a little bit.
Big questing turn for Josh. They're within touching distance. Couple of Smees for Andy, but I just don't think it's going to be enough.
Yeah.
Time to start challenging with Smees, and when you stop questing with a location deck and you're forced to challenge, it's not a good sign.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of the thing with Steel. There's no beat prep, right? So you're kind of having to do like 1-for-1s all day.
Mickey's going to shift and quest for 2. Will that get them across the line? It certainly will. It's a 2-0. Andy's location deck taken down by Josh on his purple steel or amethyst steel. But really, really good performance clearly from from Andy to make it this far with a very spicy list.
Yeah, I mean, Crab definitely put in a ton of work in that matchup, and just even being able to shift and then just get more strength is also very strong, right? It's kind of like a mini kind of Crab in a way.
Yep.
So I'm not surprised by this result, to be honest. It's probably one of the location's worst matchups. Is anything with Crab, anything with Fox, anything with Maui, and he just has the 3 Crab and all the shift lines to kind of upgrade his characters to be able to attack the locations.
Yep, well that was the final round of Swiss here at the Battle of the Bay, but do not go anywhere because we still have the top cut to come. I've heard there's some pretty good players in the top cut, Ed.
Yeah, I hope so.
Is there any decks out there you've seen that you really don't want to play against?
I kind of took a look around. I think there's some, we call it Boomy Steel. Do you know Boomy?
Boomy Steel.
Boomy Jr. But what's his name? Scott? I think his name's Scott. But anyways, he plays Amber Steel, but it's kind of like an aggro strategy without Aerial and without Whole New World.
Okay.
And it also utilizes Doc and Smee, just these big questers and Pluto. And you just have these kind of really, really big bodies that just turn sideways, right? And I think Pluto in particular actually helped the deck a ton. A turn 4, 5/5 is huge. And I want to say there's basically nothing that can really deal with it, right? The appeal of the deck, I think right now is you can go Daisy into Smee, Lawrence, and then Pluto. How do you even beat that? It's quite impossible, right? So I think that deck is actually quite scary, especially on the play. And I did play one earlier, and he did the Pluto thing, and he got to 18. But I was able to slowly kind of, play those Ladies and Sisu, those type of cards to be able to kind of break parity, right? Destroy a card while adding pressure to the board. So I think that deck is pretty scary. I've seen a couple up there. And then obviously also Purple Steel with the dog, kind of similar to the version that you're running. These kind of low to the ground, high questing, type decks. So those aggro decks are quite scary, right? And if you don't open perfectly in the first like couple turns, like they can definitely just run away with the game.
Yeah, awesome. So you're on Ruby Amethyst.
Yeah.
We're gonna come chat with the players. You can stay with us and you can ask some questions as well. Come on in. Come. You can stay.
You saw the game.
Oh, you guys were watching?
Yeah, we were casting the game.
Cool.
Welcome.
Welcome. We have one mic between the two of you. So, would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure. I'm Josh Margolis. I moved to Sacramento recently, but I was a Bay Area guy, so that's why I know him.
Awesome. Ed, do you want to ask the first question?
So, why are you not playing Fox?
Why am I not playing Fox? I don't need it.
So, were you scared that, because I saw in game 2 that you inked Crab as your first ink. What were you thinking about?
I had 2 crabs, so I knew I had like a backup, and I kept one of the crabs because of that, because I knew he was going pretty fast.
And I think there was like one turn where he had like the locations, and you were able to like kill the locations and then use the tinker. Oh, banish PG. So we could banish like you had like a Mickey, I think like a Mickey and like a crab to banish like a Nottingham, and then you had like a Tinkerbell that could like attack, or you would have done one damage. Challenge. Sorry, we're doing 1 damage to each of their characters, and then you would have got the 1 damage on the John Silver, right? Because he would not have to resist anymore, and then you could like attack something and kill the banish the John Silver. But instead you went for the Zeus play. Like, what were you thinking about?
I knew the John Silver wasn't exerted, big word, and I didn't want it questing next turn regardless. So I was like, I'll just take that out. That's one of his biggest threats, and he was already down to maybe 2 cards in hand at that point. He was like looking pretty low, and I just felt pretty safe about my Mickey also being on the board.
Or I was going to say, because the Tinkerbell would have done 1 to him, and then you could attack something, and then did 2 damage to the John Silver to remove him from the board.
Oh, I see. Wait, I had a big Tinkerbell out?
Yeah, you just shifted it. You shifted it.
Oh, I don't remember what happened. I had some misplays that I realized during the game.
Everything's fine. Yeah, everything's fine. You did great.
Yeah, it was fun. It was a good time.
I actually have a mic. My question about the deck list, you've gone for Amethyst Steel, and there's a fair few new cards in there. You've got the Genie in there, but then you've also gone back to some kind of old classics with a lot of the Floodborns and the Blue Fairy.
Yeah.
Was it just always Blue Fairy, or were you interested in any other setups on Amethyst Steel? Because there's a lot of ways you can build it.
Yeah, I've been playing Amethyst Steel for a while, and I used to be running the Bounce package just because with Rabbit, that was just such a good draw engine. But with Genie, now I have kind of 2 options, and if people are taking the time to banish my Blue Fairy, it's going to leave spots open for things like the Tinkerbell and those shift lines to just be able to thrive.
Awesome. Is there any matchups for your deck that you are worried about?
It's blue-red for sure.
Mm-hmm.
If the game starts going too late and they have a Hiram online, my Zeus is the biggest card to be able to take it out.
Yep.
I have the 1 Elsa for a tap down, but it's not super reliable. And then Zeus doesn't even take it out either.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions, Ed? Any matchups you really like with this deck that you feel confident in? Amethyst Steel often is not a deck that has super favored matchups.
None
right?
of them,
it's just kind of even across the board.
None of them feel like amazing, but I feel like I can play my way out of most of them just with how much I'm drawing. And especially when people don't respect the Blue Fairy. I had a couple games where it feels bad to Medusa Blue Fairy, but because my Blue Fairy got to stay on the board, I just kept playing cards that would replace themselves and just was too much pressure.
Awesome. Well, any more questions? Good. I think we're good to go. Well, thank you very much for joining us. We're going to go to a commercial, but when we're back, it's top 8 time. Do you both make it?
I don't think I will.
Okay, we'll find out.
I think I'm close, but...
Maybe. Fingers crossed. Ed's definitely there. So we'll see you guys soon. We'll go to a commercial,
Yep,
but
so here I'm at Pixar Studios in California, which is absolutely mental to be here. And just had a tour of the studio. We played some Lorcana up in the top room. I played against 4 different Pixar employees. They have a little locals that they go to at the studio, and I got smoked. I lost 4 games, winning 0 times. But I kind of like that. That just shows you the Pixar guys, they know what they're doing. They play Lorcana and they take it pretty seriously, which is really, really amazing. Really cool facilities. You can see there's like a little soccer pitch over here, or football as I'd like to call it. We went through and looked at the animation studios as well, where there's always these custom offices that the animators have built themselves. There was a submarine, there was a castle, there was like a little tiki hut, which people had turned into their own offices. Like super amazing vibes, and everyone like super proud to be working on it. There's big theaters that they've got here. I think 7 different cinemas or something like that in the building, which is just mental. And the Steve Jobs building, as its name, with like really cool architecture. We learned all about it. We saw a lot of the old history of Pixar. Absolutely mind-blowing to be here, super surreal. And wow, it's been so much fun to meet all the big guys working at Pixar, and really looking forward to Pixar coming to Lorcana, as I'm sure they are as well. We know that's coming in 2026. Super amazing to be here, and what a day it's been. So cool to be here, so surreal.
Yeah. Do you have a favorite Pixar film?
That's a good question.
Not to put you on the spot.
I watched Soul. I really like Soul.
Oh yeah.
And I really loved Elemental recently.
Oh yeah.
I love that one.
It's such a lovely film.
Because I've been watching quite a lot recently, a lot of like mainly Disney films, to be honest, because Lorcana.
Yeah, sure.
But at the same time, I've been watching quite a few Pixar ones more recently.
Nice.
Historically, it would have to probably be Finding Nemo.
Oh yeah, that's such a good one.
Can't go wrong.
Welcome to NorCal TCG. My name is Robert DeCambra. We're at NorCal TCG, located in Martinez, California. I've been a TCG player for 30 plus years. The first card game I ever played was Magic the Gathering. Sitting around a kitchen table with my family, just shuffling up cards and playing and having fun. It was always my dream to have a shop of my own where I could build a community for players, where they felt safe and invited, and they could have as much fun as I've had over the years playing different card games. NorCal TCG opened in 2022. My uncle opened a shop when I was a teenager and gave me the dream to one day follow in his footsteps. And here I am now, the owner of NorCal TCG. We've grown a lot over the last 2 years. Our local playgroups have grown and expanded. On Mondays, we host Flesh and Blood Armory. On Tuesdays, we have our Pokemon League. On Wednesdays, we have Grand Archive. On Thursdays, we have Weiss Schwartz and Cardfight Vanguard. And on Fridays, we host One Piece and Magic the Gathering Commander. On Saturdays, we host One Piece and Lorcana. On Sundays, we host Grand Archive and One Piece.
Hi, my name is BJ Wooden.
Hey everybody, it's Dave, and welcome to Retro Edge Games.
What is Retro Edge doing that gives it that retro edge? We have a retro feel to this place, from the fighting games that's next to another person that's pushing buttons instead of online, to the classic anime that's on the TV, to actually playing games with old-fashioned shiny cardboard. It's a little bit of an old school feel in here, but there's also an edge. It's nice, clean technology. It's well lit. It feels nice. And our attitude is a little edgy. Not mean, just edgy.
So we're a new store and we're new here from Vallejo, but we've been seeing amazing support from our community. We at Retro Edge Games built this place to basically help support creating a third place for everyone so they can basically have a place outside of work and home to come and enjoy themselves, meet new friends, and kind of just have a place to decompress.
As soon as we did this, I knew the first thing we had to do was have a tournament standard arcade. I've been a fighting game competitor since 2001, so it was important to me to build a really great state-of-the-art tournament standard fighting game community arcade.
On Wednesday nights, we have Tabletop Magic, and we do Dungeons & Dragons every other Wednesday with our DM, Patrick. Thursdays, we do One Piece League, which has been really poppin'. Fridays, we host Open Play Commander Night for Magic the Gathering, and then we also have Grand Archive League. Saturday, we do fighting game tournaments. We start the first Saturday of the month with Super Smash Brothers, and then Tekken 8's the second Saturday of the month, and then the third Saturday of the month, we do Street Fighter 6, and then the fourth Saturday of the month, we do a retro game. We close off the week with Sundays, where we do Magic the Gathering Draft at 3 p.m. and we do Lorcana League at 5 p.m. Just a couple weeks in, we're being a Lorcana store, and I cannot be more excited about it. Our Lorcana League here at Retro Edge Games are some of the greatest people that come to our store. You can find the sign-ups for it on melee.gg. We have a great community, great prizes, and we're just getting started.
Come check us out and come and pick up that latest, juiciest set, the Azurite Seas, baby. Let's go! How are you excited about Gadget? I'm excited about the Rescue Rangers. Let's do it.
We've been around for the last 5 months, and we're looking to be a staple here in Vallejo, and we look forward to you guys coming by and checking us out.
Oh man, I've talked enough. Again, I'm BJ from Retro Edge Games. Good luck in the Battle of the Bay. Come see us on Sundays, man. That's all I gotta say. Peace.
NorCal TCG is located on Pine Street in Martinez. NorCal TCG is a hobby store specializing in trading card games, board games, collectibles, and more. Games of Berkeley is located on Durant Avenue in Berkeley. Games of Berkeley is a wall-to-wall game shop with board games, puzzles, playing cards, and a whole lot more. Retro Edge Games, located at 2085 Solano Avenue in Vallejo, the place where you can go unwind, socialize, and enjoy a sense of belonging, hosting arcade events most weekends as well as TCG and collectibles. The Launchpad is located at 712 West Lodi Avenue in Lodi, is a League Championship Series and friendly local game store, carrying board games, comic books for all ages. Level up your real estate game and ask for Jesbian at Red Oak Realty. Take Refuge Studios, Lorcana content created by LGBTQ nerds that are new to TCG games. Wanderlust, handmade leather gaming accessories that add a beautifully immersive experience to your gaming table. Green Potion Games, located at 1271 North Davis Road in Salinas, a local game store that specializes in Lorcana, Magic, Pokemon, and Yu-Gi-Oh! They have events for every game throughout the week. Wyatt Team. Let the Wyatt Team help you make the next move in your home financing game. Because when it comes to your mortgage, you deserve a game master on your side. Sword and Board Games, located on 41st Avenue in the Capitola Mall, seeks to create fun and safe environment to nurture the premier board, card, and miniature, including role-playing games, here in the Santa Cruz County. Anime Imports, located in Pacifica on Manor Drive, features card games as well as comic books, toys, and miniatures. Destine Fantasy Games, located at 650 Central Avenue in Alameda. Local toy and tabletop game store where you can find all of your TCG product, including cards, singles, and more. Gold Star Collectibles in Sacramento, located on 2440 Fulton Avenue. Your one-stop shop for all your card game needs in Sacramento. This stream is brought to you by Inertia Pictures. If you need a camera solution to give a unique look to your production, we have the resources to fit your need. Game Fortress, located on Grant Avenue in Novato. A local game store that hosts weekly events and a game area for you to try out new games from our free library. DVY Collectibles, located at 1150 Arnold Drive in Martinez. They have everything from sports cards, Pokemon, memorabilia supplies, and more.
Yep, so here I'm at Pixar Studios in California, which is absolutely mental to be here, and just had a tour of the studio. We played some Lorcana up in the top room. I played against 4 different Pixar employees. They have a little locals that they go to at the studio, and I got smoked. I lost 4 games, winning 0 times. But I kind of like that. That just shows you the Pixar guys, they know what they're doing. They play Lorcana and they take it pretty seriously, which is really, really amazing. Really cool facilities. You can see there's like a little soccer pitch over here, or football as I'd like to call it. We went through and looked at the animation studios as well, where there's always these custom offices that the animators have built themselves. There was a submarine, there was a castle, there was like a little tiki hut, which people had turned into their own offices. Like super amazing vibes, and everyone like super proud to be working on it. There's big theaters that they've got here. I think 7 different cinemas or something like that in the building, which is just mental. And the Steve Jobs building, as its name, with like really cool architecture. We learned all about it. We saw a lot of the old history of Pixar. Absolutely mind-blowing to be here, super surreal. And wow, it's been so much fun to meet all the big guys working at Pixar, and really looking forward to Pixar coming to Lorcana, as I'm sure they are as well. We know that's coming in 2026. Super amazing to be here, and what a day it's been. So cool to be here, so surreal.
Yeah. Do you have a favorite Pixar film?
That's a good question.
Not to put you on the spot.
I watched Soul. I really liked Soul.
Oh yeah.
And I really loved Elemental recently.
Oh yeah.
I loved that one.
It's such a lovely film.
Because I've been watching quite a lot recently, a lot of like mainly Disney films, to be honest, because Lorcana.
Yeah, sure.
But at the same time, I've been watching quite a few Pixar ones more recently.
Nice.
Historically, it would have to probably be Finding Nemo.
Oh yeah, that's such a good one.
Can't go wrong.
Hi, my name is BJ Wooden.
Hey everybody, it's Dave, and welcome to Retro Edge Games.
What is Retro Edge doing that gives it that retro edge? We have a retro feel to this place, from the fighting games that's next to another person that's pushing buttons instead of online, to the classic anime that's on the TV, to actually playing games with old-fashioned shiny cardboard. It's a little bit of an old school feel in here, but there's also an edge. It's nice, clean technology. It's well lit. It feels nice. And our attitude is a little edgy. Not mean, just edgy.
So we're a new store, and we're new here from Vallejo, but we've been seeing amazing support from our community. We at Retro Edge Games built this place to basically help support creating a third place for everyone, so they can basically have a place outside of work and home to come and enjoy themselves, meet new friends, and kind of just have a place to decompress.
As soon as we did this, I knew the first thing we had to do was have a tournament standard arcade. I've been a fighting game competitor since 2001, so it was important to me to build a really great state-of-the-art tournament standard fighting game community arcade.
On Wednesday nights, we have Tabletop Magic, and we do Dungeons & Dragons every other Wednesday with our DM, Patrick. Thursdays, we do One Piece League, which has been really poppin'. Fridays, we host Open Play Commander Night for Magic the Gathering, and then we also have Grand Archive League. Saturday, we do fighting game tournaments. We start the first Saturday of the month with Super Smash Brothers, and then Tekken 8's the second Saturday of the month, and then the third Saturday of the month, we do Street Fighter 6, and then fourth Saturday of the month, we do a retro game. We close off the week with Sundays, where we do Magic the Gathering Draft at 3 p.m. and we do Lorcana League at 5 p.m. Just a couple weeks in, we're being a Lorcana store, and I cannot be more excited about it. Our Lorcana League here at Retro Edge Games are some of the greatest people that come to our store. You can find the sign-ups for it on melee.gg. We have a great community, great prizes, and we're just getting started.
Come check us out and come and pick up that latest, juiciest set, the Azurite Seas, baby. Let's go! Are you excited about Gadget? I'm excited about the Rescue Rangers. Let's do it.
We've been around for the last 5 months, and we're looking to be a staple here in Vallejo, and we look forward to you guys coming by and checking us out.
Oh man, I've talked enough. Again, I'm BJ from Retro Edge Games. Good luck in the Battle of the Bay. Come see us on Sundays, man. That's all I gotta say. Peace.
My name's Robert, and welcome to NorCal TCG. My name's Robert DeCambra. We're at NorCal TCG, located in Martinez, California. I've been a TCG player for 30 plus years. The first card game I ever played was Magic the Gathering. Sitting around a kitchen table with my family, just shuffling up cards and playing and having fun. It was always my dream to have a shop of my own where I could build a community for players, where they felt safe and invited, and they could have as much fun as I've had over the years playing different card games. NorCal TCG opened in 2022. My uncle opened a shop when I was a teenager and gave me the dream to one day follow in his footsteps. And here I am now, the owner of NorCal TCG. We've grown a lot over the last 2 years. Our local play groups have grown and expanded. On Mondays, we host Flesh and Blood Armory. On Tuesdays, we have our Pokemon League. On Wednesdays, we have Grand Archive. On Thursdays, we have Weiss Schwartz and Cardfight Vanguard. And on Fridays, we host One Piece and Magic the Gathering Commander. On Saturdays, we host One Piece and Lorcana. On Sundays, we host Grand Archive and One Piece.
haven't been live since you guys were here. What was that, sorry? We're ready in 5.
Yeah, I can
3.
Oh, okay.
Hello.
Hello.
Welcome back.
We're back.
Hi, Ed.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going good. How are you?
I'm chilling. We got the Team Champions trophy. We're representing Margolis Gaming Labs.
Camera's there, bro.
Yeah. Woo!
That's a nice trophy.
Yeah, it's
Can I
very
hold
nice.
it?
Yeah, sure, here.
Very nice.
Yeah, I like the black aesthetic, and I mean.
So what was this trophy for exactly?
So basically, everyone had to sign up to be like on a team, and we, beat our competition by many points. I think we had like 450 points.
Okay.
And second place had 150 points. So yeah, we're very proud of how big our community is.
Let's go.
It's been a blast. We've met so many people playing at a bunch of different stores, and the culmination of all the different stores led to this this team that ended up taking home the trophy today.
Good job, guys. And there was some other prizes handed out as well, right?
Yeah, I think they had some raffles for like a D23 set and like the Mickey from the D23 as well. So yeah, it was a really well-run event. Shout outs to Jesbian and Ben. They put on a really nice event.
There was also a prize for last place, right?
Oh yeah, they handed out the champion. Dysfunctional. What's that called? Dysfunctional something.
Yeah.
Lorcanos. Like they had like the set champs mat, but it was like champion, and they had like the little drawing on it. So I thought that was pretty interesting. That whoever finished the last 3 that actually played it through the entire tournament got those play mats.
I got asked. I was like, "Do you guys want to see winning in game, or would you rather see the bottom 2 place players?" And I said, "Well, I think there's going to be some people in chat that would be a little bit unhappy."
Oh.
So we could have watched it, but it was my call not to. But I think it's a really cool incentive to have a prize for the last player, get people to play the whole way through.
Yeah.
Apparently, you've been given some instructions to talk about what?
Oh yeah, okay. So I've been instructed that I need to talk about my team, Team Tianhu.
Yep.
We're playing the ICL, and you can watch us lose on Twitch VV Underland.
Okay.
Like last week.
What's the ICL?
Yeah, so I think VV Underland and a couple of those folks started like a Champions League. So I think it's called like the Illumineers Champions League, where we recruited a bunch of teams to kind of just have like a league. Mm-hmm. And right now we're kind of in the exhibition match stage, and I'm like the team owner of Team Tianhu, and we played against Team Ink Knights last week. We suck.
We've got
You can just come in, Chris. All right, Chris. He's a member on the team, and he was the one that lost. So I'm gonna have to tag myself out. And thanks.
Was this being streamed? No, it's not.
Good job, Ed.
I didn't know it's not. Wait, why'd you say all of that on stream? What the hell?
How did your game go?
Oh, my game went horribly. Green steel is like kind of hard to beat red blue right now. I need to play lower to the ground, more discard. Yeah. Well, this is a weird moment. Nice to see you, Bessie.
Hi to.
Oh yeah. Hello, Izzy, if you're watching. Hi, Brian. Hello, the people that are playing Throne and Liberty right now. If you're watching this, probably not.
Are you going to stick with green steel moving forward?
Green steel, yeah, probably. Most likely.
It's actually Emerald Steel.
Emerald Steel, that's what it's called, yeah. Officially, Emerald Steel. I will probably be playing Emerald Steel for Continentals. Just kidding. Hyper aggro.
Any closing words?
It was a blast, and had a great time here. Hopefully see everyone again at the LCQ.
Yep. I probably won't be there, but maybe. But best of luck, guys, with your LCQs.
Yeah, thank you.
One last show to the camera of the trophy. Oh, look at that. Lorcana, Battle of the Bay, team champions. Nicely done. I'm going to clap you off. You can go. Thank you. There was also some other trophies that were given out. So we're going to try and maybe bring some more people in. But the top 8 is going to be starting pretty soon. Pretty soon. I'm in full jet lag mode, I'm not going to lie. These tacos I'm going to call them sleepy tacos. But having a lot of fun. Really excited to see the top 8 games. Yeah, there's lots of people still here. But we're going to go to a short commercial break. When we're back, it's going to be the top 8. Bam! Did that work?
Yep, so here I'm at Pixar Studios in California, which is absolutely mental to be here. And just had a tour of the studio. We played some Lorcana up in the top room. I played against 4 different Pixar employees. They have a little locals that they go to at the studio, and I got smoked. I lost 4 games, winning 0 times. But I kind of like that. That just shows you the Pixar guys, they know what they're doing. They play Lorcana and they take it pretty seriously, which is really, really amazing. Really cool facilities. You can see there's like a little soccer pitch over here, or football as I'd like to call it. We went through and looked at the animation studios as well, where there's always these custom offices that the animators have built themselves. There was a submarine, there was a castle, there was like a little tiki hut, which people had turned into their own offices. Like super amazing vibes, and everyone like super proud to be working on it. There's big theaters that they've got here. I think 7 different cinemas or something like that in the building, which is just mental. And the Steve Jobs building, as its name, with like really cool architecture. We learned all about it. We saw a lot of the old history of Pixar. Absolutely mind-blowing to be here, super surreal. And wow, it's been so much fun to meet all the big guys working at Pixar, and really looking forward to Pixar coming to Lorcana, as I'm sure they are as well. We know that's coming in 2026. Super amazing to be here, and what a day it's been. So cool to be here, so surreal.
Wow.
Yeah.
Do you have a favorite Pixar film?
That's a good question.
Not to put you on the spot.
I watched Soul. I really liked Soul.
Oh yeah.
I really loved Elemental recently.
Oh yeah.
I loved that one.
It's such a lovely film.
Because I've been watching quite a lot recently, a lot of like mainly Disney films, to be honest, because Lorcana.
Yeah, sure.
But at the same time, I've been watching quite a few Pixar ones more recently.
Nice.
Historically, it would have to probably be Finding Nemo.
Oh yeah, that's such a good one.
Can't go wrong.
You can see where we are. Okay.
Store winner. Check. Tim Haraguchi.
But that's not the only prize. We've also got the Store Award. And who is the winner of the Store Award?
Our store from Sacramento is Gold Star Collectibles, and then the owner of Gold Star Collectibles is Tim Haraguchi, and he sponsored a lot of us to come out here from Sacramento, California.
Awesome. Tell us a bit about the store.
The store itself, it's in East Sac. It's away from like a lot of the important parts of Sacramento, but I mean, like, it's a little homey store, and the community is one of the best that I've ever been a part of, and I've been a part of a lot of communities, and I love Tim's store so much. I mean, like, what have you got to say?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, I'd stopped kind of playing Lorcana at stores just because, like, people would stop coming and stuff, and when, I went to this store, they just kind of welcomed me with open arms, and it was just great to be able to play. Eventually, my wife started playing, too, at the store, so, like, she wasn't even in it. She's never played a card game before, and so, yeah, it's awesome. We have so many people there that are just, besides just, playing the game itself, like, just everyone having fun. We do potlucks, everything. Just kind of, like, outside of the game, we're all a community at the store as well.
You have anything to say, Argy?
Shout out to Tim. He's a very humble guy. He always wants to chit chat, and he always just wants to make friends with everybody. So shout out to him.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Any last words from you guys?
Yeah. Once again, shouts out to Tim. He's in Vegas right now. Hopefully he's getting his get back. But we'll see you back in Sacramento, and we represented for you.
Let's go. We're gonna go to another commercial, but the top 8 is up next. Don't go anywhere.
My name's Robert, and welcome to NorCal TCG. My name's Robert DeCambra. We're at NorCal TCG, located in Martinez, California. I've been a TCG player for 30 plus years. The first card game I ever played was Magic the Gathering. Sitting around a kitchen table with my family, just shuffling up cards and playing and having fun. It was always my dream to have a shop of my own where I could build a community for players, where they felt safe and invited, and they could have as much fun as I've had over the years playing different card games. NorCal TCG opened in 2022. My uncle opened a shop when I was a teenager and gave me the dream to one day follow in his footsteps. And here I am now, the owner of NorCal TCG. We've grown a lot over the last 2 years. Our local playgroups have grown and expanded. On Mondays, we host Flesh and Blood Armory. On Tuesdays, we have our Pokemon League. On Wednesdays, we have Grand Archive. On Thursdays, we have Weiss Schwartz and Cardfight Vanguard. And on Fridays, we host One Piece and Magic the Gathering Commander. On Saturdays, we host One Piece and Lorcana. On Sundays, we host Grand Archive and One Piece.
Hi, my name is BJ Wooden.
Hey everybody, it's Dave, and welcome to Retro Edge Games.
What is Retro Edge doing that gives it that retro edge? We have a retro feel to this place, from the fighting games that's next to another person that's pushing buttons instead of online, to the classic anime that's on the TV, to actually playing games with old-fashioned shiny cardboard. It's a little bit of an old school feel in here, but there's also an edge. It's nice, clean technology. It's well lit. It feels nice. And our attitude is a little edgy. Not mean, just edgy.
So we're a new store and we're new here from Vallejo, but we've been seeing amazing support from our community. We at Retro Edge Games built this place to basically help support creating a third place for everyone, so they can basically have a place outside of work and home to come and enjoy themselves, meet new friends, and kind of just have a place to decompress.
As soon as we did this, I knew the first thing we had to do was have a tournament standard arcade. I've been a fighting game competitor since 2001, so it was important to me to build a really great state-of-the-art tournament standard fighting game community arcade.
On Wednesday nights, we have Tabletop Magic, and we do Dungeons and Dragons every other Wednesday with our DM, Patrick. Thursdays, we do One Piece League, which has been really poppin'. Fridays, we host Open Play Commander Night for Magic the Gathering, and then we also have Grand Archive League. Saturday, we do fighting game tournaments. We start the first Saturday of the month with Super Smash Brothers, and then Tekken 8's the second Saturday of the month, and then the third Saturday of the month, we do Street Fighter 6, and then the fourth Saturday of the month, we do a retro game. We close off the week with Sundays, where we do Magic the Gathering Draft at 3 p.m. and we do Lorcana League at 5 p.m. Just a couple weeks in, we're being a Lorcana store, and I cannot be more excited about it. Our Lorcana League here at Retro Edge Games are some of the greatest people that come to our store. You can find the signups for it on melee.gg. We have a great community, great prizes, and we're just getting started.
Come check us out and come and pick up that latest, juiciest set, the Azurite Seas, baby. Let's go! Are you excited about Gadget? I'm excited about the Rescue Rangers. Let's do it.
We've been around for the last 5 months, and we're looking to be a staple here in Vallejo, and we look forward to you guys coming by and checking us out.
Oh man, I've talked enough. Again, I'm BJ from Retro Edge Games. Good luck in the Battle of the Bay. Come see us on Sundays, man. That's all I gotta say. Peace.
Yep, so here I'm at Pixar Studios in California, which is absolutely mental to be here. and just had a tour of the studio. We played some Lorcana up in the top room. I played against 4 different Pixar employees. They have a little locals that they go to at the studio, and I got smoked. I lost 4 games, winning 0 times. I kind of like that. That just shows you the Pixar guys, they know what they're doing. They play Lorcana and they take it pretty seriously, which is really, really amazing. Really cool facilities. You can see there's like a little soccer pitch over here, or football as I'd like to call it. We went through and looked at the animation studios as well, where there's always these custom offices that the animators have built themselves. There was a submarine, there was a castle, there was like a little tiki hut, which people had turned into their own offices. Like super amazing vibes, and everyone like super proud to be working on it. There's big theaters that they've got here. I think 7 different cinemas or something like that in the building, which is just mental. And the Steve Jobs building, as its name, with like really cool architecture. We learned all about it. We saw a lot of the old history of Pixar. Absolutely mind-blowing to be here, super surreal. And wow, it's been so much fun to meet all the big guys working at Pixar, and really looking forward to Pixar coming to Lorcana, as I'm sure they are as well. We know that's coming in 2026. Super amazing to be here, and what a day it's been. So cool to be here, so surreal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have a favorite Pixar film?
That's a good question.
Not to put you on the spot.
I watched Soul. I really liked Soul.
Oh yeah.
And I really loved Elemental recently.
Oh yeah.
I loved that one.
It's such a lovely film.
Because I've been watching quite a lot recently, a lot of like mainly Disney films, to be honest, because Lorcana.
Yeah, sure.
But at the same time, I've been watching quite a few Pixar ones more recently.
Nice.
Historically, it would have to probably be Finding Nemo.
Oh yeah, that's such a good one.
Can't go wrong. Yeah, can you tell? Good, long, but yeah, I'm very tired. I went to San Diego last year for Comic-Con. So yeah, it was sunny then. It's so rainy. Yeah. 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 I know. But it could be worse. I've had a lot of fun. I wish like, if it wasn't raining yesterday, it would have been better because that was on my day to explore. But I walked around for like 2 hours and I was so soaking wet, I went home. It was still nice. I had a lot of fun. Yeah. It is what it is. Monday, so not that much longer. It's good, the delay's long. I'm ready to go. It's fine. No, you're fine. You're chilling. No, don't worry. Is this your local area then, like around here? Okay. Yeah. That's so good. Yeah, let's go. Mhm. Sure. Mhm. Mhm. Let's go. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's so good. Yeah. Let's go. It seems like such a nice little group. Yeah, yeah. So. Yeah, yeah. That's so good. Yeah. Mhm. Oh, that's so cool. Mhm. That's class. Whoa. Mhm. Mhm. Let's go. 30. Whoa. That's so good. Wow. Mhm. Holy moly. Yeah. Oh, that's so good. Jeez. Yeah. Mhm. Mhm. Yeah, I've heard the same. I think Lorcana's got a good thing going. That's good. Yeah. That's so good. Yeah. She lives not too far away. Mhm. I'm not allowed to give it. Yeah, consent given. Ed, are you guys playing? What's happening? What? Bro. Yeah, but like the last round, it's been like 2 hours. It's crazy. It's just a bit of a shame because it's like, I mean, I cast the last round with you. That was so long ago. Chat's a bit restless. I love that first question. So why aren't you playing Fox? Oh, that was a great question. That was a good question. That was a good question. It's 3 a.m. UK time. 3:30. Wednesday. So you'd think I'd be adapted. You'd be wrong. I've just been sleeping at UK time still. I've been sleeping so early, waking up at like 3 a.m. Yeah. But yeah. I'm kind of making it up as I go along, but. It's not that hard. I was a teacher and that was more hard, I would say. Yeah. So the kids are all right, it's the parents. Nah, I liked teaching, but it was all the paperwork and stuff, It kind of just happened. I mean, it's something I was always interested in. I was never quite good enough competing, so I was always kind of interested in casting. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Because yeah, I did like other games initially, and it kind of just worked out quite well. Is he being summoned? Oh. Wow. Oh. Okay, everybody. It looks like the top 8 starting. So welcome back, one and all. We appreciate you sticking with us there. But we are now here for the top 8 of Battle of the Bay here in California. We started at 9 a.m. local time. I was here at 7:30 local time a.m. And it is now 7:30 p.m. I've been in the building for 12 hours, but the top 8 is underway. I do apologize for the delay, everyone here in the chat, and we appreciate you sticking with us. I believe deck checks were what was taking us a while. We had a bit of a prize ceremony for the teams. We had then a raffle where lots of prizes and stuff like that were given out. And I believe it was deck checks which were causing the delay here. But we appreciate you guys all sticking with us. It is open deck lists in the top 8. So the players are going to have this little opportunity to study each other's deck lists. I will get
information as quickly as I possibly can over the decks. Ah, look at that. Our wonderful organisers have sent me it already. We've got Daniel. Daniel is playing Amethyst Steel. Amethyst Steel, very, very well represented here today. And Arvin on the other side is playing Emerald Amethyst. They've named their deck EA Sports. EA Sports, as in Emerald Amethyst. I see what they've done there. They're playing one copy of Maleficent Staff, which is an interesting inclusion. That could actually be pretty significant in a Amethyst mirror. Daniel, who's playing Amethyst Steel, does have bounce package. So Daniel, who's playing Amethyst Steel, no blue fairies, does have the 3-cost Tink, Surfer Tink, as well as the Shift Tink. They have a single copy of Twin Fire. So it's playing 4 copies of Zeus, 3 friends. It's not the quickest version of Purple Steel, Amethyst Steel, so it's probably going to struggle against Ruby Sapphire, but in an Amethyst mirror here, I think it's well positioned to do quite well, with the Tinkerbell Shift in particular being an interesting line. The Emerald Amethyst deck, like I said, has that one copy of Maleficent Staff. Whenever one of your opponent's characters, items, or locations is returned to their hand from play game 1 lore, that can be really, really powerful when combined with Cloud Kicker, which is in their deck. But of course, if your opponent tries to bounce anything, it's going to be really interesting too. Go Tamago's in the mix as well for Arvin, which can definitely be a powerhouse. It is best of 3 here in the top cut. The highest seed will be able to go first twice, I do believe. But we're ready for the top 8 Battle of the Bay here in California, 7:30 p.m. local time. The time in London, I don't know, it's maybe like 3:30 a.m. And let me tell you, it feels like it. The jet lag has hit me, it's hit me kind of hard, but I'm about to have a second wind as the top 8 is beginning. Both players shuffling up and getting ready to begin. And again, thank you everyone for sticking with us here in the chat. Hope you're excited for the top 8 here at the Battle of the Bay. Don't have deck lists handy or anything like that, but definitely stay tuned to my YouTube page where things will be getting posted after the tournament, going through all the deck lists. Also, Ink Decks is usually a good place to go. Here we go. Higher seed for this one. Let me see if I can work that out. We'll let you know. But it is going to be Andrew starting things off here with the Chernobog's, and Daniel's going to respond with the Diablo. So both players starting off with those Amethyst 1-drops. Mr. Smee going to come through then for Daniel, who is going first in game number 1. A real classic battle, Amethyst Steel versus Amethyst Emeralds. Ursula's going to come in, and that is going to be a big moment. Whenever you play an Ursula down and it misses, you feel pretty awful. There were a few song cards on offer, potentially. Frenzy on the other side, but in particular that, and then along came Zeus being uninkable, is what Andrew was hoping to see, but does not. Diablo also, I thought it didn't quest, but it looks like it will be questing for 1. First lore of this top 8 goes for Andrew, but it is now, oh no, it's actually 1 lore apiece because the Channelbox followers quested the previous turn, just hadn't been updated there. So the Ursula, of course, saw the hand, which included a couple of foxes. It is going to be one of the foxes into the Inkwell, and it's going to be the Surfer Tink, as she's now known in the community. The Tink Fast Flyer, 1/3 stat line at quest for 2. And that Tinkerbell is a pretty good card within its own right, but in this deck in particular, it's representing the threat of the giant Tink Shift. Absolutely extraordinary combo, because it's a card you're happy to quest with, but you're also very happy to shift with, and it puts your opponent in a really awkward spot. The Channelbox followers will crest to draw, and play will pass on over. That Smee's going to, of course, take 1 damage, because I don't believe the Tinkerbell is a captain. I do not believe she's a captain, but I've been wrong before. It turns out she is not a captain, confirmed. So on the other side of the board, it's Diablo and Ursula. Just make sure everything's good. And Dandy here will let you know what's going on in just a moment. Again, we really appreciate you all being here. Lots of people working really hard behind the scenes to bring you this tournament here from the Bay Area in California. We are continuing, and it's going to be our Amethyst Emerald player inking up to 3. They went second this game, of course. It will be the 1-cost Diablo into the Inkwell, and in comes Kit Cloud Kicker. See you later, Tinkerbell. Big moment in this game. The Tinkerbell shift threat is really, really significant. I mean, you just imagine the board state of a giant Tink. Often, if there's a giant Tink on one side of the board, the opponent is just not able to quest. And that 3-cost Tink is almost representing that same kind of power level. Just the threat of the shift Tink being able to rush in and challenge and deal with maybe 3 characters in a single turn on this kind of board. Queen's Castle will be inked. Just 2 copies of that in the deck for Daniel. So a pretty significant decision to ink it. Smee will quest for 2. And with the 4 ink, well, it looks like it's 3 ink. Is Tink coming back down into the mix? It's going to be the Fox bouncing the Smee. Fox can, of course, challenge either Diablo or Ursula. Goes for Ursula in this case. 1 ink still to spare, and it will be a Churnabox Followers. Of course, that Tink still in the hand. Play passes back on over to Emerald Amethyst. We will get that lore counter on the screen for you as soon as possible. Not big lore counts at the moment. I think it's 1 lore apiece. It's going to be Go-Go Tamago into the Inkwell. Kit Cloud Kicker, going to trade for the Fox. Diablo is ready to quest still, with 4 ink still to spend. And it is going to be the Genie. When Genie enters play, draw a card. And that card will be drawn. I thought for a second they might forget. And something to look out for on these Amethyst mirrors is the Genie against Genie on Elsa combo. It's something we talked about with Ed earlier on. And looking at the deck lists, there is no Elsa in the deck for Daniel, and Arvin does have Elsa. So that's definitely a big advantage here for our Emerald Amethyst player, Andrew. They do have their Elsas. Elsa Genie can combine to take out an opponent Genie, and there we do see the Genie. So Elsa right about now could be a huge moment. My first game of set 6, I played a Genie up against my opponent's Genie, and then Elsa came through. And it was at that moment I vowed never to play Amethyst without Elsa again this set. Let's see if that Elsa is going to come through at the right moment here. 5 cards in hand. Is one of them Elsa? If Elsa is in there, Genie can be exerted. Genie and Elsa combine to take out the opponent's Genie. And it leaves you in a really good spot. Churnabox Followers and Robin Hood, the other cards down on the board here for Daniel as it stands. Andrew's going to ink the Crab. It's not the card of Dreams, but a Peter Pan Shadow Finder can rush in still and deal with the Churnabogs. 6 lore to 4 as it stands. Well, that Genie is going to tie things up. 6 lore apiece. This Elsa would have been a real game changer. And the tension in the room is pretty palpable now this top 8 started. There's lots of people here in the building watching the action unfold. It's going to be a second Genie. Daniel will draw for that Genie, of course. And then Genie will quest. Had the option, of course, of challenging Peter Pan. In fact, it's not going to quest, it's going to sing, and then along came Zeus. That is a great way of dealing with an opponent's Genie, because suddenly the Genie battle is very much in favor of Daniel. Without that Elsa that I was anticipating, and if you can get these evasive threats stuck down on the board in this kind of matchup, you're in a really, really good spot. Double Genie and Robin Hood on the board. Of course, Daniel did go first in this first game here. It's a best of 3. Crab comes through. Fox plus Crab combo, so this Fox can challenge for 7. Well, it can, but it only challenges for 2. Taking out Robin Hood. 6 lore to 7 in favor of the double Genie player. Surely not a third Genie. It's going to be Friends, hard cast. 2 cards drawn. Diablo into the Inkwell. It's going to be another Tink. Might actually be the same Tink we saw earlier on. 3 evasives down on the board for our Amethyst Steel player. Is there an Elsa to help contend with these? Elsa at this moment in time just not doing that much though without that other evasive character on the board. It is the evasive show right now for Daniel, making use of going first by getting some really aggressive questing through into the mix. Rabbit's going to come through, card drawn. $11 lore to 6. Nothing to challenge for the Fox with that evasive board, so it's going to quest for 1. Bridging the gap now, 11 lore to 7. Still some ink to spend this turn. It is going to be a Fox, bouncing back that Rabbit. And a key moment in this game, it feels like if there's a third Genie enters the board, that's 4 evasives. Diablo and Chernobog, just for good measure. No threat of be prepared when playing against Emerald Amethyst, of course. Big questing comes through. It's going to be the Rabbit for 4. Still perhaps searching for an Elsa. But again, just a real lack of evasive cards. It's going to be the quest, and it's going to be Amethyst Steel. Evasive Amethyst Steel taking game number 1 in this best of 3 top 8. That was the Genie show right there. But again, there was that turn where a Elsa for the Emerald Amethyst player, and they do play Elsa, could have changed everything. The Genie and Elsa could have combined to take out the opponent's Genie, but it was nowhere to be seen when it mattered most. Player's going to shuffle up and get ready for game number 2 in this best of 3. Appreciate you all being here, everybody. This is the Battle of the Bay, California. Top 8. Around 130 players participating today, and only 8 are left. Here we go, game number 2. It will be Emerald Amethyst to kick this one off. It was Amethyst Steel that went first in game number 1. So going to be interesting to see how the different side of the die roll or the coin flip is going to affect this one. It is open deck list, remember, but the player's able to study the deck before the start of the game. So at this point, there's maybe some things they're forgetting about. It's definitely part of the skill, and it's been a long old day here in California. The main event started 10.5 hours ago. I've been here for around 12 hours at this point. Amethyst Steel mid-range is pretty good fare into everything except Ruby Sapphire. Yeah, the version of Amethyst Steel that I've been playing, that is Moyen's list for the EU versus NA, is actually also very good into Ruby Sapphire with the 1-cost Maleficence, the Goats, and the White Rose. Having said that, that style of deck is going to struggle against Daniel's list with the Tinkerbell, for example. Here we go. It will be Emerald Amethyst going first, and Clarabelle's going to be inked. And it's not Clarabelle, it's a Merfolk. Curse Merfolk on turn 1. Always threatening, but there is the potential with a Fire the Cannons to respond. It's going to be a Chernobog's followers. Going to check, actually. You would imagine there's some Fire the Cannons. There is... Oh, I've got the wrong list there. 1 second. Is there any Fire the Cannons? There actually is not any... There is 3 Fire the Cannons for Daniel. Yeah, that makes sense. 3 copies of Fire the Cannons, 1 copy of Twin Fire, which is this kind of double Fire the Cannons. Like Twin Fire on this board, you discard a card from hand and you're able to deal with both Merfolk and Banzai. It could be incredible. Chernobog's followers is going to quest, or is it? No, it's actually going to challenge the Cursed Merfolk, discarding the very enchanted, and then along came Zeus, and for 2, it's going to be a Smee. Play passes back on over to Andrew. And it's going to be a quest of Banzai. And I guess that's Peter Pan that rushed in there. I was just checking the list. Smee is still standing strong. 4 lore to 0. Of course, Emerald Amethyst going first in this one, so Amethyst Steel can ink this turn to get up to 3. Smee's going to challenge the Banzai. This is what you're often forced to do when going second. You're the one challenging while your opponent gets to quest. Diablo inked, and in comes the Surfer Tink. We saw in the last game, Cloud Kicker dealing with this Tinkerbell. Is that an option again? It's going to be Genie. This Genie will have Rush as well because of the Peter Pan Shadow Finder. But of course, nothing to challenge right now. But it is a real battle of evasives right now. We saw in the last game the evasive overload from Amethyst Steel, but this time it looks like Andrew looking to get that evasive board with the Peter Pan and the Genie. Tinkerbell could challenge Peter Pan, and it would stick around on the board. Could we ever see a Shift Tink? We don't. It's a Goat instead. 1 lore now on the board. Tinkerbell could quest, could challenge this Peter Pan as well. Decides to do nothing at all. Perhaps wanting to shift on this card down the line. So Genie and Peter Pan between them quest for 3 up to 8. Can go to 5 ink. Of course, an Elsa would be an interesting proposition to take out the Tink. It's going to be Ursula inked. And it is Elsa available. But will that be the option? Do you want to be careful now that the building's become a lot more quiet? Not to give anything away. It's going to be Genie that comes through. Card drawn. It's a board full of evasives and a good old-fashioned Goat. Again, this Genie does have Rush, thanks to Peter Pan Shadow Finder, but nothing to challenge. Questing with Peter Pan and Genie up to 8. 8 lore to 1. The gap is growing. The problem, of course, of shifting in Tink here is there'll be nothing to challenge as everything's evasive. It would deal, though, with the Peter Pan Shadow Finder with those 2 damage counters on it. Goat is going to sing. And then along came Zeus, and then the Genie has been zapped and dealt with for 4. It's going to be the Shift Tink. So 1 damage dealt to both, and then the Tink will quest. Pretty nice turn. Stabilizing the board, but these evasives are still going to be pretty difficult to deal with. Genie can quest up to 10. Something like a crab could provide the opportunity to trade the Tinkerbell out as well. But you might just be wanting to quest with the Genie at this point. Continue to quest, tick away at that lore. Amethyst Steel winning game 1 while going first. Emerald Amethyst looking to tie the series up 1-1. It is going to be the Elsa, and it's just not that impressive at this moment. It can rush in and deal 2 damage to the Goat, or the Tink if so desired. But you might just want to leave it as it is. Safe and sound and protected with no damage on it. It is another evasive card that quests for 1 after all. But definitely not the ideal use for Elsa. We saw in the last game there was that 1 turn where Elsa would have been potentially game-winning. But here, Elsa coming at the wrong time, it feels like. 4 ink. Is it another Genie? It's a rabbit this time. Goat can't challenge Genie, of course, because it's evasive, but it can certainly zap it. And then along came Zeus, being sung by the Goat, and Tinkerbell questing for 2 again. The gap is being closed. 10 lore to 5. This Elsa is still an evasive threat. Only quest for 1. Go into the Inqua, an expensive ink, no doubt. But there comes Clarabelle for 7. Can Clarabelle draw some cards here? For Andrew. Elsa is going to quest for 1. and play passes on over to Daniel. Clarabelle will not be drawing any cards, it seems. It's a genie. Not a bad way to spend 4 ink. And Robin Hood Enchanted inked. 1 ink available. Tink, Goat, or Quest up to 8. The Rabbit is still ready and waiting also. Quest up to 9. So 9, Law to 11. Card drawn for Emerald Amethyst. There's 1 card in hand for Daniel on Amethyst Steel. Andrew here will challenge the Tinkerbell with Clarabelle. Taking it out and remaining on the board. Slowing the game down a bit at this moment in time to try and gain back that board control which slipped away from them. It's going to be Peter Pan Shadowfinder with Rush and Evasive for 3. 4 ink available. Elsa and Peter Pan can both challenge this turn. Peter Pan's going to challenge the Rabbit. Go to Margot comes through. 2 ink it costs to play it, 2 ink for its ability, and it's going to be 2 law gained, 2 damage counters on that Rabbit. So Go to Margot gaining a law for each damage counter on the Rabbit. And that, guess what, is another evasive. And it's got Rush because of the Peter Pan Shadowfinder. Elsa can Quest. Really fascinating battle here. The Amethyst evasive mirrors seem like a bit of a theme for the Azure at Sea meta. It's going to be a Quest with the Elsa for 1. 6 law away, but that Clarabelle is going to draw a couple of cards as well for Andrew. The Clarabelle's been a real difference maker, trading out that Tink while remaining on the board and now drawing 2 cards. 9 law to 14. 3 cards in hand here. Two evasives on the side of the board here for Andrew, but that Clarabelle is, of course, not evasive. 5/6 body, I believe it is, on Clarabelle, so 2 more damage needed. Genie is going to exert, and so is the Goat, and it's going to be a double Quest up to 12. Closing the gap to just 2 law now. With a Goat on board, of course, as well, so that can climb up very, very quickly. 3 ink spent on a Fox. Suddenly 13 law available. Oh, sorry, 13 law on the door. Fox can rush in as well, of course. Can't challenge Elsa or Peter Pan because of the evasive tag, but can certainly trade for Clarabelle, and that is exactly what happens. Clarabelle has been dealt with, but really good value off the Clarabelle, drawing 2 cards and trading for a Tinkerbell and a Fox. 2 ink still to work with. Goat in hand as well as another card. There was an Enchanted there getting inked. I think it might have been Tink. Goat still in hand. And perhaps one other card. It is a Crab. But it's back on over to Andrew, and it's very close to the end of this one. Andrew can quest up to 16. Has the option of trading out the Genie instead with the Elsa and the Peter Pan. If they want to slow the game down here. It's another Elsa. Hello. Elsa's going to exert the Crab. And it's going to be Elsa and Elsa challenging into the Genie. This is going to mean that the Peter Pan is free to quest and stick around on the board. It's going to be Banzai for 2, Peter Pan questing up to 15, and they are threatening to win next turn. So Daniel has to remove something from the board here, or this will be Andrew's game 2. We know they have a Goat in hand, but what did they draw into? 3 evasives, all exerted for Andrew. That Banzai's ready and waiting. It's a scoop, and we go to game 3. Each player, when going first, has taken it, but it's been pretty tight in both games. And I think we saw in that game one the lack of Elsa for Andrew. That's going to be the key card for them when going second. Taking out their opponent's Genie, trying to equalize the board around turn 5. Going to be really, really fascinating to see how this third and final game plays out in this top 8 game here at the Battle of the Bay in California. And we can see the lists on the screen here. Big shout out to the production team. Thank you very much for that. This is Andrew's list. Again, it's open deck lists. Single copy of that Maleficent Staff, as mentioned. That could be something to look out for. I think particularly important in this matchup is that Elsa with Rush. The Ursula Sea Witch Queen, single copy of that could also be interesting. I have to say, the one thing I don't like about these Emerald Amethyst lists in general is the Clarabelles. We did see the Clarabelle perform quite well there, but I don't know, I'm unconvinced about this one-drop Clarabelle in these decks, to be honest. Everyone plays them, but I've never quite understood why. But that's just my opinion. The White Rose, a new addition in there. And here's Daniel's list. A very interesting setup without Doc. Does play Rabbit, as well as the Snakes and the Fox. 2 Rabbits, 4 Genies. Twin Fire, I think a really fascinating addition as well. But here we go, the mulligans are taking place. Amethyst Steel will be going first. And it's going to be Amethyst Emerald looking to stabilize the board as quickly as possible in what turns out so far to be the Battle of the Evasives here at the Battle of the Bay in California. 8 p.m. local time. The players about 11 hours into their tournament run. The decks have been shuffled. The decks have been cut. California, make some noise. Oh, that worked. That's cool. I look very tired. I am tired. That's why. Here we go. Go into the Inkwell. Robin Hood down on the board. It's going to be Crab, but no turn 1 play for Andrew. Not the start you're looking for when trying to mount the comeback when going second. Clarabelle, Curse, Merfolk are the 1-cost cards in their deck, as well as that 1-cost Diablo. So there's 10 1-drops, but doesn't find one. Robin Hood will quest for 1 for the first lore of this game, number 3. But no turn 2 at least. Interesting early game. It's going to be the Ursula. Will Ursula hit? It certainly will. See you later, and then along came Zeus. We saw the Ursula come through on turn 2 from Andrew in game 1, and it missed, and it felt terrible. Well, that feels brilliant. Discarding, and then along came Zeus, which has been a real thorn in their side. Genie singing Zeus to deal with Genie was a real highlight of game 1. Also getting that information over the rest of the cards in hand is crucial. Robin Hood ready and waiting. It's going to be 3 ink spent on this Surfer Tink, the fast flyer. No quest from Robin Hood. Really, really interesting. It is 1 lore to nothing, by the way. That just needs to get updated. That quest came through on turn 2 from Robin Hood. Has now been updated. Ursula into the Inkwell. 3 ink to spend. It's going to be Kick Cloud Kicker. See you later, Tinkerbell. Bounce back to hand, and Ursula's going to quest for 1. Interesting that this Robin Hood didn't quest in the previous turn. Perhaps fearing a Fox rushing in and trading favorably. Perhaps also suggesting that there might be a shift option. That Surfer Tink will be inked, and in comes a Rabbit. Robin Hood still ready and waiting. Gonna just continue to do nothing. So very slow start to this game which I have to say probably favors the player going second in general. Well, that's not very slow because the genie is now in the building, drawing a card. It's that evasive 2/4 body which can quest for 2. Of course, Rabbit singing Zeus would deal with genie so efficiently, but the Ursula discarding that Zeus on turn 2. Of course, another one could have been drawn by this point, especially with the Rabbit. There is 4 in the deck. That would be a big moment indeed. It is going to be Zeus, found out of nowhere. Another lightning bolt comes through, cleans up the genie. Rabbit singing Zeus onto genie, a big moment in this game. And that's a big moment too. The Fox bouncing back the Rabbit, drawing an extra card, and now rushing in to deal with that Kit. And it's actually going to deal with Ursula, leaving Kit on the board. Robin Hood still ready and waiting, and Robin Hood finally does something and trades for a Kit. 1 ink still to spare. Crab brings it up to 2 ink, but won't be spent. 3 law to 1, so the player going first trailing at this stage, but that was a big turn indeed. It's going to be the Fox into the inkwell, 5 ink to spend. $5 ink to spend. 2 of that will be spent on a Maleficent Staff has entered the board. A really interesting option in this Amethyst Mirror. Whenever one of your opponent's cards, items or locations is removed from the board and added to their hand, in other words, bounced from the board to their hand, during their turn, no, during your turn, or just whenever? I'm trying to think. I think whenever. Yeah, it is whenever. Gain a law. So if you use Cloud Kicker, you gain 1 law. If your opponent uses a Fox and bounces something back, you gain 1 law. It can be really, really powerful. It's going to be the Banzai as well, so I feel like this is a pretty good turn. Maleficent Staff, in what seems to be a longer game here, could be very, very powerful. And the kind of evasive battles we saw in game 1 and 2, it might have been too slow, but considering the law count right now, this Staff, it could put in some big work. It's going to be Tinkerbell and the Fire the Cannons. That is efficient. Banzai costs 2 to play, and Fire the Cannons deals with it for just 1 before any law can be gained. Another card inked. It was another very fancy enchanted. It might have been a Tink. Ed is in the top 8, playing right now. Not sure what the score is on that one. Genie's going to come through and draw a card. An evasive on each side of the board now. Tinkerbell and Genie. It's going to be the White Rose inked, and play passes on over to the Amethyst Steel player, Daniel. 4 ink on a Rabbit, probably the same Rabbit we've seen bounce back not too long ago. 1 ink for a 1-cost Diablo, and it is going to be a quest for 3. Finally taking the lead here, Daniel. 5 law to 3. Don't forget about that Maleficent Staff in play as well. But this is the kind of turn where an Elsa could make a real difference. It's going to be a Crab plus Genie. That's not bad either. Crab plus Genie, the evasive trade. Tinkerbell taken out by the Genie. 4 ink, I think that is still to spare. Might be 3, but could ink to go to 4. At the moment, it really is just a battle for board control, but also you have to remember the amount of cards that you have in hand. The longer the game goes on, that is a resource which each player is trying to balance as well. And the Peter Pan is going to rush in and trade for the Fox. And it is now back on over to Daniel here. Rabbit questing there. 6 law to 3. It is going to be a snake. But look at that. 1 law gained by Andrew. Thanks to the Maleficent Staff, whenever a card is bounced back to the opponent's hand, gain a lore. Really coming in clutch in this Amethyst Mirror. Really interesting tech card, just one copy of it in the deck. Rabbit is played back down, but the Rabbit is putting in some serious work as well. This is one Rabbit we've seen bouncing back and forth, I think 3 times now. And therefore, the card advantage in terms of cards in hand is very much in favor of Daniel, I believe. Crab is going to take out Diablo. When Diablo is banished, a card is drawn. Genie, the only evasive currently on the board. Maleficent Staff is still there as well, don't forget. I'm not calling the cards in hand just because the players might be able to hear me, but you can obviously see what's going on in hand if you look at these bottom cameras. I'm not going to comment on those just in case the players are able to hear me with how quiet the building is now compared to earlier. But Elsa for 5. It can rush in and exert a character. It's going to be the Rabbit that's exerted, and there is now the option of challenging the Rabbit with both Genie and Elsa. Alternatively, you might just want to quest with Genie for 2. Interesting decision. We've seen that Rabbit bouncing back and forth. Denying the potential bounce of that Rabbit could be an interesting option. Five ink was spent on this Elsa, and Elsa will challenge the Rabbit. But will the Genie finish the job, or will the Genie instead quest? 7 lore to 4 as it stands. Genie is going to quest up to 6. And play passes back on over now to Daniel, who has an abundance of cards in hand, thanks to that Rabbit, thanks to that 1-cost Diablo. And there's always the possibility one of those cards is And Then Along Came Zeus, which has been a difference maker for Daniel, and it happens. The 3rd one that they've drawn this game. 1 was discarded, 2 have been sung by a Rabbit to deal with a Genie. Speaking of Genie, in comes a Genie. 0 ink was spent on that Zeus, of course. 4 ink spent on Genie. 3 ink still remaining. The Snake will quest. It's now 8 lore to 6. It's going to be 2 ink spent. Oh, maybe not. Looks like it might be 3 ink spent instead. On a Fox, bouncing back the Rabbit, drawing a card, but because of that Maleficent Staff, there's also a lore gain for Andrew, the 2nd lore gained by Andrew. Just wondering, going back to that previous turn with the Elsa, for Andrew, if it was the most efficient play they had. They went for the Elsa, they challenged the Rabbit, which then got bounced back. It didn't really do a lot of anything. Was that the turn where they just lost a little bit too much tempo? The Elsa at the wrong time. Well, Elsa's going to quest. It's now 8 lore apiece. 8 all. 3 cards in hand for Andrew, one of which is a Fox. The Fox can rush in. And the Fox does rush in, and in comes Ursula as well. And that is a pretty scary hand. Twinfire, Rabbit, Enchanted Tinkerbell, and a Fox, just for good measure. It really has been the story of And Then Along Came Zeus in this one. Singing it with that Rabbit to deal with the opponent's Genie twice. Genie is going to quest for 2, I think. Tink comes through, 1 damage dealt to Ursula. And just for good measure, Twinfire comes through, 2-cost fire the cannons. Twinfire, you have the option of using its secondary ability, which is discard a card and deal 2 more damage to a different character. But in this case, it was just played as a 2-cost fire the cannons, like a baboon. Elsa's going to come through. It's going to exert Tink, I suppose. But the battle of the evasives, you can deal with the Genie, but there's just no other evasive to follow it up. I identified Elsa maybe as being a potential difference maker, but the Elsas just seemingly have come at the wrong time here. It's been the Zeus that's been the difference maker, as it turns out. For Ink, in comes the rabbit, and the rabbit has also been a bit of a difference maker in this one. Bouncing back and forth so many times. 2 copies of rabbit, 4 copies of genie in the deck. And this, you can see why there's rabbits. They've just put in so much work. And here comes the Surfer Tink and a Mr. Smee looking to close things out. 14 lore to 8 right now. Lots of people here at the venue watching the action very closely. And they think it might be all over. But does Andrew have something up their sleeve? Now, Genie has 2 damage counters on it already, so it can be taken out by Elsa and will be. Elsa with 4 damage counters on her is standing tall for now. Tink's questing for 2 each, as does Smee and the rabbit, so 7 lore available. So 2 characters need to be gotten rid of here, or it's over. To get rid of at least 2 characters. And they're all quite strong and ready and difficult to deal with. That is the game. It was the battle of Amethyst and Emerald, or sorry, Steel and Emerald. Maleficent Staff put in some work, but it just wasn't enough. Amethyst Steel comes out on top. It did get to go first twice, let's not forget. But it really was the power of, and then along came Zeus. You can see on the screen we have a breakdown of the meta share of the tournament here, Battle of the Bay, around 130 players. The most popular deck of the weekend was Amber Steel Songs. Ruby Amethyst in at 2nd place, and quite surprisingly to many, Amethyst Steel, the 3rd most popular deck in the meta game here at Battle of the Bay. I have to say, Battle of the Bay, classy pick. I think Amethyst Steel is a great deck. You guys know me, I do love a bit of Amethyst Steel. Emerald Steel, the 4th most represented. Emerald Amethyst in at 5th. Oh no, Ruby Sapphire is there as well. Ruby Sapphire actually the 2nd most represented. Ruby Amethyst is the 3rd, Amethyst Steel is the 4th, Emerald Steel the 5th, and then Emerald Amethyst as the 6th. Just to tell you about some of the other, here you go, the top 8. 2 Amber Steel, 2 Ruby Amethyst, 2 Amethyst Steel, 1 Emerald Steel, 1 Emerald Amethyst. Emerald Amethyst is now out. We just saw that. We know at least 1 Amethyst Steel player has made it through. But interesting to see, no Ruby Sapphire, despite being a pretty popular deck here today. No Ruby Sapphire making it through to the top 8. It was the 2nd most represented deck in the tournament, but nowhere to be seen. And if you look at the decks which made the top, it's not that unsurprising. I think Amber Steel, a tricky matchup for Ruby Sapphire. Amber Steel can easily go 1-1 with that deck though. I think Amber Steel is usually going 1-1 with Ruby Sapphire. But all these other decks, very, very difficult. These Amethyst decks, very speedy. Emerald Steel, not the speediest, but a pretty even matchup often with Ruby Sapphire. But yeah, it's interesting to see. I think Amethyst Steel and Emerald Amethyst in particular looking like 2 of the biggest winners of the new set so far. It is early days. That was the first top 8 game. And it was a very, very fun one. I imagine some of the other players will be still playing their games because it was a pretty speedy top 8 game. But then, of course, we've still got our top 4. And Ed, Disney Lorcana Challenge champion, is still in the top 8 playing Ruby Amethyst. It'll be interesting to see if they're able to come out on top of their match. But yeah, appreciate everyone being here in the chat, watching the Battle of the Bay here in California. Big shout out to all the organizers. Super duper awesome event with lots of people working really, really hard behind the scenes to make this all happen. I've been having a lot of fun. We're probably going to go to a short commercial break. I'm going to take a quick toilet break, but we'll see if I can grab the players for an interview. and then we'll have some more action coming up very, very soon. So appreciate your patience, but we're going to go to a short break. Thanks for watching, and see you soon.
Yep, so here I'm at Pixar Studios in California, which is absolutely mental to be here, and just had a tour of the studio. We played some Lorcana up in the top room. I played against 4 different Pixar employees. They have a little locals that they go to at the studio, and I got smoked. I lost 4 games, winning 0 times. But I kind of like that. That just shows you the Pixar guys, they know what they're doing. They play Lorcana and they take it pretty seriously, which is really, really amazing. Really cool facilities. You can see there's like a little soccer pitch over here, or football as I'd like to call it. We went through and looked at the animation studios as well, where there's always these custom offices that the animators have built themselves. There was a submarine, there was a castle, there was like a little tiki hut, which people had turned into their own offices. Like super amazing vibes, and everyone like super proud to be working on it. There's big theaters that they've got here. I think 7 different cinemas or something like that in the building, which is just mental. And the Steve Jobs building, as its name, with like really cool architecture. We learned all about it. We saw a lot of the old history of Pixar. Absolutely mind-blowing to be here, super surreal. And wow, it's been so much fun to meet all the big guys working at Pixar, and really looking forward to Pixar coming to Lorcana, as I'm sure they are as well. We know that's coming in 2026. Super amazing to be here, and what a day it's been. So cool to be here, so surreal.
Wow.
Yeah.
Do you have a favorite Pixar film?
That's a good question.
Not to put you on the spot.
I watched Soul. I really liked Soul.
Oh yeah.
And I really loved Elemental recently.
Oh yeah.
I loved that one.
It's such a lovely film.
Because I've been watching quite a lot recently, a lot of like mainly Disney films, to be honest, because Lorcana.
Yeah, sure.
But at the same time, I've been watching quite a few Pixar ones more recently.
Nice.
Historically, it would have to probably be Finding Nemo.
Oh yeah, that's such a good one.
Can't go wrong.
My name's Robert, and welcome to NorCal TCG. My name's Robert DeCambra. We're at NorCal TCG, located in Martinez, California. I've been a TCG player for 30 plus years. The first card game I ever played was Magic the Gathering. Sitting around a kitchen table with my family, just shuffling up cards and playing and having fun. It was always my dream to have a shop of my own where I could build a community for players, where they felt safe and invited, and they could have as much fun as I've had over the years playing different card games. NorCal TCG opened in 2022. My uncle opened a shop when I was a teenager and gave me the dream to one day follow in his footsteps. And here I am now, the owner of NorCal TCG. We've grown a lot over the last 2 years. Our local playgroups have grown and expanded. On Mondays, we host Flesh and Blood Armory. On Tuesdays, we have our Pokemon League. On Wednesdays, we have Grand Archive. On Thursdays, we have Weiss Schwartz and Cardfight Vanguard. And on Fridays, we host One Piece and Magic the Gathering Commander. On Saturdays, we host One Piece and Lorcana. On Sundays, we host Grand Archive and One Piece.
Hi, my name is BJ Wooden.
Hey everybody, it's Dave, and welcome to Retro Edge Games.
What is Retro Edge doing that gives it that retro edge? We have a retro feel to this place, from the fighting games that's next to another person that's pushing buttons instead of online, to the classic anime that's on the TV, to actually playing games with old-fashioned shiny cardboard. It's a little bit of an old school feel in here. But there's also an edge. It's nice, clean technology. It's well lit. It feels nice. And our attitude is a little edgy. Not mean, just edgy.
So we're a new store, and we're new here from Vallejo, but we've been seeing amazing support from our community. We at Retro Edge Games built this place to basically help support creating a third place for everyone, so they can basically have a place outside of work and home to come and enjoy themselves, meet new friends, and kind of just have a place to decompress.
As soon as we did this, I knew the first thing we had to do was have a tournament standard arcade. I've been a fighting game competitor since 2001, so it was important to me to build a really great state-of-the-art tournament standard fighting game community arcade.
On Wednesday nights, we have Tabletop Magic, and we do Dungeons and Dragons every other Wednesday with our DM, Patrick. Thursdays, we do One Piece League, which has been really popping. Fridays, we host Open Play Commander Night for Magic the Gathering, and then we also have Grand Archive League. Saturday, we do fighting game tournaments. We start the first Saturday of the month with Super Smash Brothers, and then Tekken 8's the second Saturday of the month, and then the third Saturday of the month, we do Street Fighter 6, and then the fourth Saturday of the month, we do a retro game. We close off the week with Sundays, where we do Magic the Gathering Draft at 3 p.m. and we do Lorcana League at 5 p.m. Just a couple weeks in, we're being a Lorcana store, and I cannot be more excited about it. Our Lorcana League here at Retro Edge Games are some of the greatest people that come to our store. You can find the signups for it on melee.gg. We have a great community, great prizes, and we're just getting started.
Come check us out and come and pick up that latest, juiciest set, the Azurite Seas, baby. Let's go! Are you excited about Gadget? I'm excited about the Rescue Rangers. Let's do it.
We've been around for the last 5 months, and we're looking to be a staple here in Vallejo, and we look forward to you guys coming by and checking us out.
Oh man, I've talked enough. Again, I'm BJ from Retro Edge Games. Good luck in the Battle of the Bay. Come see us on Sundays, man. That's all I gotta say. Peace.
Welcome to Games of Berkeley, the oldest game.
Everybody, we've got the top 4, and out of the four players left, there's just 2 different archetypes. Everyone's playing Amethyst. 2 players have Ruby, 2 players have Steel. So we've got a top 4 exclusively filled with Ruby Amethyst and Amethyst Steel, which is really, really interesting. First up, we've got Charles here. The other Ruby Amethyst player is Ed, who's been on the stream quite a bit. But Charles, with 2 magic brooms only, So a bit of a lower curve to fit some more top-end options in there. The Genie's in there, for example. Matt's list here, who is playing Amethyst Steel, a much lower to the floor version compared with what we saw in the last game. Quite similar to the list I've been playing, with Doc in there, the new Mr. Arrow, goes for the library, 3 copies of the new legendary Yzma, a single befuddle from Calhoun's, a very low to the floor version of this deck. Pretty similar to what I've been playing and what Moyen's playing in the EU versus NA. Definitely some differences, but interesting to see nonetheless. Of course, we saw another one of those Amethyst Steel decks in the top 4, which is quite different. We also saw a blue fairy version of the deck earlier on in the day as well, so lots of different takes on how to play Amethyst Steel. This is the Child's list again on Ruby Amethyst with those 2 Genies, 2 Tremaines, 2 Medusas. I think this might be the exact same list that Ed's playing. It's certainly very similar. I have a feeling Ed's on 4 Brooms, and there might just be 2 cards elsewhere. And Ed's also on like the legendary CC, right? So there's definitely some subtle differences between Charles's and Ed's Ruby Amethyst. But yeah, really interesting to see full top 4 of Amethyst. This is Ed's. Ed, who's obviously been on the stream quite a bit, is actually a lot more different than I'm giving it credit for, with the 2 copies of Maui Shark in there as well, with the Dragonfire. He is playing the Disney Lorcana Challenge promo version of Dragonfire as well, which is cool. Here's those 2 legendary Sisus, which is something he, of course, did to great acclaim when he won the Lorcana Challenge back in set 4. 3 Genie, 3 Rabbits is the split he's gone for, has those 4 Brooms. So quite a different setup actually in the end compared with the other Ruby Amethyst. And the final deck, this is the Amethyst Steel we've seen. There is one other Amethyst Steel. This is the much lower to the floor version with Mr. Arrow and Smee. But the players are heading on over to the stream table, so we're not too far away at all from our top 4 games. Closely followed by the final, of course. It's been a long old day here in San Francisco, in the Bay Area, and we really appreciate you all sticking with us and hanging out, watching the action. We hope you've enjoyed it. We certainly have. The Yzma Legendary, definitely an interesting one in that to keep an eye on. Can refill the hand, Doc can refill the hand. We've got the Snake and the Mim. No Goat or the White Rose in this one, interestingly. Which for a lower to the floor deck, I'd certainly expect to see in there, to be honest. And it'll also be interesting to see how the library performs. Obviously, Amethyst Steel deck I've played a lot of, and I found library to be too slow in the deck, which is why I don't play it, and it got cut for the Queen's Castle in Moyen's EU versus NA deck as well. It's definitely a very, very strong card. Lots of options available with Diablo, etc. But here we go. This is going to be the lower to the floor version of Amethyst Steel we're going to be seeing. So we've got 2 semifinals, and they're both Ruby Amethyst versus Amethyst Steel. Will we be getting a mirror matchup in the final? Will we be getting another Ruby Amethyst, Amethyst Steel matchup in the final? Well, let's find out. The other purple steel list is the one that we saw on stream in the previous game with Zeus. We saw that in the top 8. Things like Zeus, no Doc. They had some Rabbits, bit of a slower version. But this is the top 4. I don't think we've had either of these players on stream yet. So I think it's really important to highlight them. They've done so well to get this far. I think this Amethyst Steel deck is particularly different from the one we just watched as well. Really, really different setup. Here we go. Great to see the handshake between the players. We have Matt and Charles as our players here. Both players shuffling up and getting ready for what has been a long day of Lorcana for both players. Around 12 hours ago, the main event started. 8 rounds of Swiss later, a top 8 game later. This is their 10th round of the day. It is, of course, now best of 3, now that we've moved into Swiss. 9 p.m. local time. The Lorcana Battle of the Bay. Yeah, so the other semi-final that's taking place with Ed is also Amethyst Steel, Ruby, Amethyst. Really interesting to see that these are the decks left. We saw Amber Steel also made it through to the top 8, but Amber Steel was beaten twice in the top 8. We saw Emerald Amethyst also making it through to the top 8, but was beaten in the top 8 game we watched. And one other deck I can't think of, which also made the top cut, which is no longer in the mix. So the top 8 losers were 2 Amber Steel, 1 Emerald Amethyst, and one other deck I can't quite think of. Chat, can you remember? So the mulligan's taking place. Of course, the player going first is able to mulligan first for that little bit of extra information. For Amethyst Steel in this one, because it's the version with Dock, fire the cannons, 1 befuddle, the early game is particularly important. If you're struggling in the early game, you're going to run out of steam pretty quickly. So as the Amethyst Steel player, you definitely need to make an early start and try and make use of things like fire the cannons, befuddle, to overload your opponent in terms of just have more characters on the board, quest out with everything. They can't remove all of your things at once, creep close to 20 and then try and cross the finish line. As mentioned, no goats, no white rose. So you're going to need quite a lot of early lore gain, I think. It's going to be really interesting to see how these Ruby Amethyst, Amethyst Steel mirrors play out. I say mirrors because they're both Amethyst. Battle of the Genie and Elsa can definitely be something to look out for as well. And I believe this version with Doc not on Elsa. Don't quote me on that though. Emerald Steel, yeah, that's right, John. There was 1 Emerald Steel in the top 8, I think. Which didn't make it through. I think you might be right there. All right, let's see who's kicking things off. And it is going to be Amethyst Steel kicking things off, which I think is probably going to make the matchup that more interesting, if you ask me. And look at that. That's the kind of pace you need. Maleficent on turn 1. Mr. Arrow into the Inkwell. I really do think Amethyst Steel is going to need to make a quick start in this one. And is there a 1-cost card? There is. There's a broom. I think there are only 2 brooms and 4 Churnabogs. So quite lucky with just 6 1-drops to actually find the 1-drop, but find it they do. Snake Inked, which is interesting because it could have been played, but look at that, it's the Churnabogs and it's the Mickey Mouse. And it is a quest for 2 with Maleficent, which is also interesting. No fire the cannons. Usually your optimal turn here is going to be another 1-drop and a fire the cannons instead of that Mickey. And there is an argument not to question Maleficent here because it is being traded out very efficiently by the Magic Broom. It also begs the question, was the Maleficent on turn 1 the correct play? Could it have been better to go Churnabog's Followers or Mickey Mouse on turn 1 as they'd be able to quest and stay protected, whereas this Maleficent is likely just getting removed. Every decision matters with this Amethyst Steel deck, and it's definitely not the turn 2 you're looking for. You're looking for that fire the cannons. That is what this deck looks to do. Triple 1-drop by turn 2, but ideally one of them is going to be dealing with that broom. Elsa being inked, a very expensive card to be inking. The hand has to be high quality if Elsa is the card you're getting rid of, because that could be the difference maker if you get to turn 5. Magic Broom will in fact trade the Maleficent out as anticipated. And that's what it's all about really for Ruby Amethyst in this matchup. Just deny as much lore potential as early as possible. Because Ruby is going to be favored against Steel the longer this one goes. Both players on Amethyst. And it is a bit of a special, as some call it, with the Magic Broom and Churnabog on turn 2. Both players utilizing that double 1-drop on turn 2, which is something I think so powerful about these Amethyst decks. And bear in mind, there's only 6 1-drops in the Ruby Amethyst list, but they found 3 of them. So this is not a line that their deck is able to do very often. But who needs lots of 1-drops if you find them all? Churnabog's Followers questing for 1 up to 3. That Mickey Mouse has resist, but it's going to be the Churnabog's Followers being banished to draw. And this is not really the kind of thing you're looking to do in an ideal situation with Amethyst Steel. You're looking to control the board with Fire the Cannons, and you're looking to leave the Chernobyls and Brooms on the board for as long as possible. It's fine drawing there, but it's not really what you want to be doing in an ideal world. It's going to be the Library into the Inkwell, and for 3 it's going to be Crab, combining with the Mickey, and taking out the Broom. But to be honest, the Crab was not needed, right? The Broom was already damaged. The Mickey could have done this anyway, so this Crab for turn 3, really, again, not quite what you're looking for as the Amethyst Steel player. Just a little bit too slow. It's going to be Flynn Rider into the Inkwell. 3 ink to play with, Broom and Chernobog ready to go. This Mickey Mouse should not be underestimating him. It is a recipe for disaster, as says the flavor text. And it does have resist 1, so not going to be able to be removed by the Chernobogs. Instead, Chernobogs will quest. 3 ink now going to be spent on the Fox, bouncing it back, but that will deal with the Mickey, who was not underestimated. And I have to say, it's a disastrous start for Amethyst Steel. No quest with the Broom is also interesting to note. I do not like how this has started for Amethyst Steel. No Fire the Cannons on turn 2, the Maleficent being traded out, the Crab on 3. With this really low to the floor deck, you really need to have the early game advantage. It's going to be Calhoun for 2, and it is going to now be a Fire the Cannons dealing with the Fox. That is a nice deal. Dealing with that 4-3 Fox is a very, very big deal indeed. And it was the kind of turn that they desperately needed. Yeah, interesting discussion in the chat about the Broom not being sacked. I think it was fine. I don't think it needed to be sacked particularly. Stops your opponent questing. I can see the logic for sacking the Broom, however. It is the Rabbit which now comes through. I do think that the Brooms and Chernobog's followers are 2 of the highest skill ceiling cards in the game. In comes Yzma, first time I'm seeing her played, the new legendary card. It's a 3-3 that quests for 2, but you can exert her and draw up to 3 cards. So if you're at 0 cards in hand, Yzma can come through. Instead of questing for 2 or challenging, you draw 3, and that is not bad at all. Ruby Amethyst did go second in this game, but is about to be ahead in terms of ink. If they ink this turn, they'll go up to 5. A turn of ink has been skipped by Amethyst Steel at this point. Rabbit will quest for 1. Snake's going to come through and bounce the Rabbit back into hand. And the Rabbit card advantage really starting to come through, but the Yzma is about to do some work of her own. Calhoun on the board. This 3-2 with resist 1. When banishing something in a challenge, gain 2 lore. Could be an interesting option. Might be preventing their opponent from questing. It's going to be card drawn off the top. It's Mr. Arrow and Maleficent, which can both come down onto the board. And Yzma is about to be the star of the show here. Yzma's now going to exert, and you draw up to 3 cards. 0 cards in hand, 3 cards drawn by Yzma. Absolutely brilliant. Library, I think that might be another Yzma and a Fire the Cannons, the cards drawn. Fire the Cannons can remove the Broom. And it will be done. Snake could be inked. You have to anticipate Yzma might be getting traded out here. But suddenly Amethyst Steel's got the board in a very interesting spot. The Yzma refill of Dreams really supporting this low to the floor build. It looked like it might be all over, but it doesn't look too bad anymore. And interesting decision on the ink there. There was the option of inking Snake. I think it's Snake. But inks the Yzma instead, or is it the library? It does look like it's the library as the last card in hand. And the library is definitely a very interesting option here, but I have, as I said at the start of the game, I ended up cutting the library from my list in set 5 in favor of Queen's Castle, simply because the library felt too slow for me. But with this many characters on the board, that library could supercharge the card draw. But it does cost 1 to move every character in, and it does cost 3 to play the library in the first place. 2 lore to 6. Amethyst Steel went first. This is game number 1, best of 3 in the semi-finals of the Battle of the Bay. 130 players roughly, 4 remain. It's a rabbit for 4 ink. The same rabbit probably we've seen bounce back just before. So that was 4 ink spent on the rabbit. I do believe another card can be inked this turn, so 2 ink could be spent. No surprises to see the snake trading with the Yzma. Don't want that Yzma ability to go through again, especially after seeing an Yzma inked. Didn't catch the ink, it's a Sisu. No use of that last 2 ink. And interesting to see them not exerting the rabbit and the Sisu, fearing perhaps that Calhoun challenge to gain 2 lore. 2 cards in hand. We know one's the library. What was drawn? Library inked. Library played. 3 ink to move things into the library. Now things are getting tasty. The library is looking very, very good here. Quest. That's 4. That's 5. That's 6. 12 lore suddenly is a big old jump with a library down on the board. No cards in hand, so Sisu currently is a 1 strength character. Perfect use of the library here. And Yzma really enabling this game plan without Doc. Extraordinary stuff. Rabbit and Sisu can deal 3 damage. That library has 8 willpower. The Calhoun and Mr. Arrow both have resist and need 3 damage in a single swoop to remove it. It's go into the inkwell. Seven ink available. It's going to be a Maui time. Maui and the rabbit dealing with the library. Sisu dealing with Maleficent. Big, big turn for Maui there. Without the Maui, it could have been curtains. The board can quest for a total of 4 here, but if Calhoun goes in a challenge and banishes something, that would be 5 lore total, up to 17. Just 1 card in hand. It's the Mickey Mouse Food Fighter. Underestimating him is a recipe for disaster. Calhoun is going to banish Sisu in a challenge, gaining 2 lore. Crab Crest for 1 up to 15. Mr. Arrow for 2 up to 17. No goats or white rose in the deck, remember, for Amethyst Steel. And this is why when you see a board like this, it becomes a bit surprising that there's none in the deck. And it is open deck list. They were able to study each other's decks before the beginning of the game. The rabbit's going to quest for 1. Is it time? The Sisu, oh, it's Maui. It's be prepared. That was a very tired be prepared. But it happened. Shout out Baker, Lorcana villain. And the board has been cleared. Mickey Mouse was not underestimated. It was a pass from Amethyst Steel, and now it's the rabbit bouncing game. I do like the way this has been played. Baboom comes through, deals with the China box. I like the way Ruby Amethyst has played this. I like the way both guys have played it, but the lack of goats, lack of white rose, it's at moments like this. you can see why I was surprised not to see them in the list. You get to this kind of board state, and then the goats and white rose can hopefully help you cross the finish line. Instead, Amethyst Steel just going to need to get something stuck down on the board. 3 lore is all it's going to take. Friends on the other side, hard cast, 2 cards drawn. 3 lore to 17. Two cards in hand. I can see what's in hand, but I'm aware the players might be able to hear us, so I'm not going to comment on it. Play is passed on over. Awkward hand for sure. Befuddle Fox. Not an ideal situation there. An abundance of cards now available for Ruby Amethyst, thanks to that rabbit. The Friends was hard cast. It's going to be Queen's Castle. Threatening 2 lore a turn. 4 ink spent on the castle. Lots of ink still remaining. 3 to be exact, and a 4th can be added. Questing now up to 6. That ink can be spent moving characters into the castle as well, of course. But at this stage, you'd ideally just develop another questing threat, I would imagine. An abundance of cards in hand. It is going to be 2 on a snake to bounce that rabbit back and draw a card. Now the rabbit drawn. 1 ink still spare. The snake's going to move in. I don't think there was an ink this turn, but it's not going to happen anyway. I think it's just 1 snake in the castle, to be honest, but we'll see. Oh, Broom. There's a card that can be played. Speaking of cards which can now be played, in comes the Fox. And will the Broom come back down? It most certainly will. Threatening to get to 19 lore next turn. Yeah. Just 1 of the snakes in there. And the other one befuddled. All 3 cards revealed out of nowhere. No card drawn. And suddenly threatening to get to 19. Unless... Is there another Be Prepared coming? This is a big old turn for Amethyst Steel. Threatening to get to 19 with a Broom on the board, which could, of course, draw and replace itself. It's going to be a quest with the snake. It's going to be 7 ink. It's another Be Prepared coming through at the right moment. And it's back to top deck mode. But that is a pretty good top deck. It's Mr. Arrow. It quests for 2. The castle's going to gain 2 lore. Halfway there. I think 1 extra lore was just added. It should be 10 to 17, not 11. It's going to be a brawl onto Mr. Arrow. Mr. Arrow has been dealt with. It's a 2nd castle. It's Mr. Smee, another card, which is threatening to get there. It's 2 lore gain up to, I think, up to 14, but it might be 15. They've got pen and paper. Lady Tremaine now deals with the Smee. This is what happens. The longer the game goes on, the more you fancy Ruby. It's a scoop. Ruby Amethyst taking game number 1, despite going 2nd. Those Be Prepareds coming through just at the right time. Little bit of a slow start for Amethyst Steel. Didn't have that turn 2 fire the cannons. That turn 3 crab. The Yzma almost brought it back into the mix. I definitely think it's a matchup which Amethyst Steel can win, even without the goat, even without the rose. But I just think that the early game was a bit too slow. Turn 2, turn 3, just not what you're quite looking for as Amethyst Steel. You're looking for that fire the cannons on 2. You're looking for something more explosive on 3. Instead, it was just a crab, which did nothing but quest for 1. Really, really poor turn 3. But we go again. It's going to be Amethyst Steel going first again in game number 2 here. But that does mean, of course, if Amethyst Steel is able to take it to game 3, it'll be Ruby Amethyst going first in game 3 if we get there. This is Disney Lorcana Battle of the Bay in California. 130 players roughly, down to just 4, and the 2 semi-finals are the same matchup. It's Ruby Amethyst up against Amethyst Steel. But all the decks built in quite different ways, particularly the 2 Amethyst Steel decks. Player's going to cut decks, and we're ready to go for game 2 of the semi-final. 7 cards drawn each. In terms of the mulligan, what you're looking for, if you're Amethyst Steel, is you're looking for that triple 1-drop on turn 2, ideally with a Befuddle or Fire the Cannons. And if you're Ruby Amethyst, you're just looking for an early curve. You're looking for your Fox to contest the board on turn 3. You're looking for a 1-drop. And you're not really bothered about the high-end cards. You don't want uninkables, which are awkward to play. Pretty aggressive mulligan, it seems, from Ruby Amethyst. 6 cards, I think it was. Yeah, so the other semi-final taking place, also Ruby Amethyst up against Amethyst Steel. That match including Ed, who is, of course, a Disney Lorcana Challenge champion. Will we be seeing them in the final? Is Amethyst still playing Pete? I don't believe this version is playing Pete. Snake into the Inkwell. For 1 ink, it's going to be Maleficent. It's, again, that speedy turn 1 play. Will there be a 1-drop in response? Only 6 in the deck. It looks like there's a Followers, which is significantly worse than a Broom, by the way. We saw the Magic Broom on turn 1 last game, and that was able to take out the Maleficent and remain on the board. If this Chernabog wants to challenge the Maleficent, it's going to get banished to do so. Hello, Shinmiri line on the main stage. Triple Maleficent. I am now a happy man. I can go back to Britain and be very happy. Triple Lilo by turn 2. I know it's Maleficent, but it's basically Lilo. Chernabog's Followers is surely going to challenge here. That is a controversial play, questing with the Followers. Snake will bounce it back. Seems like there wasn't really many other options there. That's the difference between the Broom and the Chernabogs on one, right? The Broom takes out a Maleficent and can be bounced back. But there was no other turn 2 play here. If you go for the Chernabog's quest, you have no Snake on the board. Very, very different start. Imagine a Befuddle right now. It's not quite a Befuddle, but it is a double Magic Broom Diablo. And this is what Amethyst Steel, low to the floor, is doing so incredibly well. Look at how wide this board is. How are you supposed to stop this? How are you supposed to stop this? Imagine if a Befuddle was to have come through here as well and just bounced that Snake back. It would be over. Triple Maleficent, double Magic Broom, and a Diablo just for good measure. That is my kind of board. This is the power of the Amethyst 1-drops. Snake is going to trade out the Maleficent. It is going to be the Fox. This is what you're looking for. I definitely like the play here from Ruby Amethyst. Doing all they can to slow down Amethyst Steel. But there's a couple of Brooms. There's a Diablo. Could represent a lot of card draw. Just turn sideways. Quest for 5 up to 13. 7 lore away. What is the card that was drawn? It's a Calhoun. Now the Brooms can be banished to draw cards. Broom banished to draw. Broom banished to draw. 2 cards in hand. 1 ink spent on a Diablo. Interestingly, there was an argument to leave the cards there down on the board. I actually think what I would like to have seen is just 1 Broom banished there. I don't really think there was much value in banishing both. You banish the first Broom, you draw 1-drop, and then you use that 1 ink to play another 1-drop. Banishing both leaves you with an extra card in hand, yes, But you're not overloading your opponent's removal, right? You still have 2 questing threats which can both be taken out here. Your Maleficent and your Diablo can both be taken out with a rush character. So having that second Broom on the board, I don't think I would have drawn with that second Broom after drawing a 1-drop. Rabbit comes through. Fox is going to deal with the Maleficent. And I do think these Brooms and Chernobogs, probably the highest skill ceiling cards in Lorcana, actually. It's going to be Calhoun, challenging Fox. Gaining 2 lore for a challenge is tremendous. Up to 15. The Diablos can quest up to 17. And that they will do. And it's going to be Broom and it's going to be Chernobog entering the board. Does have the option of going for the Broom first and cycling it, but not going to do that. It's the Broom and Chernobog shows. It's the cards I've been telling you guys for the longest time are insane, and you can see why I like them so much. Just going super wide, replacing themselves, questing up. I think Amethyst Steel was just too speedy with that Shinmiri line in game number 2 here. Who needs White Rose when you can quest like that? Who needs goats when you can quest like that? And I definitely think that this game 3, despite Amethyst Steel being the player going second for the first time, if they can find that Fire the Cannons, they find that Befuddle in the early game, it can be a disastrous early game for Ruby Amethyst. You just imagine you miss the 1-drop, you can't bounce anything back with Snake. If you can't bounce anything back with Snake, you can't maybe bounce anything back with Fox, and suddenly you're losing. So game 3 is anyone's. It's not all over just yet because Elsa's entered the building. Elsa can exert a character and rush in. It's going to be the Chernobogs exerted and banished. It's going to be a Diablo banished as well. 1 card drawn. Questing for 2. It is not over yet. Up to 19. 1 lore away. Mr. Arrow in hand. They didn't draw for turn. Draw for turn comes through. They drew for the Diablo, but did not draw for turn. Mr. Arrow and Calhoun. I think it's all good. We are chilling. Only 3 ink available. The Broom will banish to draw. Mr. Arrow and Library Ink allows the Mr. Arrow to come down. And it is now a matter for Ruby Amethyst to remove every character from the board before they can ever quest. And there's 2 readied characters. I'm not sure that it's going to be able to be stopped. No Be Prepared available yet. And it is game 3. And for the first time in the semi-final, Ruby Amethyst will be going first. Really awesome to see so many people sticking it around here in the venue. Even though it's 9 p.m. local time, we've got a lot of people watching the action unfold. We've got some side events going on, people playing Lorcana even though they got knocked out. Awesome to see. I'm itching to play. I've only played like 1 game today. It was many, many hours ago. Players shuffling up. So the key thing, fire the cannons. Hope your opponent misses a 1-drop. There's only 6 1-drops in this Ruby Amethyst list. And a Befuddle on that Snake. I think there's only 1 Befuddle in the Amethyst Steel deck. But it's really going to be key on the first few turns of this game for Amethyst Steel to get the board in a position where they have a lead in terms of lore, and as the Amethyst Steel player, you need to get in a position where the Ruby Amethyst player is forced to challenge your characters, and they can't just quest. They're forced to challenge you because you're getting and creeping closer to 20, and you need a lot of lore, and you need it very, very quickly. Your opponent's going to be getting to 7 ink when you're at 6, and that Be Prepared can come through, and then you've got no goats and white roses. So you need to get pretty much to 20 by the time your opponent's on 6 ink, or at least be very, very close. So I expect to see aggressive mulligans from Amethyst Steel here, and it was 5 cards. 2 cards kept, most likely 1-drops. You'd expect its 1-drops kept, maybe a Fire the Cannons Befuddle would definitely be kept. Maleficent 1-drops would be kept. There's even an argument in this situation to be mulliganing away things like Chernobog's Followers and Magic Brooms, just to dig deeper into the deck and try and find things like Fire the Cannons Befuddle. We appreciate you all being here. The Battle of the Bay. Next weekend, I'm going to be in London on Sunday for a winner box. And then in a couple weeks' time, we also have the Disney Lorcana Challenge European Championships from Disneyland Paris, which is going to be on the official Lorcana Twitch channel, but I'm going to be there as a caster. Very excited for that. But this is the Battle of the Bay. Set 6. Ruby Amethyst starts things off. No 1-drop. That's what you want to see if you're Amethyst Steel. Mickey Mouse, Food Fighter into the ink. And there it is again. Maleficent 1-drop. This is the start you're looking for, and we have a game. Flynn Rider comes through. Now, this is the all-important turn 2. Is there the Fire the Cannons? Mr. Arrow inked. 2 ink spent on a Calhoun. That is not a Fire the Cannons. Not ideal. Would have loved to have gone Fire the Cannons Maleficent here. That would have been the ultimate turn 2 play here for Amethyst Steel. So the Maleficent can be removed by Flynn, or perhaps by a rushing in Fox. Fire the Cannons in this turn 2 would have been incredible. Really that kind of early tempo that you often need to win going second. Flynn is not going to challenge Maleficent. Controversial. That is a very interesting decision. This Flynn Rider with Sisu can gain a bunch of lore. I am a little bit surprised by that. If I'm Amethyst Steel, I'm pretty happy with it, to be honest. Magic Broom comes down for 1. Diablo comes down for another 1. And for a third one, it's the Chernobog's Followers. Turn 3, bunch of 1-drops which quest and replace themselves. Calhoun not going to ready. Now, 1 card in hand. 2 cards in hand. So Sisu with 3 strength. Calhoun with 3 strength. No lore gained for this Flynn. And remember, this Flynn was left ready and waiting in the last turn and did not challenge this Maleficent, which is now quested for 2. And Flynn is yet to gain any lore. I definitely didn't like that play not to challenge the Maleficent. I think in this matchup, the Ruby Amethyst player just needs to stop every lore possible. And I think they were probably supposed to challenge Maleficent with Flynn in the previous turn. Sisu's going to take out Maleficent instead this time, which is interesting, leaving that Flynn ready. And for 4 ink, it's going to be a Fox for 3, bouncing Sisu back. Sisu into the Inkwell and a pass. Amethyst Steel is going to be pretty happy with how this game's gone, particularly considering they didn't find that turn 2 Fire the Cannons of Dreams. Triple quest with the 1-drops, which could all replace themselves. Chernobog's Followers will not be banished to draw a card. Or will it? Considering their options, Mr. Smee and the Arrow in hand. This is a really, really key moment on whether you draw with the Chernobogs or not. Basically, in my opinion, you kind of draw with all of them or none of them. Chernobogs is going to draw. That's fine. Yep, I actually think that's, we're getting a call in there. The Chernobog's actually wasn't quested with last. And this is kind of a thing about habits, right? In like a super casual game, or like even a pretty casual game, there'll be no issues with that. But at highest level of tournament play, just this kind of habit of questing with everything at once. Maybe just making them not make the play they quite wanted to. So Chernobog's Followers not questing. Fox with 4 strength. will trigger that Flynn, rewarding potentially that decision not to challenge the Maleficent early with Flynn Rider. But at what cost? Well, Ruby Amethyst went first here, so they're going to be able to get to 5 ink first, and that means Elsa could be a big impact in this one. I think Elsa's so insanely strong in these Amethyst Mirror matchups. And only one player has Elsa in their deck, the Amethyst Steel lower curve version. No room for Elsa, no room for Gantu. Last card in hand is Yzma, which is not a bad option. The only exotic characters, Chatterbox followers and Diablo. Fox and Flynn ready at the waiting. Of course, the other semi-final, also a Amethyst Steel versus Ruby Amethyst match. Will we be seeing a mirror matchup in the final, or will it be more of the same? Five ink to play with. Flynn and Fox on the board. It is going to be 5. Maui and Elsa are the obvious options that cost 5. It's going to be Elsa. Exerting Calhoun. Fox is going to trade for Calhoun. Flynn's going to take out Diablo, drawing a card. And Elsa's going to take out the followers. And of course that Chatterbox followers wanted to be sacked, but was unable to because of the, well, I'll say it's kind of a poor habit in terms of the way they quested. Mickey Mouse will not be underestimated into the Inkwell. It's going to be the library. Card I've been a little bit critical of in this list. It's definitely strong. It's just quite slow in terms of lore gain. Smee and Arrow are going to quest for 2 apiece, up to 11. 5 ink was spent this turn on a library, which, listen, it's definitely not bad. You're drawing 2 cards, but you can start to see why I moved away from it in favour of Queen's Castle and my version of Amethyst Steel. Just that extra lore gained by the castle can really ramp up the pressure at moments like this compared with the one lore of the library. Flynn is not triggering. Mr. Smee is the highest strength character on the board with 3. Can go up to 6 ink here, this Ruby Amethyst player. Not quite in Be Prepared range just yet, but that library is going to give some good coverage into Be Prepared when it becomes a threat in the next turn. Elsa is going to sing Friends, drawing 2 cards. Hello. That 5 cost character being drawn again. Just want to be careful that the players can't hear what I'm saying when we're talking about cards in hand. It's Maui time! The library, 5 ink was spent on that the previous turn, and it's been dealt with in a single swoop from Maui. However, with Maui dealing with the location, it does mean that Mr. Arrow and Smee live to fight another day. Card drawn off the top. And of course now, the Smee and that Mr. Arrow can quest for 2 apiece, up to 15. Getting really, really close. And it's moments like this where you have to go back to that turn 2 Flynn Rider, not challenging Maleficent. Okay, the Flynn Rider's still on the board. Okay, the Flynn Rider's been gaining some lore. But you've got to be a bit worried about just letting your opponent get too close to that 20 mark. And the Flynn Rider could be triggering, however, next turn. It is a quest for 15. At this point, I think you just got to do what you got to do. You got to quest. It's going to be 2 on Calhoun. And not going to be playing the Yzma. Really, really interesting. Perhaps anticipating a Be Prepared. Only has 5 ink available, and it was Yzma and Calhoun, which were the cards which could have come down. Had to pick. Flynn Rider starts off the turn by gaining 3 lore. With that Maui and its 6 strength being the highest strength character on the board. Mr. Arrow, of course, with resist. so isn't going to be able to be removed by Flynn or Elsa. Will have to be taken out by Maui. Six Law to 15 as it stands. One card left in hand for Amethyst Steel. An abundance of options available for Ruby Amethyst. It's going to be the Elsa. Calhoun's exerted. So whatever was played was being dealt with. Smee deals with Calhoun. Flynn's going to challenge Mr. Arrow. Elsa's going to finish the job. Smee lives to fight another day. Or does it? Elsa cleans up shop. Card drawn off the top for Amethyst Steel. It was Mr. Arrow. It's Yzma, which does come down now. And that Flynn Rider continuing to tick along. It was a greedy decision not to take that challenge with Flynn Rider on turn 2. But suddenly, so much lore is being gained by this Flynn Rider, just turning up the heat, turning up the pressure. 6 ink to spend. It looks like the other semi-final has finished, so the final is not too far away. Genie comes through. It looks like we are going to be seeing Ed in the final. So one Ruby Amethyst player has made it into the final. Are we going to be seeing a all Ruby Amethyst mirror match? Or is it going to be Amethyst Steel out of nowhere? Yzma on the board. But the problem is 2, 3, 4, 5. Ruby Amethyst can only quest for 5 next turn, but that Flynn Rider as well, with that extra 3, would put them up to 19. A goat or White Rose away. Of course, if Yzma triggers its ability, it's no lore gained. You draw 3, but you don't gain any lore. Snake's going to bounce Elsa back, and I like the ability, that decision to put the Elsa back in hand, as it's going to allow them to challenge ready characters next turn. It's Yzma against the world. It's going to be the Snake. For 2, it's Mr. Arrow. Now, Yzma, will it quest? Will it draw 3? It's going to be 3 cards drawn. Broom, Dock, and 1 other card in there for now. It's going to be Broom for 1. Fox, the other card, which just isn't doing too much at this juncture. A big Ruby Amethyst board staring down at you. 3 ink available. And it's going to be the Fox bouncing Yzma. Which, I don't know. I think at this moment in time, probably just had to be Doc. Hope to draw a 1-drop. Slam that. Hope your opponent has no B-prep. Quest to win. Don't think this play's ever winning here. The Flynn's still going to trigger thanks to Maui. Which is why I think this Fox was just too slow. I think it had to be a Dock this turn, and hope you draw into like a 1-drop Maleficent, for example. Maybe like a Fire the Cannons to deal with the Flynn. I just think this Fox on Yzma is just never winning you the game. As it happens, I'm not sure the Dock play was either, but having said that, Mr. Arrow, Broom, and Fox can quest for a total of 4 up to 19. There is no Goats and White Rose in the deck, though. And it is open lists, but that was a long time ago they looked at the list. Do they remember? Probably. It's going to be Brawl onto Mr. Arrow. It's going to be Elsa exerting the broom. And it's going to be Questing coming in. Up to 18. Flynn, just for good measure, quests as well. And that is the game. And we have a all Ruby Amethyst final in set 6. Who would have predicted that at the start of the day? Ed's busy clapping. Ed, get yourself over to the table. Stop clapping. I'm kidding. Good luck. I'm kidding. It is almost 10 p.m. local time. Big congratulations to our 2 Amethyst Steel players who made it to the semi-final. Your 3rd and 4th place, both Amethyst Steel, but the top 2 is Ruby Amethyst. And who would have seen that coming at the start of the day? The final is coming right up. And it's going to be featuring Ed on Ruby Amethyst, who, of course, won a Disney Lorcana Challenge playing Ruby Amethyst. There were some interesting things going on in this game, that's for sure. The players are getting ready to sit down. We're not messing around at all. Of course, opportunity to look at the deck list before the game starts. The deck lists are a little bit different. The 2 Ruby Amethyst lists. Ed's playing Maui Shark. You've got more Magic Brooms on the side of Ed as well. Couple copies of Dragonfire for Ed to pair with that Maui as well. So it's going to be really exciting. Here you can see Ed's list. 3 Genies, 3 Rabbits. Then has only 2 Mauis. No Queen's Castles, no Libraries. 2 Tremaines, 2 Medusas. 2 Sharks, 2 Big Sisus. 2 Dragonfires, 2 Bee Preps. Really interesting list by Ed. Sticking strong with those brooms. On the other side, no Maui Shark, no Dragonfires. Only 2 Magic Brooms. This is Ed's list still. But it's got everything you'd expect to see. Only a couple Be Prepareds. But, you know, making up for that with a couple of Sisus as well. Of course, that legendary Sisu in Ruby Amethyst, very much something Ed's known for. It is the kind of setup he won his Lorcana Challenge with. And here's Charles's list. Just 2 Magic Brooms. Hey, buddy. Oh, of course I can. Did you want to say anything about your deck? We've got a microphone here if you want to chat. You're not on camera, but they can hear you.
Yeah, it was a.
Introduce yourself.
My name's Matt.
We were just watching Matt with Amethyst Steel.
Yeah, it was a good game. I enjoyed the deck. I enjoyed the tournament. My version of Amethyst Steel is a little lower to the ground and fast. Obviously, the first 2 games, I didn't see a single dock, which is devastating. So definitely costed me a little bit. And even the 3rd game, I didn't see a dock until pretty deep into the game. But yeah, that matchup is pretty 50-50 from my experience with Ruby Amethyst. A lot of it comes down to who goes first is huge, but also just there's certain times in the board state where I just have to say, if you don't have it, you're going to lose right now. So I just play Yzma. If you don't have Tremaine or Medusa or whatever you need, then you're probably just going to lose. If I quest and you don't have a Fox to answer, you don't have an Elsa to tap down, at those right moments, if you don't have those right cards, I'll win. If you have those right cards in multiple of those moments, I'm probably going to lose.
Yeah. And we saw, I think you didn't find that Fire the Cannons on turn 2, which is probably something you were looking for in both games.
Yes.
Don't think it happened. What's the experience like when you've got this open deck list format and you're looking at your opponent's list before the game starts? Does that change the dynamic a bit compared to the open deck, the closed deck list of Swiss?
I think it changes the dynamic more if there's something spicy in there.
Yep.
In this case, the Ruby Amethyst list wasn't running anything spicy or anything super special. It was pretty straightforward. I did play a Green Steel in top 8 who was running 3 Calhoun and was not running Tinkerbell.
Wow, okay.
And so that was very spicy. And those Calhouns were very strong against me.
Mm-hmm.
And I've never play tested against Calhoun in that matchup. So it was one of those things where you're trying to do mental gymnastics of how this is going to affect the match within just a few minutes before it starts.
Yeah. Yeah, but we do now have the finals. Anyone you'd like to shout out?
I'd like to shout out the local store, Weekend Wizards in Lodi. They're awesome. And my best friend Jake, who just missed Top Cut. He's
Do you want to come give us a wave, Jake? You can come give us a wave.
Yeah, come on over here. Come on over here, Jake. He won a Golden Mickey in Seattle.
Jeez!
We're teammates. We play and build together, so.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Thanks for all your content. My pleasure. What did you play in Seattle for your Golden Mickey?
Yeah, you mind if I sit?
Yeah, of course, please. Thanks again. Yeah, my pleasure, mate.
Oh, you don't have to leave, bro. He's leaving, leave him alone.
Yeah, so we actually cooked up the Seattle list together. We played Red Blue, and we were the list with like no B preps, no dimes, no Medusas.
Awesome.
And it played really well into the mirror. Played 6 mirror matches. Shout out to Lucas, who's the only guy that O2'd me day 1. And we got a rematch in day 2, top 16, and I won 2-1 on that. But yeah, it was a really cool list. I got to do some nutty things with like crossfang bows and like a human Sisu'd Tamatoas, and
wow,
did some dirty things like you could crossbow, blow up a dragon, play a Tamatoa, play crossbow, blow up their Sisu. So I did that in one line, just all 3 things gone. So it was really cool.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's crazy experience too.
Right, well, the final's starting. Thanks, guys, for joining us. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you coming on, and take care. See you again soon.
Happy travels.
Thanks, mate. Here we have the final. We have Charles and Ed, Ruby Amethyst Mirror. Ed was the highest seed, so I imagine it's going to be going first in this one. Look at that shuffling from Ed. It is just wonderful. So both players on Ruby Amethyst, definitely some differences in the list. I think Ed's in particular, with a few more set 6 inclusions, in particular that Maui Shark catching the eye. He's definitely been singing the praises of Maui Shark today to me, particularly in this Ruby Amethyst deck. Both players on Genies and Elsas. Genie Elsa, definitely something to look out for in these Amethyst mirrors as well. If your opponent goes Genie on 4, you go Genie on 4, get ready for an Elsa on 5, because it's going to break your heart if you don't expect it. Here we go, everybody. This is it, the final of the Battle of the Bay in California. It's a best of 3. It's Ruby Amethyst versus Ruby Amethyst. Ed versus Charles. Here we go. The mulligan will now begin. And of course, open deck lists. Each player has had an opportunity to study their opponent's deck list before the start of the game. And that is not a long mulligan from Ed. That was one of the quickest mulligans I've ever seen in a final. And look at the shuffling. Just glorious. Simple but effective from Ed. Well, that wasn't that class, mate. That was... You let yourself down there. I was just bigging you up. Yep, Dragonfire ×2 in the list for Ed, synergizing with the new Maui Shark. Here we go, Ed starting things off. Maui Shark into the English Trainer Box followers. The final has begun. California, make some noise! Let's go. People still in the building watching Lorcana, despite us arriving 13 hours ago. Many of the staff here arriving even earlier than that. It's going to be Maui. No turn 1. Punished for only playing a few Trainer Bogs and a few Magic Brooms. And the Trainer Bogs is going to quest for 1, and Flynn Rider is ready to go. 2 strength card needed. Well, good news. Trainer Bogs was found, but it's going to be inked. And it's going to be a Flynn Rider to contest the Flynn. So the battle of the Flynn in neither player's favour right now. Something like a Fox right now, though, would be pretty scary. It is going to be a quest and banish up to 2 lore, which suggests there's no Fox forthcoming. Another Maui Shark inked. Oh, hello, Sisu. How are you going to stop that? Well, it's going to have to be a brawl. on the Flynn Rider, because otherwise that Sisu is going to get out of hand very, very quickly. The player going second often has more cards in hand, and therefore the Sisu that goes first is going to be bigger. So a Sisu of their own isn't going to contest Flynn, I don't think. It is going to be 3-law game for Flynn Rider on Ed's side. 5-law to 0. You think usually it's an advantage having that extra card in hand going second. Well, in a Ruby mirror of Flynn Sisu, it can be a bit of a disadvantage, that extra card in hand, giving Ed Sisu that extra strength that it needs to trigger his Flynn Rider. 5-law to 0. But the longer the game goes on, the bigger the advantage that one card in hand could make. It's a rabbit, though, and it's a card drawn for Ed. Oh, Ed's dropped the card on the floor. Leaving the Sisu and the Flynn ready and waiting as well. Of course, could have quested with Sisu, but then could be traded out. Could have quested with Flynn. Definitely not interested in doing that at the moment. It is going to be 4 for the Genie, drawing a card. And you would imagine, therefore, that the Sisu is still going to be greater on the side of Ed. The Flynn battle very much in Ed's favour. And again, a big part of that due to that extra card drawn on turn 1 by the player going second. Also, there was no 1-cost Chernobog played by Charles here on the left, because that Flynn is ticking along again. Sisu Flynn wombo combo. Ed can quest and get up to 10. With the Sisu, of course, the Rabbit and Flynn could also quest up to 12. Don't expect to see this Flynn being exerted, but at some point Ed will bite the bullet, and we're getting up to that 5 ink mark for each player where Elsa starts to become a threat. Ed did go first, of course, so when they ink they'll be at 5. Charles will still be at 4. That Genie is evasive, of course, as well. That 2-4 stat line, pretty difficult to deal with. The Rabbit is going to quest for 1 for Ed, up to 9. It's going to be a Fox, I think. Drawing a card for the Rabbit. Yeah, the Fox was just tucked behind the scorecard there, but you can see it again. Still an ink spare, still able to ink for turn. The Elsa into the ink. Well, it's an expensive ink for Ed. And not making use of that last 2 ink, and not questing with Sisu or Flynn either. We've seen Ed in a lot of Ruby Amethyst games in the past, getting up to 12 ink and playing big turns like Double Castle Goat. Will that be something he can afford to do in the mirror? I'm not sure. It's a very quick start for them, but Elsa coming through, exerting the Flynn, challenging straight into that Flynn. Elsa equalizing the board, but you're starting to get pretty close to that time where Ed can get towards Be Prepared. So it's a bit of a balancing act at this moment in time. Ed's starting to lose board control at the right moment. Frenzy on the other side, sung by the Fox. 2 cards in the hand for Ed. Flynn Rider into the inkwell, and it's a shift Sisu from nowhere. And he loves it. He absolutely loves it. That is a new emote right there. The Ed dance, the Ed shuffle. It's the Sisu he's known for. The shift Sisu cleans the board, just remaining it. I was thinking the Be Prepared at 7 is what Charles has to be worried about. It turns out it's the enchanted Sisu on 6. Rabbit is a nice response, though. Flynn Rider into the ink. And then the Fox will trade for Sisu. Was it the Fox? Sisu for Sisu. My mistake. Rabbit going to draw a card for Ed. It is fast-paced. Sisu comes down. The Fox quest for 1. 13-law to 2. Charles can get to 7 this turn, I believe. These Ruby Amethyst mirrors, though, do you really want to be the player that's going for the Be Prepared first? Not particularly, I would wager. Give your opponent to reset. After a Be Prepared, it's almost like going first. Whoever Be Prepared, so your opponent gets to open up again and develop. So in an ideal world, you don't Be Prepared first. You want your opponent to be prepped first, but might not be much of a choice here for Charles. We'll have to see. Rabbit is exerted after questing. 6 ink in the inkwell, can ink to 7 this turn. Be Prepared comes through. Was it Be Prepared that came through? I didn't even see it in the discard. It must have been. I blinked and I missed it. What just happened? I blinked and I missed it, chat. I'm sorry. Goat comes through. It's 14. It's late, all right? 10 p.m. local time, 6 a.m. London time. Snake. I have been here for like 3 days, to be fair. And Broom for Ed. 15 law to 3. Charles with 7 ink available, to Be Prepared still in hand. It is going to be 7. It's Be Prepared. Was Ed prepared? I think he might have been. Goat comes through. Sisu comes through. 16 law to 3. The early Flynn value from Ed, the difference maker in this one so far. Another Be Prepared comes through and clears the board, but the Goat is banished, so another law is gained, and it's now 17 to 3. And Ed again in a position where they get to open up. And that's not a bad way to open up with a genie, drawing a card. Flynn Rider just for good measure. Another board clear is needed. It's going to be Tremaine. Ed decides it's Flynn Rider which gets banished, and then the Snake going to bounce that Tremaine back for a rainy day, but the Genie now on the board can quest for 2. A Goat will do it for Ed. Is there a Goat? Nope, but there is a Snake which can bounce back the Genie to draw another card, and suddenly there's 2 more characters which both need to be removed by Charles or it's over. This is game 1, remember, of the grand final. Ed went first in game number 1 and took advantage of it with that Flynn Sisu combo and has run away with it. Game 1 goes to Ed. The Flynn Rider and then the legendary Sisu and the Ed Shuffle. What a great dance that was by Ed. It was a beautiful dance, truly. Truly a wonderful dance. So game number 2, it's going to be Charles going first. Big shout out to everyone who's been working really, really hard to make this event happen. Awesome event. We've got a bunch of judges who are working super hard all weekend, well, not all weekend, all day long. Bunch of people still here watching the action unfold, still some side events, people playing Lorcana, chilling. It is now 10 p.m. local time. We are 13 hours into the main event. And we could be on the last game of the day. But Charles is going to have other ideas. He's going to be wanting to force the game 3. These Ruby Amethyst mirrors, you can definitely see the player going first run away with it to begin with. And in a lot of ways, we really saw Charles punished for not just having that extra 1-drop. There's extra 1-drops, only 2 magic brooms. They didn't find that turn 1 play. And then just having that extra card in hand from being the player going second and the extra card in hand by not having a 1-drop meant that that Sisu from Ed was always bigger than Charles's. And that was just triggering the Flynns. And Ed won the battle of the Flynns, as you often do when going first. Charles didn't find that brawl on turn 3 for Flynn either. And just look at the body language here from Ed. Ed has not mulliganed. Ed is not interested in mulligan. Ed is watching what Charles is doing and then will mulligan. Gain as much information as they possibly can. 6 cards mulligan by Ed. He's not messing around. What was that card kept? Let's try and have a little peek. The card to the left of his hand was the card kept. Possibly a 1-drop. Possibly a Flynn Rider, maybe a Brawl when going second. What is that card to the left of Ed's hand which was kept? Here we go, game 2 of the final. I'm trying to peek at Ed's. The card on top was the one he kept. Again, look at the body language of Ed, just watching exactly what his opponent's doing. No 1-drop. It looks like it was Sisu that was kept, if I'm not mistaken. Was it? I don't know. His little, I think it's the card that's to the left, second to the left. Snake inked, in comes the broom. Magic broom on turn 1, just what you want to see again. Charles, just 2 brooms. Flynn Rider for Charles. Ed, guess what? Anything you could do, I can do it as well. Flynn Rider enters the building. For 3, it's a Sisu. We've been here before. This feels familiar. Does Ed have that turn 3 brawl to shut off the Flynn Rider of Charles, however? It's going to be the GOAT. It's going to be a Sisu. Whose Sisu's bigger? Let's find out. You'd imagine Charles's is going to be larger at this moment in time. No lore gain from Flynn. And that's the difference between the 1-drop and no 1-drop. So despite Ed being the player going second, that extra card in hand, the reason the Sisus are the same size is because Ed played that 1-drop broom, whereas Charles played no card from their hand on turn 1. And that is really fascinating to see the difference. And even if you go back to the deck builder, Ed has 8 1-drops, including 4 brooms. Charles has 2 brooms for a total of 6 1-drops. And that has been the difference so far in this one. No Flynn trigger. No 1-drop for Charles. So Ed, despite the player going second, that 1-drop broom so much more impactful than it might first appear. And now, the next time you watch a Specie video, and I moan about people that only play 2 brooms, show them this clip. Never underestimate the power of the broom. Sisu's going to quest for 2, but there's another Sisu on the board. Really, really interesting game here. Definitely a slower start for the player going first. You can run away with them in these Ruby Amethyst mirrors, like we saw Ed do, but Charles here has just not been able to get those Flynn triggers through as of yet. Flynn Rider double Sisu on the board for Charles. For Ed, Flynn Rider, Sisu, and a Magic Broom. Ed, who has won a Lorcana challenge before, has played under the highest pressure. Really making sure to consider all their options at this moment in time. Fox and Sisu, an interesting one, of course. They're often going to trade, unless you can really dump your hand down, which is not something that Ed's going to be able to do at this moment. 3 ink currently in the inkwell, can ink to 4 this turn, of course. Charles already at 4 ink, being the player that went first. Ed's going to start off by questing for 1 with the Magic Broom before anything else, perhaps suggesting they might be drawing with that broom. It's going to be Fox into the inkwell, Genie's going to draw, and the broom will therefore be banished to draw. Sisu onto Sisu. With Ed being the player going second, it kind of makes sense to take such a trade, but now the battle of the Flynn is very much in favour of Charles. It has triggered this time. 3 much needed lore for Charles here. But there's also a bit of a battle of evasives going on potentially now with these Amethyst decks. We've seen it a lot earlier on in the Amethyst Steel decks. Lots of evasives down on the board at once. Well, Ed's got the first evasive down in the form of the Genie. And of course the threat now is that Ed is proposing is if Charles goes for a Genie, there's the threat that it could be responded to by an Elsa, exerting the genie and then Ed's genie taking it out. Wow! 5 ink available, nothing played. Blink and you would have missed it. No quest either. It's going to be Maui. Nothing to challenge, but it is going to offset that Flynn Rider. 6 strength on Maui is more than the Sisu, so no lore gained by Flynn. And while turn 5 was skipped by Charles, that does mean an extra card in hand, an extra resource for later on the line, which if a Be Prepared comes through imminently, that could definitely be, you know, you might be happy to have that extra card in hand. First to 20, of course. This is game 2. If Ed to the right wins, they will be the champion of the Battle of the Bay. If Charles wins, he will force the 3rd and final game. Ruby Amethyst versus Ruby Amethyst. Ed with that Maui Shark in the deck, which we have not yet seen. Also has a couple copies of Dragonfire. Charles with the more traditional list that you might see in set 5, with the addition of the new Genie being the biggest difference between previous sets. We're just a week into set 6, as are at sea, and yet somehow Ruby Amethyst, we're still in a Ruby Amethyst meta apparently. Everyone thinks this is the set Ruby Amethyst is done. Well, maybe not. Medusa comes through. Flynn Rider is going to be banished. Genie was an option, but that Flynn Rider would have been gaining 3 lore because of the Maui. But the Genie, honestly, might have been a serious consideration. Maui can't challenge because there's nothing to challenge, but Maui loves a little sing-song. Singing Frenzy on the other side to draw 2 cards. That is just very, very powerful, isn't it? Being able to sing Friends with Maui. Only 2 copies of Maui in Ed's deck. Madame Medusa cleans up Flynn, and the Battle of the Flynns is no more. That time of the game has passed, and it's 5 lore apiece. We saw in game 1, after the Flynns cleaned up, Ed was miles ahead. So Ed's done a good job of the player going second to just stay in this one and get themselves into a potentially winning position. Madame Medusa's going to sing Friends now. That Genie for Ed is evasive, of course, and applying quite a bit of pressure. We saw Madame Medusa the last turn deal with Flynn, and that means the Genie is still on the board, being awkward. Maui into the Inkwell, 7 ink available, and you know what that means. Be Prepared is active, potentially, here. It's not going to be Prep, it's going to be Medusa. Genie is now no longer on the board. Sisu is ready and waiting to quest. Could quest for 2. And it will. 7 lore to 5. Back on over to Ed, who's going to ready and, of course, draw. An abundance of cards in the hand of Ed right now, after that Friends on the other side. Just 2 cards in the hand for Charles. This is where that 1 extra card that you draw by being the player going second can really start being a bit of an advantage at this stage in the game for Ruby and Amethyst. It's going to be Maui taking out Medusa. Medusa also then taken out by just the casual Enchanted Lady Tremaine. Nothing to see here. Ed with that 2-2 split. 2 Medusas, 2 Tremaines. Of course, in this matchup, you might start seeing Tremaines and Medusas bounce back to hand to be replayed down the line. Charles at 7 lore is going to play the goat and climb up to 8. Again, we've seen Ed in his interview with me, for example, after his DLC win, talk about that 12 ink mark being all important for Ruby Amethyst. Maui loves singing, doesn't he? Another Friends on the other side, sung by Maui. That is incredible value. And speaking of value, here comes a rabbit, Ed, winning the battle of card draw right now. Oh, speaking of card draw, have a couple more, mate. Why not? Terrain's going to quest for 2, closing the gap, 8 law to 7. 2 cards in hand for Charles. Ed's got so many cards I can't even count them. Go on the board for Charles. Lady Tremaine could be challenged and banished. It is Charles's turn. You can see Maui in hand as one option. It's going to be 5. It's Maui time. Taking out Tremaine. Go. Not going to do anything. Not going to quest, not going to challenge, just going to chill. Ed draws another card. Brings him up to about 7 with a rabbit on board. And it is now an even game as the fox comes through. Yeah, Ed quite likes drawing cards. He draws another one. Oh, yeah, you like drawing cards, Ed? Here, take another, mate. The rabbit is hopping back and forth for Ed. It was turning out to be a bad hair day for Charles. That's the flavor text. Maui is banished. And in comes the Chernabog's followers, just good for good measure for Ed. But there it is. Charles has done the impossible and drawn a rabbit. Finally, Charles draws the first rabbit of this game too. And it's going to be bounced back and forth by the fox. Goat still ready and waiting. Didn't quest last turn, but the Maui was on the board. The Maui's no longer there. So is there now a consideration to quest with this goat? It could be traded out by the fox. Charles decides not to do anything at all, but that just means that Ed is chilling. Ed has drawn 3 friends on the other side so far this game. And guess what? They just drew the 4th. Chernabog's followers is going to be banishing and drawing a card. Friends is going to be sung by the rabbit. All 4 friends now in the discard pile for Ed. Rabbit's bounced. He draws another card. He's got so many cards in his hand, he might need a third hand. I've never seen so many cards in one man's hand. Look at his face. Even he can't believe it. Rabbit, another card. Oh my goodness. Fox is going to quest for 1. Ed is in the lead, 10 law to 8. Flynn Rider into the ink. Yeah, Ned's. Yeah, you can. It's your turn now, Charles. I'm done drawing cards. But honestly, Charles has slowly but surely been getting some cards in hand of their own. That rabbit bouncing back and forth was definitely a big moment. Still quite a long way to go in this game. And of course, Ed's already drawn most of their card draw cards. All the friends are gone. And while that's a great position to be in, that does mean that Charles has more card draw cards left in the deck to top deck into, right? This goat finally going to be doing something, and it's going to be singing Friends. This goat has just been chilling on the board for the last 3 or 4 turns, doing nothing at all. Rabbit will come back down, drawing a card. Genie, the card drawn. 2 ink still to play with. Can ink the broom. 3 ink now. 4 ink, perhaps even. Really interesting spot on this Ruby Amethyst mirror. This is where I think it starts to get really complex, and where it's going to be really interesting to see how each player maneuvers. Brawl on the rabbit. Fox for fox. Of course, Ed, when the rabbit's banished, is able to draw another card. Ed draws for turn. 10 law to 8. Still not quite within that range where the players can start just bouncing the goats back endlessly and getting to 20. But getting towards that stage with this amount of ink, where the goat bounce goat is becoming a real threat. Of course, while it's nice having lots of cards in hand, it does make your decisions a bit more hard. Or does it? Ed's like, no, I'm just going to draw another card. Genie now for Ed, which can quest for 2. Brawl into the Inkwell. And in comes Madame Medusa to clean up the rabbit of Charles, preventing that bounce. And then it's going to be the fox trading out for that goat, which does, of course, gain a law when banished. 10 law to 9 now. Ed still in the lead, despite going second here. Ed 1 game up to 0. If Ed wins this, Ed is the champion of the Battle of the Bay. The rabbit comes through. Four ink still to play with. It's going to be 2 on the snake for another card draw. 2 ink still left. Can ink to have a third. It is the castle being inked. Interesting ink of the castle. That's actually a big moment in this game. No locations in Ed's list. Those castles are kind of the only locations in either player's deck lists, and of course, therefore, one of the only cards which can survive a Be Prepared. Tremaine comes through and cleans up the snake. The Medusa quests. 11 law to 9 now in favor of Ed. Back on over to Charles. It's going to be 4 for the genie. Drawing a card. Five ink to play with. Can ink to go to 6. It's going to be 4 more. Is it another card draw? Is it another rabbit perhaps? It certainly is. The rabbits have arrived for Charles. Eventually they surely had to. Ed's going to draw. Bam! Sisu! He's done it before. He's done it again. Ed and the legendary Sisu. Well, in this case, enchanted. And it's a quest for 2 up to 14. But Ed's now got a very big board. And it's a moment like this where there's a 7-cost uninkable action which might come in useful. Charles is going to exert 4, 3, be prepared. Get out of here. And there's still ink to play with. Elsa, now 4 ink. Something like a Queen's Castle right now could be a problem. It is a genie, and that's not a bad option either. Genie questing for 2, of course. But the genie can be dealt with by something like Medusa, something like a Tremaine, whereas that Queen's Castle could have been a little bit more resilient, potentially. Not definitely, with things like Fox Crab. We haven't seen the Maui Shark at all yet from Ed. But here we see a goat. Is it that time in the game where Ed can just start going goat galore? They have the ink to do it. It's a fox. The goat's back in the hand. And it's another law for Ed. 16. Flynn into the ink. Goat is back in the building. 17 law for Ed. Charles draws. Genie can quest up to 11. It's game, and Ed is your Disney Lorcana Challenge Battle of the Bay champion. They've won a Disney Lorcana Challenge, while now they've won the Battle of the Bay. Huge performance from Ed on Ruby Amethyst with the Maui Sharks. Congratulations to both players. Commiserations to Charles. It was a great run, but Ed is your champion. And it was very well done indeed. Big shout out to everyone watching. Big shout out to all the judges, the organizers, all the players, everyone here in the building in California. It's been an absolute delight and a true privilege and honor to be here watching the action. Let's see if we can grab Ed for a little chat. It has been brilliant, but it is now 20 minutes past 10 p.m. in the evening, so we're not going to be here for too much longer. We've got to go home, but we're going to get Ed over and have a little chat with him when he's ready. Winning, I believe, a case and some enchanted promos. Really nice prizing on offer here at the event. We'll have a little chat with Ed, see what he thinks the key to victory was. Never saw Maui Shark or Dragonfly, no. We did see David Maui Shark inked a couple of times in game 1, but I don't think Ed really drew the Maui Shark later on We saw him ink a couple very early on in game 1, and I just don't think we ever saw him draw the others. That's Ed's winning list. 2 copies of Maui Shark, 2 copies of Dragonfire, 4 magical brooms. We do love a magic broom on this channel. We certainly do. If you've enjoyed the action, make sure to give the stream a like. Battle of the Bay in California. What a privilege it's been to be here. What an incredibly well-run event. And Ed, the champ. He was the favorite, I think it's fair to say. And he delivered the goods. Ed, of course, the sub, one of the subs on the NA team for NA versus EU. I heard the subs are the best players. That's what I heard. But Ed's making their way over, and we are going to have a little chat with him, and then we're going to finish the day up. But really, really cool to see Ruby Amethyst still going strong. Ed's got his boxes. He's getting some hugs. He's getting some high fives. Ed is now joining us, everybody. It's Ed, your champ. The Battle of the Bay champion. Wait for it. He's got so many packs, he's dropping them all over the shop. We just need to wait for this. Wait for it. Oh, the champ. I'll take the mic so you can hold the... How are you feeling?
Good. Yeah, I'm tired. A long day. Played a lot of games, but, you know, it was fun. Glad I pulled it out, you know. So, yeah.
So you got a Stitch, an Ursula, and a Mirabelle. I bet you've already got a few of those.
Yeah, I have a lot of these already, but, you know, it's another one to the pile, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Nice little trophy as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
Four
boxes. Yeah, I actually bought a case already, but, you know, always need more stuff, so
absolutely.
That's nice, yeah.
What was the key to success in this final, apart from the magic broom? Or was it the magic broom?
I mean, game 1, like, I always was able to trigger Flynn Sisu, right? So, I mean, that usually will win you the game. And then in game 2, I noticed that his list only had the 6 1-drops. Yep. I think it's, like, Kendall really popularized, like, just playing the 6-1. But you can see in that game that he really got punished because he didn't open the 1-drop, and I was able to open it to basically block his Sisu, right? And then after that, I was able to kind of play that control game and play the Sisu. Like, yeah, you got real excited with the Sisu, right? Yeah. I think right now that card is actually extremely powerful because a very typical like kind of turn 8 play is like doing like double Genie or like Rabbit plus Genie or double Rabbit. And if your like counterplay to that is like the big Sisu, you really swing the tempo back into your favor, especially if you're able to kind of clean up some other stuff along the way. I think that is very powerful.
We saw in your game 2 a pretty aggressive mulligan, I think 6 cards. I think it was the Sisu you held on to, is that right?
Yeah, so I had like Sisu, like double Elsa, Tremaine, and just like, you know, or something like that, right? No, I don't think it was a Rabbit or a Genie. It was like a B prep, just like basically nothing, right? So I had to mulligan aggressively because especially when you're on the draw, you need to have some kind of play, right? And if you kind of keep too many cards, well, I think Sisu is also very important on the draw because that's the card that kind of allows you to block their Sisu if they miss their 1-drop, right? So I think keeping Sisu is the correct play there.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to ask, like, is there ever a world you mulligan the Sisu away?
That is a possibility, but I think that card is just too strong on the draw that you kind of have to keep it and hope that you draw into like your 1-2 and try to block theirs because you're going to lose anyway if you don't drop Sisu specifically.
Awesome. Anyone you'd like to shout out before we go because everyone wants to go home?
Yeah, shout out to Margola's Gaming Lab and shout out to my team Tianhu. You know, like I couldn't do it without them. Woo! Yes. So, yeah, and shout out to, you know, SLTC. You guys always have my back, and yeah.
I heard the subs for the EU versus NA are actually the best players.
Wait, what? You're asking me who?
No, I said because I'm a sub, me and you.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, here we are. And
I actually want to play against you, Ed. We don't have time today, but maybe tomorrow we can hang out. We'll have
of course.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I'll
come by. Yeah.
Get put in my place.
Yeah.
Thanks everyone so much for watching the stream. Ed, big congratulations. One final round of applause for your champion. It's Ed. Bye everyone. Bye. Thanks to all the organisers.